another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPOB families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 Adumebujuku is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 Adumebujuku is another Savior. Holy, 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 Adumebujuku is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa namno wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving faster, yeah, for freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior.
And there it is right there. You heard it here first. Holy, 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 holy. Where am I? So there it is right there. You heard it here first. Holy, 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 holy. Nnamdi Kanu is another savior. My ring light just decided to pack up just as soon as I started. So if it's a bit dark, then it's a bit dark. You know, I usually don't have the cameras on, but I'm thinking maybe that's something I should be doing. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. All that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? I hope you're having a gloriously wonderful day so far. Yet another session. Your friendly neighborhood. Your laughing man. So glory. Holy, 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 holy. Malam Nnamdi Kanu, because he's a Malam now. Can you imagine suddenly Nnamdi Kanu now a Fulani man? Can you imagine that? You never thought the day would come. But pardon me, all that, holy, holy, and all that. Good day to you. Good to be your company and all that. Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day, and then you're in a more relaxed mode now. Spending the evening with your favorite woman. Oh, how am I coming across in this? Let me see. Let me see. Is my head chopped off? It doesn't look especially. Well, you eat what you grow, according to Buhari. So you eat what you grow. So we're eating what we're growing. Somewhat in the course of this session. Good day to you all. That the protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just as soon as I invite you to do so. Do so. Click on like. If you are not already subscribed, please correct that as well. If you want to come and join me on the screen, there's a hyperlink that says StreamYard. I'll send it again. If you want to come and join me on the screen, just click on that hyperlink and then it will bring you into the studio. So pardon me, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join me on the screen. Share the links. So click on copy and then share it on your social media spaces. So share the links to the stream in all your social media spaces. So share it just as widely as you can. Facebook, WhatsApp, any and everywhere, to the people you are friendly with, to the people you are unfriendly with. Just share it to everybody. Share the links as widely as possible. Like, share, subscribe, share the links as widely as possible. As I said, super chat towards the stream, and more importantly, the most important one, say hello. You know I have no friends, so you be my friend by saying hello to me. So say hello, and I'll say hello back. Let's say who said hello so far. So you say hello, and then in the course of this session, I'll acknowledge your presence and say hello back. That's Ufoma Michael right there, saying hello from Sydney. That would be in Australia. A lot of people think Sydney is the capital of Australia, but I think Melbourne, is it Melbourne? Is that how you pronounce it? I think Melbourne, correct me if I'm wrong, Ufoma, but I think Melbourne is actually the capital of Australia, isn't it? That's Ayo right there, of course, a stalwart of the platform. So so as you are coming in, keep saying hello so I can acknowledge your presence and say hello back. So just a whole myriad of everything going on. Trump, that's Abdul Mumin Dana right there, saying hello from Saudi Arabia. So, like I said, the whole expanse of the globe fully covered. So there's just a whole myriad of so many things going on. Trump is issuing even more additional threats. Canberra. So Canberra is actually. So I was even wrong. It wasn't Sydney. I was right on that. But it wasn't Melbourne, as I said, but it's actually Canberra. That is the capital. So you learn something new just there, just for reasons of being on the platform. So there's that. So as I was saying, there's just a whole myriad of so many going on now. So anybody that's followed this platform for more than 2 minutes, I've always said, and this platform as a platform has always said, that as we get into the final laps of the elections, there's going to be escalations in insecurity, because that has always been the political tactics of the North. So what is happening now? It comes as no surprise to anybody that is a student of Nigerian politics. We already know that they were going to play this hand. This is the political hand that the Northerners play, because their politics is a politics of violence. The Southeasterners, their politics is a politics of ethnic jingoism, and the Southwesterners, their politics is a politics of manipulation. So we all know the broad strokes of our politics. The Northerners, they start to kill quite aggressively in a build up to an election to weaken the sitting government and show some of incompetence. We saw that with Goodluck Jonathan. We saw that with the Chibok girls. So now they are trying to recreate the Chibok girls with the spate of kidnappings going on now. So we had the anticipation already that this was going to happen. So there's that. And in the Southeast, of course, they continue their ethnic jingo politics, and the Southwesterners, they continue to try to manipulate everybody. So those are the broad strokes of Nigerian politics. But any and everything that is going on now is not new or news to anybody that is Nigerian, but to the outside world, it's a new phenomenon, especially as it is being highlighted by the American president at the moment. So we're going to all of those spaces. But before we go anywhere else, let's kick it off. We're going to actually kick it off by carrying on with the NNAMDI Kanu narrative. So, it shows that Nigeria, there's very little chance of Nigeria actually succeeding as a country. There's very little chance of Nigeria succeeding as a country, because everybody is so embedded within their ethnic stock, and they cannot see beyond the parochialism of ethnicity. So that is why Nigeria would never go forward as a country. So the NNAMDI Kanu situation is the case in point, is a case in point. So this is NNAMDI Kanu, who has done a whole raft of despicable things, pure evil things. Let me give you an example of some of the things that I play this often, so you already know. But let me just give you an example of the sort of things that Nnamdi Kanu does.
I am warning everybody tonight, if you come out on the 31st on Monday, you are going to die. If you come out on the 31st, I'm warning everybody you're going to die. That very day, allow me to, on the 31st, if you come outside, you will die. If you're a road transporter, if you're a transport worker or whatever, you know.
It goes on and on for a bit, but like I said, I've played this severally, but that's a sort of character that Nnamdi Kanu is. Just an abundance. You all know the NSAS clips as well. What he did during NSAS.
Shooting where again? Shooting in Okota, they are shooting also in Okota. People must go to the bush, ambush them. Go to the bush, you need to cut them off from the back, ambush them, take their guns from them and kill them. These are animals.
I'm not quite sure why this thing keeps muting me. So that's the sort of character that Nnamdi Kanu is. But then if you go to the average Southeasterner, they will tell you that this guy is being persecuted for no other reason other than he is agitating for his own nation state. So that's not the reason now, and I think we all know that, and I think even they know that, but they've propelled that narrative so aggressively that, you know, when you tell a lie so often, it takes on a life of its own. They've propelled that narrative so aggressively that that narrative is now taking on a life of its own. Nnamdi Kanu is no innocent person, and if you look at the antics of Nnamdi Kanu, there was nothing other than what came out of that court that could have come out. There was nothing, because the state arrested Nnamdi Kanu. They renditioned him from Kenya to Nigeria. You say they kidnapped him, whatever invectives you want to use. He was arrested, returned to Nigeria, and there's a whole raft of allegations leveled against him. The state presented its case that, look, we are alleging that we are accusing this guy of XYZ because he did ABC. So they listed everything they're accusing him of, and they tried to buttress that then with what they presented as evidence. So that's what the state did. So after the state did that, the court then invited Nnamdi Kanu to come and answer those charges being leveled against him. And what did Nnamdi Kanu do? We all saw it. He told the court to get lost. He told the court to get lost. So what then happens after that? You know what happens after that? Even setting aside his behavior in court, even if he had behaved in the most gentlemanly of manner, but he still took that position not to defend himself. What would have happened after that? Would the court then say, okay, since they've leveled this thing against you, but you said that you are not prepared to defend yourself, go home? On what planet? On what functioning of the brain concludes that is a possibility? So there was never any other outcome outside of the outcome that we got. You know, there was no other outcome outside of the outcome that came out of that court. All as a result of that guy's belligerence, his arrogance and crass behavior, and his false posturing, acting up for his audience and all that. So there was no other way other than the justice would have returned as he returned. So what's the counter argument? What frees Nnamdi Kanu in that situation? If Justice Omostosho had said Nnamdi Kanu go home, what would he have predicated that statement on? That, oh, they've accused you of all of these things, so you said they are not going to defend yourself, but go home. How is that a possibility? So about these guys now, they have tried to turn it into an ethnic jingle, and that is the currency that you see often instances coming out of the Southeast. But thankfully, it's not all the Southeast that is like that. So we pick it up from here.
Justice Omotosho did a very thorough job. I have gone through the judgment. I read it. That judgment is airtight. Justice Omotosho.
And by the way, I have a copy of the judgment as well. If you want it, actually, let me open it up as this lady is speaking. I have a copy of that judgment as well. So if you want to read it, then I can forward it to you. There was Justice Omotocho did not miss a beat in that. Where's that PDF file? Yes, I have it here. Let me see if I can download it and put it up. So I have hold on, it's just downloading now. I have a copy of that judgment, so I'm going to put it up in a minute. Let's carry on listening to this lady.
Did a very thorough job. Now let us even look at it. He had his lawyers along the line. His choice of lawyers were even very okay. KANU'S saying, I love that man to stupor. Good, brilliant, one of the best lawyers in Nigeria. He had them along the line. He debriefed them that I want to do his case himself. They gave him time to do his case himself. He started dribbling everybody. Okay, look at his attitude in court. How do you even start to beg for such a person? I was just asking. If you even want to beg for such a person, how? Get a hold on your emotions. Because the international community is watching. Now if they want to beg for you, how did they start? You that insult a judge, call the judge by the name and tell him doesn't know anything. You that push people, don't touch me. You are pushing. Why the grag to what end? And nobody's looking.
He went beyond actually pushing people. He actually slapped his lawyer. And by the way, this lady right here on your screen, she's a lawyer and she's from the Southeast.
At that. Nobody's looking at that. He had his chances. Okay, defend yourself. Yes, anybody can defend. Anybody can represent themselves in court. Defend yourself. Time was running out. Defend yourself. Nothing. Let me tell you, when you rest your case on that of the prosecution, when you say, look, I have no case to answer, or I rest my case, it's suicidal. You are not giving the court the right to judge you by your opponent's testimony against you. That is what he did. Okay, my opponent has finished talking a bit. I don't have anything to answer him. You refuse to put a defense. No matter what the defense did, put up a defense. You did not put up a defense. You did not put up a defense. And you want the judge to give you what you don't ask for. You want the judge to perform magic. How? By the time you rest your case on that of the prosecution, it is a suicidal. Immediately he did that, and I knew it was suicidal. What were people expecting? That they would not free him? He couldn't even defend himself. Come and say, okay, at least leave your legal, even though you know all the law. When it comes to representing yourself, you will lose it. I am a lawyer, a proud lawyer. But there are some cases that are personal. I will have to brief my colleague to come and represent me. Because if I represent myself, I will lose, I will make mistake. Dr. Adagwonweya, even if you are a born lawyer, Dr. Adagwonweya, when she come to show, you call a lawyer, you brief a lawyer to please come and, you know the law. But when it comes to that, representing yourself, you must miss it. You'll be emotional. You had a very beautiful legal team. KANU'S, I know the joke with that man. You debriefed him. That guy, shit. How do you start to beg? How do you even start to defend such a person? Erratic, anger, everything. Everybody watched it. Yet people are saying it's injustice. How? How is it injustice? Those who lost their life on hip-hop and all these demand, what happened? And people were not listening to his radio communication. People were not listening to everything he was saying. People were not listening to, what about the military guys, the military couple that were killed in Olu? The video was there, the woman was beheaded, her vagina was cut off. When I not see the video, how do you see white and call it?
You know, I've seen that video, unfortunately. That video, yeah, no, don't worry, we'll get to Nigeria being on fire in a moment. That video, let me see, yes. That video of that military couple with the woman's private parts being chopped off, I saw it. One of the most gruesome things I've seen in my life. But there it is, all coming out of the NNAMDI space.
Black. How is it injustice? Who will give those ones justice? Whose command were they carrying out? People's in military. Waste them. Kill them. Whose command were they carrying out? Whose command were they carrying out? You incite people into war. You incite people into fighting themselves and say it's not your fault because you are not the one in the forefront that did it. As long as you are an influence that incited these people, my dear, you are going down with them. So at what point did they do injustice? Let me understand. You are calling it injustice. What is injustice? He was given a right to represent himself. He was given a right to counsel. He was given I was even shocked that Justice Omotosho gave his people right for allocutus. I called one or two of my friends. I was following up yesterday, but I was too busy. So once I would just call Victor. Alpha. I definitely delivering the judgment. Okay. What about allocutus? This one, he doesn't have a lawyer. Who will do allocutus for him? Allocutus means plea for mercy. I was so happy when Justice Omotosho gave them the microphone. I said, since you're a legal consultant and you have been coming to court for him, please, I will not shut him out from allocutus. Say he's allocutus or say something about allocutus. That's plea for mercy. And this Mr. Obi used to be my friend. Mr. Obi took the microphone and said talking. I listened to his speech. I listened to his legal counsel's speech. He was given all the rights for fair hearing, up to allocutus. He was given all. There was no comma, no mistake. That's why I said that judgment is airtight. It will stand any appeal, even before God and man. That judgment will stand any appeal. And my only fear is that if he stands appeal, I pray they don't give him the maximum punishment. Maximum punishment is death. Death sentence immediately. So now, I'm even surprised that the judge was mindful enough to reduce it to just life imprisonment. At least life imprisonment. At least being alive and serving life imprisonment, there is hope that one day something.
So now, the NNAMDI KANU'S legal team told us that they are going to be appealing that judgment as early as tomorrow, which will be Monday. So that might well prove to be a grave mistake, because if they are taking the case to the Court of Appeal, then they are asking the Court of Appeal to review the whole case. So that is to review where the case may have erred against them, and also where errors may have been made in favor of them. So a lot of people feel that the life imprisonment was a soft landing, and a lot of people feel that capital punishment should have been the punishment. So in the course of that review, the appeal court may well transmute that that life imprisonment to capital punishment. So of course they will go and start attacking the judges then, because there's a lot of, it's a cross bench, isn't it? Is it about 3 judges that sit in on the appeal court, and about 5 or 7, if you're a lawyer, correct me, especially practicing in Nigeria, there are about 3 lawyers that sit on the appeal court, on the Court of Appeal, and there are about 7 lawyers that sit at the Supreme Court. So it'll be a cross bench of lawyers, of judges rather, not lawyers but judges. It'll be a cross bench of judges adjudicating that matter. And a lot of them, some of them will come from the north. So we'll go back to calling people Jamjawits again. And almost certainly one will come from the southeast. Then they will call that one a Sabo and go and burn down his house. And all of this sort of shenanigans
will happen. But what about death sentence? He did not even pronounce the maximum that was required by law. He gave him life, which is fair. But you people don't understand. That's why you are emotional. What if it was death sentence? What one I will talk? The death sentence they give him before Friday, they don't buy him. Which one I will talk? Like, what are the reason? Yes, the court of first instance have given his judgment. That doesn't mean that his right to appeal has been closed or foreclosed. No, he has a right to appeal his judgment. He has a right to appeal that judgment. Then even when the appeal comes out, the judgment in the Court of Appeal comes out, he also has a right to the Supreme Court. It is not yet the end. So why the cry? Why all the emotional things? Why the insult on people? Must everybody support IPOP? I'm an Igbo woman, but I'm not IPOP. I'm not in support of them. Now we say justice is everybody's business. What about those who died? What about those who were killed by these IPOP people?
I've been asking that question all the way through this whole episode. And we've not even heard sufficient enough from the victims of NNAMDI KANU'S atrocities, by the way. What about those who lost lives and properties to the excesses of NNAMDI KANU and his cohorts? What about them? What constitutes justice to those sort of people?
Under his command. What about them? Dora Kuyeli's husband is an example. What about the unknown gunmen? Yes, I agree. He has every right to seek what he wanted. Everybody has a right to agitate for change. Everybody has a right to agitate for change. You guys know me. I'm stubborn when I believe in something. So at a point, I liked this young man. I loved NNAMDI Kanu. At a point, because I could see a young man vibrating, wanting for change, calling for change, just like our late Ojukwu. Everybody loved the movement. Everybody loved the idea. Everybody loved the way it was going. But immediately bloodshed entered. I cut myself off. Immediately they started the command and everything.
And by the way, there was nobody opposed to the idea of Biafra. In fact, there still is nobody really opposed to the idea of Biafra. Nobody objects to the Southeasterners having their own country. Maybe if we get Biafra, then everybody gets to escape that country. Then maybe we can have Oduduwa country, and the Northerners can go and do their own funk up in the north. So nobody objects to Biafra. But everybody, you cannot be a human being and not object to what Nnamdi Kanu has been doing over the last however many years. Just the wanton slaughtering of people, that's what people object to.
Started bloodshed. It became another thing. I said, no, I'm not part of this. Because my duty first, my love first is to humanity. Nobody's life should be cut short because I'm agitating for something I don't even know if I will get. Now, what was the cause of the fight in Rwanda? Most of you don't know history. Most of you don't read. Everybody's saying, did he kill anybody? Did he do this? Did he do that? When you incite violence, when you talk to people in such a way that you ginger them, that is why influencers should be careful. I always tell, especially Facebook influencers, those that have the power to move people. Most people don't reason. Most people don't use their brain. Then there are some of us that have the brain. God has given us brain. We can either use it for good or for evil. Then when you now use that brain that God has given you to incite violence in people, tell them that this person is your enemy, that person is your enemy, the person that wears good clothes is your enemy, the person that do this is your enemy. The person begin to, you have worked on them. They believe in you, they see you as a God. Once people start looking at you, looking up to you, seeing you as a role model, you have to be careful what you say. Because if what you say makes them commit a crime, you are in for it. That is the truth. Now, what is the cause of the war between the Hutu and the Tutsi in Rwanda? I visited Rwanda. I went to the genocide museum. I saw things for myself raw. Most of you don't travel. Most of you don't know history. Right now in Rwanda, there's no tribe. Ask anybody, where are you from? I'm from Rwanda. They don't have, I am from Igbo, or I'm from Yoruba, or I'm from Hausa. I think Nigeria too should imbibe that. Nigeria should copy that thing from Rwanda. Rwandans are not friendly. Like, they are very, very skeptical. They don't trust outsiders. When I visited Rwanda and I saw all of them, they are not open to receiving guests because they don't know if you're coming to destroy them again. That genocide left their mental health scattered. So if you have seen war, you go run from war. What was the cause of Rwanda? This thing? Ordinary trans that was made on a radio station, calling a particular tribe cockroaches. If you don't know about the history, watch this movie sometime in April, or you watch Hotel Rwanda. Watch it. Our own Stephanie Konedo acted it, a Nigerian lady. She was one of the major characters in that Hotel Rwanda. Then Idris Elba acted sometime in April. Go and watch that movie so you understand how the Rwandan war started.
All right. I think that's enough of that. I think we get the point that lady is making right there. It's just you cannot have a sane, functioning mind and argue against what Justice Omotosho did, because Justice Omotosho was given no room to maneuver other than to return the verdict as a return date. So that's a voice from the Southeast right here, but right there. But let's go to the voice then that we've been waiting to come out of the Southeast on this matter ever since the judgment came in. He should never have been arrested. Peter Obi speaks on Nnamdi Kanu's life imprisonment. So that tells you all you need to know. Just the ethnic jingoism of Peter Obi's politics. He should never have been arrested. Peter Obi speaks on Nnamdi Kanu's life imprisonment. So how does he justify that statement? The leader of the Labour Party 2023 presidential candidate, Peter Obi, has broken silence on the life imprisonment handed to the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, correspondents recall that Kanu on Thursday was sentenced to life imprisonment by the Federal High Court in Abuja after Justice James Omotosho found him guilty on all 7 counts of terrorism and related charges. Whilst delivering his judgment, Justice Omotosho ruled that Kanu must be kept in a protected custodial center and declared the Kuje Correctional Center unsuitable due to previous prison breaks and heightened security risk. In a statement via his X handle on Saturday, Peter Obi stated that Kanu's conviction is coming at a time when Nigeria is facing severe economic hardship, insecurity, and the consequences of poor governance. So what does this mean? It says in a statement via his X handle on Saturday, Peter Obi stated that Kanu's conviction is coming at a time when Nigeria is facing severe economic hardship. So what has the severe economic hardship got to do with Nnamdi Kanu or his crimes? So should the country be experiencing abundance before a criminal can be convicted? Should the economy be the size of the United States before a criminal can become okay? By that logic, should every armed robber in prison be freed because they are also being tried under the same circumstances? There's just no rationale behind it. In a statement via his X handle on Saturday, Peter Obi stated that Kanu's conviction is coming at a time when Nigeria is facing severe economic hardship, insecurity, and the consequences of bad governance. The former governor of Anambra State said he had always maintained that Nnamdi Kanu should never have been arrested, stating that he consistently argued for dialogue, constructive engagement, and inclusive governance as a path to lasting peace. According to Peter Obi, Nnamdi Kanu's arrest, detention, and now conviction represents a failure of leadership and a misunderstanding of the issues at stake. The statement reads, pardon me. Hold on, I need water. The statement reads, I have always maintained that Mazi, so he's now calling him Mazi as well. I have always maintained that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should never have been arrested. For years, I have consistently argued that dialogue, constructive engagement, and inclusive governance offers the path to lasting peace. Coercion becomes necessary only when reason has been exhausted. In this case, I submit that the reason was not only that the reason was not only exhausted, but was probably not explored at all, or not fully explored. The concerns Kanu raised were not unheard of. The issues for which he demands solutions are not insoluble. So, if the issues that Nnamdi Kanu, so this is a very interesting statement by Peter Obi right there. It says, in this case, I submit that the reasons was not exhausted, but probably not explored at all, or not fully explored. I don't know what that means. The concern, but listen to what Peter Obi said. It says that the concerns Kanu raised were not unheard of. So the concerns that Kanu raised was one, Southeastern marginalization, and two, the desire, the demand for a Biafran state. So Nnamdi Kanu demanded for a Biafran state, and Peter Obi tells us that the concerns raised were not unheard of. The issues which he demanded solutions for were not insoluble. So if it's not an insoluble, because they always say that Nigeria is an indivisible country. So if it's not insoluble, that is to tell us then that Peter Obi sympathizes somewhat with the agitation for Biafra. It only required wisdom, empathy, and a willingness to listen. In any functional society, such grievances are met with dialogue and reforms aimed at strengthening unity. The government's approach has only deepened mistrust and created an avoidable distraction at a time when citizens are overwhelmed by harsh economic realities and insecurity. While some may insist that the law has taken its course, leadership often demands more than a strict mechanical application of the law. Nations around the world resort to political solutions, negotiated settlements, and even amnesty when legal processes alone cannot serve the broader interest of peace and stability. Nigeria cannot be an exception. The handling of KANU'S case mirrors the government as a man. The handling of KANU'S case mirrors the government as a man trapped in a hole, but who, instead of looking for a way out, keeps digging deeper. It wasn't not only the government's predicament, but also the nation's collective condition. If we truly desire a new Nigeria, a united, so it goes on to do is new Nigeria thing. So Nnamdi Kanu, so Peter will be right there calling the arrest and detention and then subsequent imprisonment of Nnamdi Kanu a travesty of justice. So that's Peter will be right there, staying consistent to the tribe. So now we go to other matters. Northern insecurity troubling me most. This is Tinubu, what we already know, but it's not actually telling us how he intends to resolve it. So I don't think he has any concept of how to handle this thing. It's beyond him, essentially. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has said insecurity in northern Nigeria remains his deepest concern, stressing that the crisis threatens national progress and stability. Apologies for my voice, by the way. I think I'm carrying a bit of a flu. Pardon me. He warned that unless trust is rebuilt, security challenges will persist, economic stagnation will deepen, and educational deficits will widen. The president, represented by the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, stated this on Sunday in Kaduna during the 25th anniversary of the Arewa Consultative Forum and the launch of the forum's endowment fund. In his address titled A Generation Summoned by a Crisis, President Tinubu acknowledged that his administration inherited a multi-layered security challenges, but is now addressing them with renewed urgency. Uh, Nothing troubles me more gravely than the security crisis bedeviling Nigeria, especially northern Nigeria. Affliction in any part of the country is a setback to every part. We cannot prosper when one limb of the country of the national body is paralyzed. The layers and sophistication of the security challenges we inherited are daunting, but what should inspire confidence is the urgency with which my administration is pursuing solutions. So what is the urgency and what is the impact of it is what we want to know. According to him, there has never been a time when the North more urgently needed honest, courageous voices than now. Yes, there have been. So this conversation, actually, this speech is being made to the Arewa Forum. So of course, he's speaking directly to the North. He says, yes, there have been missteps. Yes, there have been moments of drift, but we cannot say the North has failed unless we abandon our responsibility to be our brother's keeper. We fail the day we sleep comfortably, whilst millions sleep with empty bellies. The day fear becomes a permanent companion for travelers moving from one village to another. But let no one believe that hope is lost. The dysfunction inherited over decades, the dysfunction inherited over decades fractured bonds and strained unity. Yet the ethnic and religious diversity gathered here today is a declaration of the collective resolve to overcome polarization and resist any agenda designed to divide. So I'm not quite sure if that has any meaning. That, in fact, it would have been better off being silent. So the only thing we're getting out of that is that it's agitated somewhat by what's going on in the north, but being agitated. And by the way, there's no one in the studio. If anybody wants to come in, come in. The link is in the comment section. If you want to come in and discuss Tinubu's lack of response to the goings on in the north and indeed nationwide, if you want to respond to that, then come in. We go on from that to this insecurity and monitoring the situation nationwide. This is Tinubu. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu says he's closely monitoring the security situation across the country. The president said this whilst reacting to the release. And by the way, the Kwara 38, it looks as though they have been released. Those ones kidnapped from a church. So I think I have one of the victims speaking out. Yes, let's listen to this.
Because that evening, after like 30 minutes of the program, we started the program by around 30 minutes of the program. After all the police just gunshot. Even to my own perspective, I didn't know it was gunshot. I think it was just sparking of some wire. But by the time we get, we surrounded the whole church. Even some people, they begin to narrate that they are seeing drop of blood everywhere.
Now, from that Tuesday to today, when you are released, what is the situation right there inside the country?
It was unimaginable because when we got there, we really know that it was a dominated area by big people from it. Even they have the courage to tell themselves that they are branded, and they make us know that there's no one that can just sleep away without being caught. And with what we see, nobody can escape. From that place, they have dominated. They knew all the routes surrounding all those bushes, then Kwara and other states.
Thank you. What can you say about the feeling there? It's okay. Thank you.
Right, so that's one of the victims of the Kwara incident narrating its experience right there. Insecurity, I am monitoring the situation nationwide. That's Tinubu. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu says he's closely monitoring the situation across the country. The president said this whilst reacting to the release of the 38 worshippers abducted in Kwara State. And then he goes on, in a post on his X handle, Tinubu recalled his cancelled trip to the G20 rather summit in South Africa to enable him coordinate the security efforts at home, vowing that under my watch we will secure this nation and protect our people. He shouldn't be saying things like that if he's not actioning it. So they have actually paid ransom to those people. That's more what happened. The president commended the efforts of the security service over the last few days, saying all the 38 worshippers abducted in Kwara State have been rescued. It's not a rescue, they paid the ransom and they were released. So, because if they were rescued, then there would have been a shootout, they would have been able to, if they were rescued, then they would have arrested some of the kidnappers. He also broke his silence on the mass abduction in Niger State. Neither Tinubu nor the presidency had made any comment on the incident, but there were reactions as the federal government shut down 41 unity colleges while at least 5 states closed down schools. The PDP kicked against the development and asked Tinubu to resign if he's overwhelmed. Clearly, he is overwhelmed. In his post on Sunday, the president vowed not to relent in his bid to secure the nation. I am closely monitoring the security situation nationwide and receiving continuous updates from the front line. Let me be clear, I will not relent. Every Nigerian in every state has the right to safety, and under my watch, we will secure this nation and protect our people. My fellow Nigerians, you will recall that I cancelled my trip to the G20 summit in South Africa to enable me coordinate the security efforts at home. Thanks to the efforts of our security forces over the last few days, all the 38 worshippers abducted in Kwara State have been rescued. I am equally happy that 51 out of the missing students of Catholic school in Niger State have been recovered. I am closely monitoring the security situation nationwide and receiving continuous updates from the front line. Let me be clear, I will not relent. Every Nigerian in every state has a right to safety, and under my watch, we will secure this nation and protect our people, he wrote. So it shouldn't be saying things like that, because Nigeria shows no capacity to secure its country or protect its people. So there it is right there. Tinubu celebrates release of abducted 38 Kwara worshippers, 50 Niger pupils. So there's that. What else do we have? Oh, here is Trump issuing threats still to Tinubu. I think this is the pressure that is making him somewhat nervous.
Nigeria is a disgrace. The whole thing is a disgrace. They're killing people by the thousands. It's a genocide, and I'm really angry about it. And we pay, we give a lot of subsidy to Nigeria. We're going to end up stopping. The government's done nothing. They're very ineffective. They're killing Christians at will. And, until I got involved in it 2 weeks ago, nobody even talked about it.
Well, President Trump is reacting today to what we've been covering for a couple of weeks now, but really leaned in with my panel that I hosted at the UN at the request of Ambassador Michael Waltz. And he also invited superstar rapper Nicki Minaj, because she has a pastor who's Nigerian and has jumped into this as an advocate for those under attack. Horrific violence in Nigeria against mostly Christians. And a third mass.
So that's where the real pressure is coming from the international space. There was one other one that I wanted to. Oh, here is the judgment from the Omotosho case. By the way, if anybody wants a copy, just let me know. I'll forward it to you. In the Federal High Court of Nigeria, in the Abuja Judicial Division, etc., holding at Abuja on Thursday, the 20th of November 2025, before His Lordship, Honorable Justice Omotosho. I'm going to have to read this actually, the full charges, and then so there it is, the state versus Nnamdi Kanu, between the Federal Republic of Nigeria complainant and Nnamdi Kanu defendant. So these are all the guilty, something. So there it is. I'm going to have to read this actually. How many pages is it? God, 144. I'm not reading the 144 pages just because of Kanu. So we can forget that one. There was one Ghanaian Adams clip that I wanted to bring you as well. Have I got it? Where he was telling us that Yoruba land is surrounded. There was a Ghanaian Adams clip that I had lined up. Maybe when I find it, I'll bring it. Where is it? All right. So that's that. Let me play you the clips that we have gathered. Let me play. Oh yes, here is the Ghanaian Adams clip.
What is going on within Nigeria's southwest?
Well, we're in a situation that our country is in a serious security threat. What is happening in most of the states now call for concern. We got an information on a very serious authority that we have been highly infiltrated in the southwest.
There is already an infiltration.
Infiltration.
By who?
By these terrorists in most of the communities in Yoruba land. You know, Kogi and Kwara, it's just like a buffer zones to southwest. And what they are doing in Kogi and Kwara is just a test of ground to start the major attacks in the southwest. The information in our disposal is that they want to attack Oyo, Ekiti, Ondo, and Lagos State.
Oyo, Ekiti, Ondo, and Lagos State. You have it on good authority.
Yeah, Ondo, Ekiti, and Lagos State.
Who are these people?
Well, those are the people that you are seeing that are attacking various places in Nigeria.
Are they of any particular, tribal extraction?
Well, in some cases you call them bandits. In some cases you call them Fulani headmen. But when you are talking of international terrorist organization, we have ISIS and ISWAP in Nigeria. We have Boko Haram too. And the three name was just a popular name, but different pocket of groups break from those organizations. And I can tell you authoritatively that this thing is being coordinated by some foreigners. It goes beyond Nigerians. And one of the reasons behind this attack is three issues. It's religion motivated, it's economic motivated, and ethnicity is there. And different groups have their own way of target on the basis of their own ideology. When you see the crisis is flowing from the northeast to the northwest, north centers. And I was surprised when I heard the governor of Benue State that there was no Christian genocide in the state yesterday. I was shocked. And the governor was a religion leader before he became a governor of the state. Even we that was not living in Middle Belt, we are being worried, seriously concerned about the incident that is happening in Benue State and Plateau State. And on a daily basis, we got information of attack from different communities. And I don't know how this man wants to classify genocide. When a race is attacking other race and try to wipe them out of the system or from the state or community, there is no way you can classify it as genocide.
Painting a rather, am I being heard? Yes, so that's Gani Adams right there, painting a rather gloomy picture that the whole of the Southwest are more or less totally surrendered, are surrounded, not surrendered though, you might well say they are even surrendered as well. That's Gani Adams right there, painting a rather gloomy picture of the total surrounding of the Southwest by bandits. And there is no lie in that. They've been embedding all the way through the 8 years of Buhari. So they were just waiting for Buhari to leave so that they can unleash. Buhari has left both the presidency and this planet. So now they're just unleashing at free will. But he said there are foreign influences to what is going on. And this now next clip that I'm about to play you might well buttress that.
Allah ilaha إلا الله وأشهد أن محمدا رسول الله الله أكبر.
So I'm not quite sure what community that was, but I am sure that that's nowhere in the north because you can tell from their physiology and their clothing pattern they are not northerners. So that's either somewhere in the southwest or somewhere in the southeast. And the person asking them to shout Allah Akbar, it looks many things, in Nigeria, not one of them. So a non-Nigerian right there at the very heartland of the interlands of Nigeria, converting the gullible people to Allah Akbar. So that's part of the foreign influence right there. But as much as it is about religion, it is also about money. And as long as this next clip that I'm about to show you now, as long as what is going on in this next clip is going on, we will never solve insecurity. So that's a random janjaweed right there in some forest somewhere, counting more dollars than you will ever see in your lifetime. That's random janjaweed from the Sahel that you just saw right there. The dollars, because those are $100 bills, and there were bills and bills, bundles and bundles of them. So that the dollars that guy is counting there, a lot of you might well never see as much as that in all of your working life. But as much as people talk about Christian genocide, and Gani Adams also inviting the governor of Benue State to concede that the country is experiencing a Christian genocide, the Pope, no less a figure, has other thoughts. So let's stop. Let's do a pit stop with the Pope. See what he's making of situations.
Father, I asked you about Nigeria. The government there has said that Christians are not endangered, but others say there are massacres and acts of persecution. Are Christians safe in Nigeria? And separately, what are you thinking ahead of your conversation with American youth for the National Catholic Youth Conference?
I'll answer the first question. I think in Nigeria, in certain areas, there is certainly danger for Christians, but for all people. Christians and Muslims have been slaughtered. There's a question of terrorism. There's a question of that has to do a lot with economics, if you will, and control of the lands that they have. Unfortunately, many Christians have died, and I think it's very important to seek a way with the government, with all peoples, to promote authentic religious freedom, respect for all people.
Santo Padre.
So there it is right there. So now, and by the way, the Pope is right. It's a multi-layered sort of a thing. There is Christian genocide going on, but that Christian genocide is embedded within a wider insecurity that is going on in Nigeria. So the Christian genocide thing is not the main headline of insecurity in Nigeria. There's Islamization, there's banditry, there's land grab, there's geopolitics coming in from even outside of the country. There's even a global perspective to it. All of it, condenses into that singularity of banditry in Nigeria. So it's more than just a Christian genocide. Is what the Pope is saying. But then you sometimes question rather the political will to actually tackle these things head on. So Tinubu makes all these vague statements about, I'm monitoring the situation. Are you a monitor? Are you a school prefect? Nobody is asking you to monitor anything. People are asking you to do something about it. But is there a political will to do something about it? That's the question. And after this next clip that I'm about to play you now, you may question or you may even query if there is a political will to do something about it.
I said, we know where these guys are. We know where they live. We know their parents.
You know them as a government?
Of course we do. They live with the same community we live.
So why is it difficult to get them?
That is the $1 million question that I should ask you.
We are trying to understand, for those of us who are now conversant with Zamfara, have never been there, and we hear you as a chief security officer speak tonight to say you know these people, but yet you can't get them. It's a head scratcher.
It is something that we are trying to all put our heads together. That is why, from what I can do as a governor, to have this CPG as a first line of defense. Of course, military are there, police are there, as well as civil defense. But they are not under my control. They are under the control of federal government. And
So there it is right there. They know where they are, but they are not willing to touch them. So it's all a matter of political will. So now I was speaking to somebody earlier on today, and we're discussing the Nigerian situation, and I was asking the person, I was saying to the person rather, that what really puzzles me the most is the logistics. Do you understand? What puzzles me the most is the logistics. So a bunch of bandits invade the school, so it will take the better part of what? At least 30, if not 50 bandits to successfully invade the school. So they've come in large numbers. And then they've carted away 200 to 250 students. And then they cut these people away out of a school. A school is not located in a forest, it's located within a community. So they've carted away these 200 to 250 girls, teenage girls, screeching, screaming, shouting, traumatized, and they cut them away to their kidnappers' den. So how are they able to cut away that many students? That's one. Are they using bikes? And are the girls willingly sitting at the back of those bikes? Are they using buses? How many buses does it take to transport that many girls into from a school to a hideout? So how many buses? And where did those buses pass through? Were the girls not screaming and crying and traumatized in the course of that journey? Did it not alert the public to something unnatural going on? So a lot of these things, they are not being explained. What is the logistics? How does the logistics work that about 30 to 50 bandits, kidnappers, breach the perimeter fencing, breach the security of a school, and cut away 250 girls, teenage girls, traumatized, screaming, screeching, and squealing? And nobody saw anything, nobody interceded, nobody intercepted, nobody alerted anything. There was no caution all the way through. How does the logistics work? Makes no sense. It makes no sense. So it makes no sense. So I think that's sufficient enough. I'll play you one more clip. But now, this clip, I want you to do something before I play this clip. If you have a mirror, look into it. If you don't have a mirror, if you have your phone, switch on the videoing scene and look at your face. So if you look at your face, then make the determination if you're a human being or not. So look at my face. I may somewhat pass as a human being. Some people may query that I'm not. But look at me and make the determination if I am a human being. So now look at this clip now. No, I'm going to play you two more clips actually. Look at this clip now that I'm about to play you and make the determination if the person you are seeing in this clip is a human. So now, if you ever wondered what a criminal, I don't even know the guy personally. I don't know his backstory. There's no storyline that goes with him other than that clip. I don't know what he is in whichever society. But if you ever want to know what a criminal looks like, if they asked you to describe a criminal, I doubt if you describe beyond this guy. You don't look more criminal than this one has lived a life and a half. Look at that. Raping, looting, stealing, stabbing, everything and everything. That guy would have done it. So now this last clip, it goes back to where we started from. This chasm, this ethnic underbelly of the Nigerian space. I want you to listen to what this lady has to say. But there is something missing in what she's saying. So listen to what she's saying, but listen with the sense that there's something missing from what she's saying.
If you are an Igbo and you are still going to Yoruba churches, by now, you are still a member of Mountain of Fire, Winners, Deeper Life. What name them? You are an Igbo and you are still a member of a Yoruba church. I laid generational curse on you and your generations. It shall not be well with you and your family. You are an Igbo, and you are still co-joining yourself to Yoruba churches upon what is happening in Nigeria. And Igbo sense.
All right. She goes on to curse and curse and curse some more. But it's not even that concerns me. But there was something missing in what she said, because at least it's about a minute long. But the rest of it, most of it was just cursing. But I was waiting for her to say, if you are an Igbo and you are living in Yoruba land, and then they will rain curses on them. If you are Igbo, you are living in Ibadan or Lagos, then curses on you. So go back home. If it offends you that much, you don't, because I'm not sure that those churches are especially, they have any real footing in the southeast. So if it offends you that much, if you find these people so smelly, then just distance yourself from them. And by distancing yourself from them, that is not to say that they will remove themselves from their own land. So you then just remove yourself from their land, and that will be the end of that. So it doesn't make sense if you. So she's picking and choosing. Let me play you one last one. Actually, this one, your mouth will be agape by what you will hear in this now last clip. Your mouth will be agape.
We are under pressure to fight government that has helicopters, is bombarding us. So you remove the pressure, the need for the money is there. When you go there, you don't see any luxurious life. You don't see any luxurious life at all. They are living in huts, they have nothing, they drink sometimes from the stream. So I don't think we can say that they are used to a luxurious life that they won't live it. Actually, they don't even know it with all the money they get.
Sheikh, like you said, they are under pressure. Government is bombarding them, and according to what you say, they are saying that it looks like they are under attack. So maybe they're acquiring weapons to protect themselves. But then again, if the pressure is that much, why don't they renounce banditry? And are they also considering the lives of those that they are also taking, and the lives of people that they are also making, unlivable?
Okay, you see, if they leave banditry, they will have source of financing their war machine. The question you asked, why are they fighting them? You see, the herdsman has gone through a lot of hardship. No government has really actually sat down to see into their plight, to modernize them, to even spend anything. Not one kobo of our Nigerian budget goes to them. And now they feel they.
Yes, you did actually hear what you just heard. That was the public face of banditry in Nigeria, Sheikh Gumi, telling us that the bandits live a very Spartan life. They don't live a life of luxury. They drink from dirty water in the forest, and they wash their hair with the piece of their cattle. They even use cattle dung as shampoo. That's what Sheikh Gumi was telling us. And if they leave banditry, then how would they earn their money? But more curiously, he said, how would they fund their war machine? If they give up banditry, how would they fund their war machine? So who are they at war against, and who is they advocating for? So, and they tell you that this guy is a negotiator, etc., etc. That's the public face of banditry in Nigeria right there. And if they are telling you that there's some Nigerians are more powerful than the state, the government know that this guy is a sponsor of terrorism, but can they touch him? No. He will stroll casually through the Muritala Mohammed International Airport. He will stroll casually in. They banned this guy, Sheikh Gumi, in Saudi Arabia. He's an Islamic sheikh, but he's so radical, he is so out there in his thoughts that even an extremist space like Saudi Arabia deemed it necessary to ban him. And this is the guy overloading Nigeria and his governance. If the bandits give up banditry, then how would they fund their war machine? He said exactly that. But he told us that these bandits, they are living a life of penury. So let's see what a life of penury looks like.
mai san ka da shi kake yin biki gun samun karuwa shi ke sa kai da sanyi a yayin dangin damuwa dalilin nan ya sa daga mun zama hanta da jini da ku
in the last 3 seconds of that, I spotted a Rolex. So there it is right there. That's the life of penury, gold wristwatches and bills of money. So that's what it looks like. Nigeria, a basket case, a den of iniquity, a banana, a disgraced country according to. How can you argue with Donald Trump with all that country is and what's going on? How can you argue with him that it's a disgraced country? It's enough to send you to drink.
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodame ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niruwa may death have nothing to do with us. So joining us, Zita, always a delight when Zita is here, and even more delightful when Baba joins her. So those are the assembled so far. In fact, anybody else that wants to join can join, but I think the audience satisfies with Zita and Baba. But if you want to join, you can. So now it's a gift. And by the way, guys, there were a couple of headlines that I didn't actually even flash up. Tinubu ordering the withdrawal of policemen from VIPs. We see if that order is actually carried out. Because the Nigerian police now, they are to all intents and purposes bagmen for Yahoo boys. And Oji Uzo Carlo telling us that over 30,000 people have been pied due to Nnamdi Kanu's agitation. So we just leave those at the headlines as we kick off the conversation. We kick it off, start it off with you, Baba. So Baba, floor is yours. Good to have you. VIPs, police withdrawn from VIPs.
Oh, Woman, how are you? I hope you had a nice weekend.
I did, thank you.
Yeah. Hey, are you there? Okay. So
Baba.
Do I go ahead or you want to go ahead?
No, go ahead.
Okay, I
want to listen.
I was just about to accuse you of being in the fridge having brandy again, but yeah, Baba, carry on.
Okay, my people in the comment area, is a full house. We have the duo of Ayo and Oga, the formidable tag team. They are back in force. AB, of course, is there. Ufoma and Adano and Adewale and the rest I can't recall their names now. I welcome all of you. So let's have a good time today. And our esteemed viewers, I welcome you formally too. I hope you've clicked the like button most importantly. And whilst at it, please share the stream and don't forget to subscribe if you haven't done so. Yes, my main object of coming today actually is because of the Southwest, because I've always said that that's my neck of the wood, and that's both my principal and secondary and all concern. Any other thing, I'm not interested. And I come with warning for the president, actually. I stand by him even unto tomorrow. And I think he's enjoying the support of the majority in the Southwest. But he should not take that support for granted. It's not absolute. Where lives are concerned and our lives are threatened, he should not be surprised to see the Southwesterners go against him in full force. I've seen the fury of the Yoruba people during the period of Wild West. That is Wetie. At least I saw that one. If I didn't see Ijayi War, I didn't see other wars in Yoruba land and things like that. I didn't see Kiriji. I didn't see Adubi War and all the rest. At least I saw Wetie, and I know what the Yorubas can do. Now, these people, these terrorists, it's not today, it is not this year, it's not last year. They've infiltrated the Southwest. They are there in numbers. I used the word sleeper agents about 2 years ago on this platform, that the Okada riders we see today all over the Southwest, they are sleeper agents. They know all the nooks and crannies of Yoruba land. It has even become a popular thing. A Yoruba man will tell you, tó bá ti ń bọ̀, tó bá dé bus stop yẹn, ṣáà ti gbé ọ̀kadà. Sọ pé báyìí ló ń lọ, á gbé ẹ débẹ̀. And the likelihood is the ọ̀kadà you will call is a northerner. Let me put it bluntly. And once you mention the place, you mount, it takes you there. It takes you there, so they know. So when the other ones come in with their guns and everything, guns are blazing, these sleeper agents are the ones that will lead them. That is one risk we stand. Two, religion. The Islamists in Yoruba, they are fast. They have infiltrated them. If you look all over the social media, they are there competing with the Pentecostal pastors, going also in convoy. Where did the money come from? Of course, they have two axes. The Shiite axis in the Middle East and the Sunni axis. They are awash with money. And the notorious part of Yoruba heartland that's involved in this is Iwo, Shaki, Ibadan, Oyo, and Iseyin. All the affairs here, they've been compromised, and some of the Obas too. They give them big money, big money. Some of them have even, they claim that they will take their religion before the nation. Yes, quote me. They're on record. It's like we are first Muslim before I'm even a Yoruba person. And if the chips are down, I will follow my Islamism. So they are telling us they are all Islamists. But I have news for them. It reminds me of the 7-day Israeli war. Yes, they can overwhelm their land, their fatherland, with the foreigners that will come in. Maximum maybe 3 days. But after 3 days, when the gods of the Yoruba land start backing them like he backed the Jews against the Arabs in the 7-day war, all of them will be cleared. Maybe we need that cleansing. Because now when you go to Yoruba land, any of the 6 states in the Southwest, you see these people who they dress like the Talibans. I was told like 3 weeks ago of even some of my cousins from my mother's side already in that Taliban thing, and I was shocked because some of these people I grew up with them together, we holiday together. That's how deep they've infiltrated us. So we may be shining our teeth smiling, and the president should not get too comfortable with that. If he sits there, because on secure, every other thing I score him high marks, but on security, I score him 0. 0 in the sense that he thinks these people are playing. They are not playing. There is nothing you can use in appeasing them. Jonathan spent billions trying to educate the Fulanis, buildings, mobile school, library. All those things are abandoned. It's only their people that can stop them, and they are not ready to stop them. They are not ready to stop them. They are all playing games. Look at the example, what is happening now. You think these school children, they are picking up and down from the whole place, this renewed kidnapping of children. What do you think it is? They want to use those children as human shield in case Trump come calling, gun are blazing. Those girls they pick up now, I think counting now maybe 300 and something. According to CAN, 315 in Niger State, 50 already escaped, and the 25 in Maga, I think 4 or 5 escaped. So we're still talking about 300 and something. They want to use them as human shield. And they may even pick more.
That's why America said they're not sophisticated. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, these people are crude. Well, look at them. Look at even from head to toe. They don't care because, like they said initially when this whole thing started, they said they are not afraid of death. Death is nothing to them because they don't even have a life anyway. I mean, I have Muslims, I have Christians. I'm a Christian, I'm a Muslim, I'm a Isheshi, because I've gone to Lesser Hajj on my mother's 13th pilgrimage. So, I mean, I don't get it. So the president had better sit up and deal with this thing. Let them do whatever they want to do with their life. But they should just leave my neck of the wood alone. If the president allow us to be attacked, then he is in trouble. He may not be welcome back in the Southwest.
Whatever happened to the forest guard that they were talking about, 8 months ago now?
Look, like I've always advocated here, look, it's a no-brainer. Anybody worth his salt with even a small education, even non-educated, ask them who are the people troubling Nigeria today. Can you name 3, 4, 5 from the north? First on the list will be people like El Rufai. The Sultan of Sokoto could come on the list for some people. and so on and so forth. So what are you doing as a president? I've said, look, for me, in history, government, president, prime ministers have been known to use the Gestapo tactics. Goebbels, the propaganda chief of Hitler, mastered it. He can call these people. If you can't put their heads on spikes for us to applaud you, at least let us know that you are doing something. That is the only way we will have the understanding that something is being done. But when these people walk free and you are promising or you are joining with them, this is not the time to judge at all. It's time for action. Give us some people, even with the minimal standard of evidence. Let's see you action it. So postpone this politicking of 2027 and deal with the urgency of now, which is the safety of people. I don't care what happened in the East, what happened in the North. Because before you talk about anything, they will abuse you. So we've had too much abuses. So let everybody keep their territory. But in my own neck of the wood, this is for the president. He should deal with this thing. We don't want them in the Southwest. That infiltration, those that are enjoying the largesse of the Middle East Shiites and the Sunni people, let them enjoy that money. But we are monitoring them. All of them, lists are being taken.
Baba, I think the Southwest is gone. I think if the Fulanis want to take the Southwest, they can take it within 6 months.
No. But it's going to be
because the Southwest is not equipped to defend itself, and these people.
Oh no! That's the mistake you're making.
No, we keep on talking about.
No, you're making a mistake.
This is beyond voodoo. This is not some voodoo something or
no. We are not talking of voodoo here. Forget it. Like I told you, 3-4 days. It's going to be an overwhelming surprise attack. You understand? But from day 4-5. We will come back. It's not about voodoo anything. I know for a fact they cannot. But then those 3-4 days, a lot of people will go down. Our own people will go down. There will be rivers of blood in the Southwest. So it will be tragic. There will be a lot of cries, howling. But after everything's settled, we got everything back. We would start an inquest. An inquest that would deal a fatal blow to Islam in the Southwest. I tell you for a fact. We are not just sitting and folding our hands. That's why I'm coming out open to tell the president, whatever he's doing, it doesn't concern the Southwesterners. But don't allow them. They should not bring their craziness into the Southwest. What they've done in Kwara.
Gani Adams told us that they'll be taking about Oyo, the whole of the Oyo axis soon.
Ibadan, Oyo, Shaki, Iwo, he's saying those are the places really they are entrenched. Look, you won't believe the kind of money these people are pouring into the Yoruba space from Middle East. That ranting Oluwo of Iwo, didn't you see him in Saudi Arabia?
Did he not even take a Fulani wife recently?
No, not recently. That's been about five years now. He's taking a Fulani wife from the royal family of in the KANU courts of Emir. So this is the situation we are in. But good a thing, we are monitoring it too. The obas that matter in Yoruba land, It's a big loss that the Awujale is not alive today. But thank God for the Alaki of Egbala and the Oshile of Okiono, the Oba of Lagos, and a host of others, Obas, not the party going ones. We know our Obas. So the whole thing, let them come, no problem. Those who will go and pay the price for the first few days. But after that, we will overcome them. We will overwhelm. A lot of blood will flow. Of Yoruba blood will flow. Maybe the fatherlands in Yoruba land.
Does
Maybe
that not
next
upset
place.
you somewhat?
I'm upset. That's why I'm talking. I'm very upset.
What I'm actually suggesting is that in our own land, we'll have to shed blood to defend it from people coming from even probably outside the borders of what claims to be our country. You know, it's just it's not like
very,
we're
very
not
sad.
in Sokoto battling their land with them now. So
Even
I
the
mean,
disgusting thing about
what's
this
all this?
one man, I saw Baba OBJ, I think about 2 months ago, talking something not too dissimilar from what Gumi is saying. Playing politics. They asked him, he said he volunteered and went into the forest, where is that, Sambisa, to meet these people. And what they were complaining of is, they are talking of hunger, lack of opportunity. And I was looking at you, Baba, you this Baba. Terrorists telling you of hunger.
Is that not the story?
Opportunity.
Is that not the story of everybody in Nigeria? Who has opportunity and who is not hungry in Nigeria? Is that not the story of everybody?
But let him also he is in the sight when it happens. Thank God for him. He's crossed 90, so no problem. Because they play politics with everything. These people in the north, these terrorists, you don't play with them. That's why I say Tinubu has this unique opportunity to act the way he wants to. Now, if he didn't seize it and he continues dilly-dallying, thinking, talking with them, join with them will solve the problem, these people don't have ears to hear word. They don't have ears. So what is getting to them? No problem. 2 weeks ago, even Zita, I think, interrogated me on that about when I suggested policemen should be withdrawn, even soldiers. I think Zita asked me 1 or 2 questions about. I'm happy he has said it, but Egbetokun is incompetent. This IG is incompetent. Will he be able to carry out that instruction? Because to recruit policemen now and train them will take nothing less than about 6 months. But then there is the urgency of now. We don't need, even tomorrow, we need these policemen. You should gather them. What I want them evidence, even gather all of them, fund them, carry them all to Abuja. Let's count them. 100,000 or 200,000 or 80,000, and then distribute them around within 1 week. Where Betogun is incompetent as an IGP because he was also in this business of working for VIP. Well, I don't count him as a policeman, but let's see. Because I saw him with the president taking that instruction. But I want them also to extend it to the soldiers guiding the generals and the senior military officers. They should leave them with their batsman and 2 guidesmen. Every other person should be withdrawn from them. It's temporary. Let them know it's just for 6 months. It could extend to 1 year until the country returns to normalcy. We're in an emergency period now. And I want him also to take a state. I wanted him to do the Kwara state of emergency in Kwara. Because that's one of the ways he can save the Southwest. Because Kogi and Kwara are the buffer zone for the heartland of Yoruba land. So if he declares state of emergency there, he will be able to do lots of things, both good and bad, that will help his government. But he missed the opportunity also. He missed that opportunity also. Immediately that church was invaded. That's within 24 hours. After all, he did it in Rivers State, didn't he? Did Nigeria fall? Was stopping him. Why is he slow?
I think it should just declare that state of emergency nationwide. Because the country is actually in a war already, so the country itself should be on a war footing. Zamfara, is Zamfara safe? Is Borno safe? What's it called? Zulum. He actually made a state broadcast to his people that the Boko Harams, they've resurfaced and they're even more potent than before. I had the clip. I'm not quite sure where I put it. It was one of the ones I was going to play today. You know, so the whole, it should just declare state of emergency in the whole country now. You know.
You see, what I think, look, it failed. You understand? The thing that what happened with the militants in the creeks, that was why they brought Jonathan in to Idiaradua. And Jonathan went to the creek to talk to them. And keep them calm. That system too was used when Buhari came in and they want to start their katakata again. It was even the vice president, Osinbajo, that went to talk to them and sort them out. I think that's what advised the president to choose Shetima. Believing, I'm just saying this, just a theory, kind of. That's what advised the president to choose Shetima, since he is one of the initiators of this Boko Haram thing. That, okay, if he's in my government, at least he can hold that people steady for me. But has Shetima delivered? No. After all, Shetima left Zulum in Borno State. So between the two of them, they can handle Boko Haram, which they helped into ascendancy.
All right, bring it on, Baba, and then we'll move it around a bit.
Yeah, I can see Prof is here, so let's ramble. Let's go. I yield in the meantime. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So that's the delightful Baba. Thank you, Baba. Stay with us, Baba. We do the 5 minutes monologue just because the room starts to populate, and then we open up the conversation to a more expansive debate, should we say. Zita kicks it off. So Zita, floor is yours. It's just take your pick. Trump issuing additional threats, although they are now talking about partnership. You know, I was actually reading a piece earlier on that the defense space in Nigeria, they were. Let me actually show you it. Actually, they are actually putting the defense space in the United States. They are putting conditionality to helping Nigeria with insurgency. So the language is changing from coming to smash Nigeria up to supporting them to fight insurgency. It says, U.S. demands immediate release of Sunday Jackson as part of conditions to begin military partnership. So we are now transmuting from that aggressive tonality to somewhat partnering, which will be a real boon for the Tinubu space if that's the way it works. But Zita, floor is yours.
Who is Sunday Jackson?
Oh, it was a character a couple of years ago. It was on his farm. A Fulani guy came to be ripping up the farm. He challenged them. They got into a fight.
That guy.
Yeah, the guy stabbed him, and then he managed to outmuscle him and fight the Fulani guy. And then they are giving him capital punishment. So that's that guy. Yes.
Okay, I remember him now. Anyway, one man, the the problem of insecurity in Nigeria, as I said before, did not start with Tinubu. And if care is not taken, it won't end with him. The insecurity in Nigeria doesn't have, there is nothing surprising about it. And insecurity, you know, the terrain is easy to be quashed. But the problem of insecurity in Nigeria is that anybody who is the president of Nigeria cannot handle it. I will keep saying this. Hate me, like me, I don't care. Why? Because it has become a business. To us that are not part of it, to us that are suffering from it, to us that are Nigerians that is being impacted, we call it insecurity. But for those who are the military, the villagers, and those boys, those ragtags, it's a business. So stopping insecurity in Nigeria, just like that Gumi said, it's like stopping a business. So you cannot use a businessman to stop his business. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Tinubu should allow United States, maybe he will do it after he has resumed office his second time, to come and take them out. That is the only answer to it. But if you think that anybody, including the United States, can come and work with Nigerian government and Nigeria's security apparatus in order to achieve anything concerning insecurity in Nigeria, that will not happen and that will not work. Because you cannot tell a businessman to shut down his business. As I said before, top military officers and top governmental officers are Boko Haram. You ask here, say, how did they do the logistics of taking those girls? I was smiling when you were asking that question, one man. It's actually funny because why is it funny to me? You do not have a picture of what happened. I can tell you that those villagers were actually hailing them. If I say it, somebody will say this woman is mad. But I am not mad.
That's why I said I'm not interested in whatever happened there.
The only problem I have now is that they felt we kept quiet and are trying to encroach into our side. That's the problem I'm having. Look, woman, if they want to wipe themselves out there, I don't really do care.
Exactly.
I'm not blinking an eye for it. Honestly, because if you see videos and stories and things that happen in that north, you wouldn't want to bring their topic on this platform.
Honestly,
sincerely speaking, you wouldn't. Hate me, like me, if I have advice to give to you, if we want to talk about insecurity, can we concentrate on what is happening from Middle Belt down to the south?
You know my beef with the Middle Belt.
Why are they not running over in Sokoto? Have you bothered to ask yourself that question? Sokoto, is it not a border town, a border state? I don't want to say things I don't want to say here. But what I have to
begin to say it, all of us should start opening up because this is really nonsense.
The only thing I have to say is that the insecurity in Nigeria cannot be handled in cooperation with Nigeria. Period. Anybody that wants to handle that insecurity, all he needs is consulting with the president of the nation, blink your eye and leave the rest for us. He doesn't even need to discuss it with anybody. After all, he is the chief security officer. If there is a nuclear weapon in Nigeria, he doesn't need anybody's authority or approval to denote it. So that is the exact way he should handle insecurity in Nigeria. He should handle it as if he wants to press a nuclear button. And until he do that, you see all this charade you people are talking, 200 girls use as body shade, blah, blah, blah. They're running here, they're running here. It is not going to work. It is a business. You can never tell a businessman to lock up his shop and stop his business. It is a charade. But the only thing is that I pity our innocent law enforcement agents, the young military men and women that have to take orders from this Boko Haram.
Zita, let me show you something. When I saw this, I was shocked. I think I sent it to Baba, but I didn't send it to you. Let me show you it.
I'm fine.
So those were petrol tankers taking petrol to the neighboring countries.
That's why Kiari was telling us we are using 65 liters every day, while they are taking it across to Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso.
We don't know if those were.
That's Mali.
Yes, we don't know. Yeah, no, those were Nigerian tankers. That's what you may well be right. Actually,
tankers.
Yes. I'm not sure if they were smugglers or Dangote trucks or whatever. I'm not sure if they're legitimate or
illegitimate. That's what they do. You can see the fleecing they put this country to.
Fire or what?
No, they caught fire. Okay. That's about 40-50 now.
They're making bad money, yet they can't take care of their people.
You know, that was being blown up by the bandits.
Blown up by the bandits.
Yeah. The drivers were plied, the conductors slaughtered. All of them.
That's how they take them every day. But the so-called bandits now they don't want settlement again. So they burn all these things.
In Nigeria, in the border towns, ferrying fuel from Nigeria to Mali and other neighboring countries to the north.
Maybe they didn't settle them.
No. They are turning
you don't know what is happening in Mali. Who is saying that?
These people.
Mali is under siege now.
See the kind of money they are making every day.
And they are they're smelling and looking like poo. They're making money. Those guys look like poo.
Tell us we use 60 million liters every day.
You see, woman, I don't know why people are...
All right, carry on, Zita, and then we're going to Larry.
I don't know why people are being political and sentimental about it. The only thing I will tell the South, from Middle Belt down to the South, I will tell them to get ready to fight back. I think those are the discussions we should be having. But as for the North, as long as they are killing themselves, I'm okay with that. That's the same thing I said when the Igbos were slaughtering themselves. As long as you're slaughtering yourself, I think I'm okay with that. Don't carry your problem and enter another person's territory. That's where I have issues. If they decide to, woman, let me say this before I hand over. You see, for those who want to move it politically, there is one thing that the Northerners has been enjoying since the inception of Nigeria, more especially when we go to democracy. Even when we were in the military regime, they've been enjoying that. That thing is the goodwill, political goodwill from every presidential candidate. Every presidential candidate want to align. When I mean the North, please, people should understand me. I'm not talking about the Middle Belt. I'm talking about Northeast and Northwest. They've been enjoying that political goodwill. Every presidential candidate in Nigeria has to go and do homage for them. Beg them, romance them, speak with them, sit down on the floor with them to get their vote. Let me sound this warning. You know, I talk rubbish a lot of times. If they do not take their time, you see 2027, they will lose that political will. You know what? Somebody might win election without them. And that will be the end. You see this madness they are doing, that we end up having 5 or 6 polling units that only 3 or 4 people will be able to come and vote. At the end of the day, the kind of vote that will come out from there will actually not make any meaning. Let them continue running around their town, smelling like poo, carrying guns that they don't even know how to handle. The only way they know how to handle it is to use it on a human being. They can go ahead. One man, when we want to do free for all, I will talk on Obi and then NNAMDI and on Donald Trump. I leave the stage now. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Zita. So that's Zita documenting her initial thoughts. So from Zita, we go to Larry. So Larry, we're just doing a quick 5-minute whip round so that everybody has a position, and then we open up the conversation. Larry, you're up next.
Okay. Good evening, woman. Good evening,
everybody.
Good. Yeah. So I think most of the thing I want to say, I think Baba actually said a whole lot of things, and everything still lies on the table of the president. I think he needs to sit tight. He needs to sit up. He should leave politics. Politics is not going to solve anything. He needs to be bold. He needs to make some decisions. Let him start with police. At least Egbetokun should go. I don't really see Egbetokun in that light, facing this problem. Egbetokun also, they said he's going to take away the VIPs, the police with the VIP. He has always said that, and he never did anything. So I really do not understand how they really want to tackle this thing. And it's just the beginning. One reality that we should just know that it's just the beginning. More spaces will be infiltrated. More spaces, more kidnapping will happen. It's just the beginning. And just like Baba said, right, they need a lot of people to use our shield. But it's just for the president. I think what he's been doing is been talking and talking with these people. He doesn't need to talk. He doesn't need to talk at this point. I think what he just needs to do is just to do things. Yeah, there's limit to what the army can actually do. We need more of the Air Force. They need to coordinate and work together, bomb the shit out of these guys. Because I do not even know, they've gone to the
They can't do it.
They've gone to the extent that they go everywhere, even on the internet. You see them on the internet, right? TikTok, you see them on TikTok, and I ask myself, what exactly is happening? Is it that I don't know the intelligence agencies in
They've even
Nigeria?
stopped covering their faces on social media.
Yeah, the intelligence agencies in Nigeria. What exactly are they doing? I do not even understand. I do not even understand. And it's not like people do not know where they are. People know where they are. Look at Castina. They said they were doing meetings and stuff, and government agencies, Castina state government agencies, local government chairmen were there with those guys. So basically, there's no way the presidency would not know the hideout of all those guys. But when you think
So the president should carry gun and go there and kill them.
Madam Zita, nobody is saying president should go there and kill them. Please let me have my time, please. Let me talk. So if the president wants to do something, he can do something. He can actually do something. All he needs to do is to coordinate with these guys and let them, know where they are. Every military, Nigeria has the capacity to take these guys out. Nigeria military has the capacity to take them out, no matter how many they have. But basically, the military itself has actually been infiltrated. Things are being leaked. Intelligence are being leaked. And a lot of things actually happen within the military itself. And even the military, they do not even, the people in the military do not even trust themselves. Because you don't trust the next person. And that's the problem. And until we want to do something. So for me, Trump coming and all those things, no, that's not the problem. That's not the solution. The solution is that we have to do something as a country. And the president should, see, it's not all about sitting in Aso Rock, doing some pictures, you have Egbetoko, I'm doing security briefing. No, that's not it. It needs people. If Egbetoko is not competent, probably the head of operation, look for one mad guy, put him in head of operation and let them do this job. Because it's not all about loyalty. Fine, you can have people that are loyal to you. You think you want to put them in position. If you think they are incompetent, let them just focus on administration. Go into there and bring somebody to head operation that will do the job. You have, and another thing, you have two ministers, minister for defense and minister for state. The two of them from the same place. Number one, change those guys. Let's okay, even if you want to keep Matawale, let the other guy go. Bring someone else. Look for someone else. Probably if you don't want someone else, probably someone else in Southeast, South.
After all, who saved him from that coup? Calabar man, the Major General.
So I don't see any point keeping all those two guys there because he's keeping them because he's not really working with them. He work more with the NSA, with Ribadu. Those ones are just kind of like figurehead, but still, they can still leak intelligence. They can still leak one or two things. Take them out. Take it more as a war. If they want war, give them war. Forget about Sultan of Sokoto, Emir of. No, it's not about give them. They want war. Give them war. If you need to close down schools. At least it's not a problem. We did it during COVID. Close everywhere. Lock everywhere down. Nigeria will lose money. Yes, let Nigeria lose money. At the end of the day, you save people. Most of the things that are happening now is because these guys just seem as a weak president. He's more of a politician than him coming as a commander in chief. And he needs to wear that hat of commander in chief now and do this thing. If it's all about election, forget about election. He will win. You just need to help us crush all these guys. They are everywhere. From Kwara, from Kwara to Oyo, from Oyo to Ogun. So what exactly? Everywhere Nigeria is conquered. So as far as me, I'm concerned, whatever they are doing, and they said, oh, fine, negotiate, bring those people out. If you can bring those people out, after that, I want to start seeing bomb those guys, bomb the shit out of them. They've done it before. They will just cry, oh, it's innocent people they are bombing. Bomb them. Take the innocent people out. If they don't want to go, finish all of them with them. That's what I just say. One man, I'm okay.
Sorry. Sorry. One man. Is Patoski there? Patoski, are you there?
He is there. You will hear the quaking sound of his mic in a moment.
I put a link to your point earlier where you say
we're in trouble. I put a link in that private chat comment section. That is Italshi, Abeokuta, of all places. That they shut down the whole city,
Oh,
the
with the
whole
cows.
town, because
With the cows, Abi.
oh my,
I saw it earlier
that
on
is
today.
woman, that is rush hour. Abeokuta shut down because of these guys, and nobody could do anything. We are
Can you
done for.
imagine?
Talufeku.
You shut the whole city down now. Traffic, nobody could move because somebody was moving. Okay.
No,
Come up and say that.
Doc, in Ijebu-Ode recently, less than a week ago, some hunters discovered a Fulani settlement in the jungle. They calling the police. They went there, they saw some huts around with Fulani women and their children, but not a single man. And they were asking them questions and they said they are there for farming. What kind of people stay in the jungle? Inside
whose
bush?
land? On
whose land? What's going on?
Well, to your point, sir, I know it was a radical take, but I have to agree with you. Unfortunately, sadly, that is just the reality at this point. We don't have a choice. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Good to see you, by the way, BT. We've not heard from you in a while, but we take it in the direction of, it's gone, and there it is. We take it in the direction of Ogbeni, who's also with us. So, Ogbeni, our Nigerian situation, your take. Where do you want to go from Kano to Fulani bandits, etc.?
Oma.
Alpha. Oga. Ojú ogun lawa.
Prof, ó tójọ́ mẹ́ta o.
Ẹ ṣé gan, bàbá. Ẹ kálẹ́ sà.
Kálẹ̀ ilé ńkọ́ àlàáfíà o.
Adúpẹ́, Madam Sita, greet everyone. Okay, let me greet everyone and all our viewers and listeners. Please try to still like and subscribe. I think Woma is not really emphasizing on that any longer. I don't know why. Because I usually watch do a playback after when I have time on those programs that have not been here. But it's like Woma is not really emphasizing on liking and subscribing again. Okay, Woma.
After a while, it sounds like begging. After a while, so but you are right. Carry on.
You see, I'm a bit caught in the middle. I have my wife is from the minority tribe in the north.
I'm a Dakpada lady. I'm a Dakpada lady. I want more give for Lekiti.
You know, they are the most frustrated. Sometimes it pains me when I see Nigerians talking about whatever they want to do in the north, they should do to themselves. It's just like somebody maybe in a place like Yoruba land telling whatever they do in Yoruba land, they should do it. Why? You see the Yorubas frustrating maybe the Jos in Ondo State or the Bokodas or the Akokos. And then the other part of the country feel, we don't really care. That's the way I see it. There are a large group of minorities in the north who are suffering this. So it's not about, when we pick north, sometimes we are so not to our level of awareness or what that demography, sometimes we try to shut down that part of our knowledge in order to just paint north as north. North is not just north. That's the point I'm trying to make here. Not just north. Plateau is not just north. The experience those guys are having is not the same experience in Sokoto. Benue is not just north. Taraba is not just north. Nasarawa is not just north. Kogi is not just north. Niger, Kaduna, they are not just north. There are big population, large population of minority there, and they are the one at the extreme end. Now is getting closer home now, and I can see everybody coming out to talk. But these guys have been facing this thing over a very long time of period. And I keep saying it. I still said it in my church today. I said, the Southern Christians failed the one in the north. We failed them. So it's costing home now, and we are complaining. But we failed them. We failed them. We're building big churches and cathedrals everywhere in the south. What did we do? Now you took somebody from afar in the US to be speaking for them and to be doing whatever they want to do. But did we in the south, when we were building churches in every 30 miles or every 30 meters in our street, did we speak for these people? No, we didn't speak for them. So we saw them, we put all of them together. When you're a Christian from the north, they see you as all those Malo. We don't even care really much about them. So it's costing them now. So it's becoming a national problem now. Let it become, one of the things I've been praying for about this EU is that let it become a national problem so that we can all feel it and start finding a solution to it. But because it was happening in a place before, we feel, and there's another thing I see about this EU. We feel one man is actually the problem of the whole country. And I laugh. I've heard somebody say, oh, Kayode Gbetogun should go. You think it's your problem? Yeah, remove him and give another person there. The problem remains the same. Thank God we're all alive when Diko Abubakar was there. Suleiman Abba took over. Solomon Arase, Ibrahim Idris, Mohammed Adamu, Usman Kali. All those guys were IGP. We thought they were our problems. I remember Showore and others protesting against the same Showore that's protesting against Kayode Gbetogun. Nice. They were protesting against Suleiman Abba and Solomon Arase. Now, where are those guys? Some of them are even no more. So, where am I going? Where I'm going is, our problem is not about one man. There's a particular part of Nigeria now who thinks Tinubu is the problem of Nigeria. Tinubu will spend his time and go. The problem remains. So we better sit up and be more strategic and think about our problem, rather than us thinking one man is the problem of the whole world. No, one man is not the problem of the whole world. We need to deal with our problem. And what am I talking about now? I had somebody saying, no, they come and bomb them and everything. What do you want to bomb? It's an ideological issue. And unfortunately, again, this thing is now multifaceted. It has blown into so many pieces because it's a long infested cancerous cell that we have refused to deal with. And because we have refused to deal with now, we need to be very surgical, we need to be very strategic in order to scrap and nip it. Without that, that thing will infest into the entire country and we'll have issue with it. Do I have any solution? What do I think? I think first and foremost, instead of going after these guys, Tinubu need to sit tight and think about how had they been financed to start with. Their financing, well, what are we doing about their financing? The CBN is there, Wale Alaka and all that, they are just going about. Let's declare state of emergency on security. And where we should start from is the terrorism financing. That's what they do in all countries. They look at their financing. In the developed country where we live here, every coins that drop into your account, there's, even if they don't put high on it immediately, but there's a way they flag when they suspect it. But do we really do that in Nigeria, particularly for the politicians, those big politicians? Because I so much believe that all these things is the major chunk of it, particularly the present one we have now, has to do a lot with the politicians. Election is getting, this is another Jonathan card I'm seeing. I was in Abuja throughout Jonathan days too. Close to 2015 election, we saw all this. United Nations House blown up, IGP House blown up, that way to airport blown up, Yaya Bridge blown up, St. Teresa in the space of how many months? Chibok get followed, and at the end of the day, say, oh, Jonathan is the sinner, should take the sin of the whole world. But your problem remains. Jonathan is enjoying in Yenagoa, wherever he is down in Utoke. But our problem is Utoke. But our problem is still there. So one man is not our problem. The IGP is not our problem. Our problem is more than that. And where do I see our problem, woman? For me, there are so many faces to it. Let's start with the jihadists. There are some jihadists. I was talking with some of my Muslim friends today. I said, look, you can't deny it. This thing is not undeniable. There are some extremists, some jihadists in Nigeria that just feel that and when you want to understand the kind of life they live and the kind of thing they want for Nigeria, just go and look at Iran, look at Yemen, look at Afghanistan, look at Syria. At the heart of the war, look at the kind of life they were living. They wanted to take girls as slaves, sex slaves. They wanted to have sex slaves because that's what gives them joy. They want a place where there will be insecurity so much that people will fear for their life and people cannot really do anything without seeing them like Lord. They want to impose tax on people and they want to undermine government. And they think they want to establish the Islamic empire, whatever. These jihadists were not only from Nigeria. That's another issue we should learn from them. They are from other places come. Mali is in trouble, Niger is in trouble, Chad is in trouble, Central African Republic is in trouble, Congo is in trouble, Sudan is in trouble. And you think Nigeria will not be in trouble?
Burkina Faso is in trouble.
You see all those Traore. Have you noticed that all those military guys that took over in all those Sahel, they were all Muslims? Have you noticed it? And not just Muslims, because I don't have any problem against Muslims. Go and look at their sect. Go and look at their sect. You will understand the reason why we are. So if we keep thinking our problem is domestic, good luck to us. Good luck to us. As far as I'm concerned, our problem is not domestic. Our problem is we are fighting war as a nation. Before, we used to think it's the northern part. I remember we used to think it will only confine itself to Yobe. When they first started Babakura, it was Yobe, Mediguri. Later, it traveled down a bit into Gombe. And then when they decimate them a little while under Njerica, and Jonathan Stark in Njerica, some of them moved to northwest. And then they rechristened their name from Boko Haram to another thing that they call it bandit. It's the same set of guys there. I don't believe there's any new anything. No. The weapons they were able to take from this side, they took it to the other side, and they start troubling them there. And then they moved to the Benue, using Mietiala and others. All those Mietiala are still there to date. Those ones that were hunting autumn. Have you asked yourself, where have they gone to? They are still there. They only rechristen and crystallize to think something else. Instead of going after political this thing that would be so invisible, they were doing something else, and we call them names. That is one, those jihadists. Another one is the one that is politically motivated. I don't trust people like El-Rufai. Even Atiku, I don't trust all those guys. And why do I say I don't trust them? I was telling somebody recently, anything insecurity happened, in less than 5 minutes, Atiku tweets. And I said, was he waiting to get that news? Or why exactly? What's the problem here? Is it coincidence? Or were they giving him? I can't get. And even those ones that they will later reverse and say, it did not happen, he will not tweet. But the genuine one will tweet. Is it that he have informant in all these spaces, or what is happening? I can't understand it. So I believe a lot of them are actually involved in all these issues, are politicians. And so Jonathan's card is coming to play again. I agree with Madam Sita that if they are not careful with all these issues, the way they are pushing it, they will eventually realize how irrelevant they could be. How irrelevant they could be. I only hope that Nigeria can see beyond Tinubu, and you don't see Tinubu. Tinubu is such an unpopular president. That's another problem we have here. He is unpopular in terms of when you look at his election, what took him to the office. You realize that his two enemies now, because the way we play politics in Nigeria, we are not even political opposition, they are enemies. That's the way they see themselves now in Nigeria. So those two enemies had more votes if you put it together. So they have more supporters if you put it together. That's voting population now than him. So Tinubu is not that popular president that you can really say, okay, unlike somebody like Buhari. Buhari had it. So another thing I see is media focus. Media focus, you see, these are media. They have this way of playing their things. And sometimes they are politically motivated too. They focus on things they want to focus on. Okay, well, just watch it. Till next year now, down to election. They will focus more on security because they know it will have impact on election. Just watch it. Even if one dog bites somebody in Ado Ekiti, they will still tell you it's this Boko Haram that is doing it. Just watch out. I'm not saying the insecurity has not increased. Yes, yeah. Now, look at another set so that I can exhaust my 5 minutes very well. There's a foreign dimension to this thing, and I keep telling people, say there's a foreign dimension. You see that our natural resources, apart from the religious one, ISIS, Hamas, all those guys, ISWAP and others, they are afflicted to all these guys. They are associating with all these guys. And we know it, and research report has shown it that they are being sponsored by all these guys. ISIS and all those guys are sponsoring them. So we should know they carry the same objective and they operate the same way. And that is what we're having in Nigeria. And I don't think it's something that our police can settle. But I'll touch on that later. Now, another issue I see is this foreign dimension to it. There is foreign dimension to it. I told somebody, I said, we're just analyzing, because he did his PhD in terrorism financing and anti-terrorism in the Sahel and the Central Africa from my uni. So I called him and we were brainstorming on this issue. And I asked him, so all these foreigners that are in our space, he now told me, he said, have you noticed that Chinese are so many in the northern part of Nigeria, particularly where we have all these solid minerals? I said, yes. Because I remember back then, if you are flying to either Gombe or Sokoto, if you enter Arik, it will be full of Chinese, and you'll be wondering where are they going? Blacks will be minority among them. It's Chinese everywhere. I'm like, where are these people going? It's just the solid mirrors we have in that north. And the guy asked me, he said, have you noticed that in all this insecurity, you never see that they killed any Chinese person? In the heart of, and they were in the bush, in the desert, digging things out. But none of this, you will never see that they have kidnapped any Chinese person. He said, can't you see there is something about it that needs some more research and explanation why they are not affected and why they don't feel they don't share the fear, they don't feel endangered. They enter those spaces and they still walk there and they are still getting natural resources. He said it's either one or two things. If you go and look at Iran and Yemen litmus test, he said it's one or two things. It's either they are the agents doing the supplies or they are paying their dues for those guys. So in one way or the other, they must have some connections with it. And because they have diplomatic immunity, the government will not actually hold them responsible for anything happening in that space. That's another food for thought I want you to think about, Woma. Now, another thing is, there's nothing motivating our military. And that I love Ali Ndume on that aspect. He has been crying over years about our military. My disappointment about Tinubu is when he was coming to the office, he told us he's going to recruit them en masse. I've not seen the recruitment. I'm still waiting for it. You said you will recruit this guy. You even told us that the food they're going to consume is not a problem. Now, after all, that's why they turn everybody to corn now. Agbado, all with all this political thing. That was what he said. If it's corn, if it's cassava, whatever they want to eat, that they can themselves in military farm, and then they can be out there. But I've not seen them. So let's leave that. Now, the imbalance in our military formation is another problem, woman. You see, the person I said I had talk with today told me about, he said, the imbalance we have in our military formation. Many of our Southern brothers, they are not in what they call, what do you call them? Those ones that they are like what in the local palace we call recruits. The recruits, they are more of Northerners. Our own, they are more of the commission officers that would go to school and then they are not in war. They are doctors, they are lawyers, they are this. That is where most Southerners go to. So you have the recruit, the ones who are on grant, more from the north. And because of the less educational thing.
Yeah, they're not combat.
Yes, they are combat. And he said many of them are ideologically derailed and we have them in our ministry. So our military is compromised because the intellectual part of our military are the Southerners. But the combatant or the ones that are on the field that are fighting are ideologically compromised.
The foot soldiers.
The foot soldiers. So how do you win that war? It's going to be very difficult to win that war, man, where you have somebody who is sympathizing. And that's why I said, when Trump said, I want to come and blow, you can't blow. How many do you want to know? You want to know them. They're everywhere. They're in your kitchen nook and crannies. They are the driver driving you. They are the Okada man driving you. They are the one even giving signal to them and say they are coming or move. And somebody told me about vaccination program in Afghanistan. He said they were vaccinating in Afghanistan. Did you know that those Al-Qaeda and ISIS guys were part of the team that America recruited to put vaccine, and they never knew until when America withdrew from that place. That's when those guys, because the Al-Qaeda guy was able to take over. That was when those guys now showed their face for the first time. I said, what? See, the people will be dealing with all this while. So they were actually ideologically compromised, and they were the one carrying a vaccination box here and there for them. And they all thought that they were good and educated guys. That's the kind of problem I think we have in the North. And I think we have to be talking about it rather than dismissing it and think, oh, is there a problem in the North? I don't think it's their problem in the North. Now, if you're now asking me finally, what do I think is the solution? I've thought about it. I'm not a security expert, but from what that guy told me, that guy that I said did this thing in security financing, he told me, said he believed in counterforce and decentralization of our forces. He mentioned some countries like maybe Ireland, sometimes in Ukraine or something like that. He said it is to set up a counter force. And we now question why our state policing is not, why are they not accelerating the state policing thing if they had actually started it? Because one of the things we think is this: it will be able to have a what they call counter force within, meaning you have a police that is not regulated under your IGP, it's regulated at the state level, and they are armed. So each state decide how many population of police will be okay for their state to be secured. So if you pick Ekiti, for instance, you are monitoring the security in Ekiti, both the forest and inland, and then you are
2 more minutes already. 2 more minutes.
Okay, so and you are at your border, and you are not taking direct control from your IGP. So if the neighboring state is compromised, or if the IGP is compromised, or the commissioner for the federal is compromised, your home state level will not be compromised. So if there is such a counter force, and he also said something about civil defense, he said as they are doing police state, they should also do civil defense local, not state now, local government civil defense. And he cited a good example for me, I think Poland. He said they were not really police, but they were like our civil defense, but they were at the local government level. That's so when you have different counter forces like that, there's no way you will be able to compromise all, because some they are ethnically driven, some are geographically driven, and some are national body. I don't know, I'm not an expert, but I don't know what Tinubu is thinking in that line. I think one of the area Tinubu should think about, and also should give ultimatum for whoever is leading. If you have your IGP, give your IGP ultimatum. If you have military, give your ultimatum. And if they don't have anything, fire them and get another person there, so that we can know that you are working. Well, I have a lot to talk about, but let me just stop here. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Like I said, we'll still open it up for a wider conversation. Patoski is up next, and Patoski takes charge as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I've got an early start in the morning, so let me see how much sleep I can get in. Thank you to Ayo for the super chat. Still the Nnamdi Kanu situation, Peter Obi comes to speak on that. The Americans continue to breathe heavy down Tinubu's neck, so still a lot of topics. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Who has not spoken? Okay, I have not. Good evening, Ogbeni. Thank you very much. And AI Baba, thank you. I actually feel a bit.
Speak a little louder, Patu.
Okay, can you hear me?
You can hear you, but a little bit louder.
Yeah, I actually feel a bit on the same side with Baba, but at times it feels like giving up on Nigeria, but I don't know. But the ball is in Tinubu's court now. The only thing we can do for him is to support him because we believed in his capacity. But if he's not measuring up, we have to just speak up. But my concern is, if it's not Tinubu, then who? That's the challenge that we have as a country now, because if Tinubu is not there, I'm wondering who, you know. So Tinubu has to me, it's like a child that is born in season. He has to stand up to his destiny, you know. This could be God bringing him up in a time like this, you know. This is a tough time to be president of Nigeria. It looks like the country is breaking up. That's the way I see it. It looks like the country is breaking up. It's not something good. But if they want it that way, let it be. Because I'm just looking at every effort that government is trying to make things right. Everybody's just on his own side. Nnamdi Kanu was sentenced. They are saying, oh, it is unfair, it is this, it is that. I was watching a video of a very big church in Imo State, where the man said, oh, God gave him a revelation that was before the judgment, that Nnamdi Kanu just walked out of the prison. You need to see the shout in the church. We're talking about a congregation of over maybe 30,000 people. Everybody was dancing, which means they want him. So if his people want him and they still want him, despite the fact that they are buying their own people, they should give them to him. And if they continue to buy themselves, then they should not blame anybody. You understand what I'm saying? Because I was just wondering, are these people all right? You know, with all the buying and everything that is happening in their place, and then somebody say, oh, well, they are releasing him to you free, and everybody is so happy, dancing and jumping up, hey. And all the family of their people that they have bought, they have forgotten them. You know, it's very sad. So if that's the issue, that's what they want, give him to his people. Give him to his people. If the people in the other side of the north, if it's their bandit that they want, let them take their bandit. As long as their bandit is not crossing to our own neck of the stick, or Baba, how did you call it? As long as they are not crossing to
Neck
our
of
own
the
neck.
wood.
Now, because if, for example,
That's my stand actually.
yeah, if they're telling you
Take your madness, go far, restrict it to your area. Don't bring it to me.
Exactly. If we say, oh, this is your KANU, blah, 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 blah. He has done this to you people. He has not done anything to Southwestern. Yeah, shops still open every Monday in Lagos, in Ibadan, in Benin, in Abeokuta, in Ilorin. Those are places that are very primary to me. Every other place is good to me too. But I mean, wọ́n ní pé kò sẹ́ni tó máa fún lọ́kọ́ tí ò ní roko sọ́dọ̀ tiẹ̀. So if I want to cut the thing too, those are my own side. And we still go to work on Monday. We still have this, except this small issue now, and that's why it's gaining traction, because we are very very intolerant to this kind of nonsense, and that's why it looks like there's so much noise now, because the other people, it looks like they enjoy it, and we are not. We are intolerant to it, and we are saying no. If it comes to that, let everybody just carry their own load, you know. But so if what they want is Nnamdi Kanu, give them. If these people want Gumi and his bandits, give it to them. And once we give you your own, don't come here and sell your own ideology to us. Don't interfere. And the Southwestern, the Southern leaders have to come together and be very, very strong. Very, very strong in their positions. If we want our own internal security system, if the other states don't want, let it be their problem. I want to secure myself, you say no. I have to secure you when the federal government is not able to secure me. So don't I have rights to self-security? If, for example, you have failed me, if I have a house and the police is not securing me enough, will you blame me if I put security cameras, if I put me guard, if I put drones around my house monitoring? Even if I can't carry weapon, at least I can put drone gather information, gather intelligence around my house. So if the Southwest wants to find their own way of securing their people, you cannot deny them. You cannot. We say they are buying our people, and we want to do everything to make sure it doesn't happen. You say no, no. So what are you saying? Are you telling us they have to buy your people? So we need to start thinking. And one of the things that is really bothering me, and I don't know how true this is that the kidnapping in Niger, that the governor of Niger State already told the schools to close because of the experience he had because of the news he heard from Kebbi State. He told the school to close down, and I learned that the other schools have closed down. This Catholic school was closed down. Then after some time, they just opened. So they need to be questioned. Why would they do that? If the governor has said the schools should close, in short, as far as I'm concerned now, after that Boko Haram and all those experiences, I don't even think any school in the north should have a boarding house. After that Chibok girls experience with the insecurity, I don't think any school in the north should even have a boarding house, because having a boarding house makes them vulnerable. That means students will be there at night. So if what they do is day school and everybody goes in the morning and afternoon, in the open time, in the daytime, when there is light, at least you have cut security risk by almost 40%.
No, Pato, you see the funny thing there. I think there was an extra budgetary allocation from the National Assembly right from the time of Buhari to special states in Northeast and Northwest to secure these schools.
So
where is the money?
What is happening?
Exactly.
So
what did they do with the money?
Exactly. So we begin to, these are questions that they need to ask the states. They need to be asking the states. And they need to be asking the respective ministries and agencies.
And besides that, even you, all of us here went to school. Did we have security? Why should even school be secured? What kind of society is even that?
They say Igbara Lambura. That's the challenge that we have in this time. Unfortunately, that's where we have come. That's where we have come to. And this is just if you look at the socio-cultural structure of the North, this is just child's play. This is just
Why do you think I'm taking an extreme position?
Yeah,
I know worst is coming.
Patoski, let me tell you something. I know you know the North, and Baba also understand the North. See, there are so many wide spaces in the North that are highly ungovernable, unpoliced space. Let me say Nigeria, not even not alone. You know the way in Southwest, for instance, Ekiti, for instance, that you move from town to town, and you can actually yes, that you can actually identify who owns this land, This is this family land. It's not like that in the North. So they have a very large. I remember when I was practicing around Northeast, you will travel from Gombe to enter Yola. My God. You narrow road in those hilly places.
You won't see anything. And you ask the driver, where are the villages?
Yeah.
It's inside. All I hear is inside. They are inside.
And you can't even locate. You can't tell somebody this is where I am. There's no benchmark, no landmark, nothing to not. When you can point to, if it's in Southwest, you can point to something and say, we just let you fish in Ekiti. We are now on our way to Otun. We just let Otun. We are now going to Oye. That one you don't see anything for hours, 5-6 hours. You're just going. So on police space, and that is why I agree with somebody, with the person saying this is just very little, tip of an iceberg when it comes to what's capable of being done in those spaces. And that's why we need to. That's why, you see, my major issue with this issue is somebody saying it as if this is Tinubu's problem or this is.
No. I'm not seeing as Tinubu's problem, but you see, there is what we call optics. Prof, you see,
to deal with this issue.
You see, what he should give us some meat. Let us hold that one. But we are not getting anything from him. So the body language is, we are even Tabari Lamani body language.
I agree.
Okay, spiritual language from his side. Let me put it that way. in Ategu. I'm not hearing anything. Like you talk about finance, terrorism finance. He cannot convince, nobody can convince me that he doesn't have the intelligence, because he gave it to Buhari. They gave it to Buhari, and Tinubu has an inclination. He can't tell me otherwise. So do something. Give us some example. Use some people as example. So let's be chewing that one in our mouths while he arranges himself. Well, he's not giving us anything, and things are getting worse.
Baba,
okay.
Sorry. Do you know that terrorist financing might be out of the formal or formal financing cycle? I'll give you a reason. Now, because
with the Bitcoin, I know it's difficult. But then Prof, Pato, let me give you an example where this thing started, and we are not interrogating it. Look at the Binance guy. locked up. Somebody or group of people took one of them to go and do Jumat prayer outside, and the guy escaped. Until today, we've not heard anything about that. You see, that's how it started, and we are not observing until it got to this point. Because from little KTB, Shanoki, Esogun, from little incidents like that, you will know definitely that there is no security in this country. Particularly anything the Northern brothers are in charge. You took two people who caused this country billions of dollars of losses, and you took one of them to out of the cell to go and pray in Jumat.
Baba, you know that spaces like those Binance and others, they could also be complicit in all this. And that guy escaping may not be untraceable to this insecurity issue in Nigeria.
Yes, exactly. Do something.
It may not be untraceable. But one thing I see is if they have to nip their finance, you see the way they could use bitcoins in other countries to do all those things. It is still very conventional and traditional in Nigeria. You see those guys carrying cash everywhere around. If you see, because I follow this Nigerian military on Twitter, and they roll out their gains they be making, on a daily basis. You'll be seeing them. When they call those guys, when they kill someone, buy some of them and others, they meet them with cash. They always see cash with them. They have machine where they put their cash inside their safe and things like that. So they still go traditional and conventional, because of the kind of terrain and space where they are, where they are operating. So I just think Tinubu needs to think deep. We need to support him now. It's not the time for division. But I see many Nigerians, because of many our motives and different motives. Yes, God. There was one I met in church today. I just look at him and I said, "Why are you not deep? Are you a PhD holder? Why are you not deep in thinking? You think you've turned Nigeria to Telemundo? You think it's Telemundo we are playing on Mario? Do me, I do you." So they did the same thing to Jonathan. I said, "Yeah, do you think at all? Why do you have PhD? You can't even be analytical. Do me, I do you. That's what we are doing." So, those are the ones I have issues with. Don't see this is a national issue that we should all be debating. We should all be debating it, particularly the think tank that can think. Because you have a president today who will be there, he will go. Politicians are not affected. Nothing is affecting them. Look at that woman in that old woman in Kwara. I think the woman even had maybe arthritis or something.
She's very old.
Yeah, she couldn't walk. She was struggling.
I was even expecting her to just sit somewhere and not run. Because she was just
say even somebody in a wheelchair. If they show him snake, he could jump waka.
Sorry to cut you short, Baba. This thing you said 3 years ago in Chicago. Are you listening? 3 years ago in Chicago. In Chicago, they have their drug gang that are all over the streets. It's really like Afghanistan. So this gang group killed somebody. Okay? So the other group buy each other. I think the people that was last spied were not satisfied with the buying. So do you know what they did? On the day of the burial, then when you started laughing, I've not finished. I have never seen a thing like that before in my life. Burial was filled to the brim. These boys came. A woman in wheelchair walked that day.
I tell you.
If you see the way
it was healed. Didn't happen.
Life sweet, oh. Baba, if you see the way this woman jumped from the wheelchair, the other one that was using walking stick could barely walk.
He ran too.
She threw the walking stick and ran.
That's you don't know what fear can do
when
to a
that thing
man.
happened, some of my friends that are from Africa, they were saying, don't mind them. That most of them are not really sick. They go to collect all those things to claim this. I said, you don't understand. Go and
You don't
read Ben
understand
Kazi's
human
book.
nature.
I said, go and read Ben
If
Kazi's
you
book.
see fear, the height you
The
will
big
jump, you will not
picture
even know.
and what's the other one?
Gifted Arms.
Gifted Arms. I said, go and read that book. You will know what something can make you survive in a moment.
It's human nature.
I said there. The other guy run like this, a car, because everybody, even the cars on the highway, they were running scatter. These boys ran bullet everywhere. They were just spraying it. You know how we used to spray chetos in those days in Nigeria? That was how these boys were doing. Do you know what they ended up doing? They carried the casket. They never killed the boy, finish.
It's a jungle out there.
And saying the woman should have sat somewhere. For waiting now.
You know,
don't be
such
for
things
your life.
after that woman ran.
No, she was struggling to run. The old woman in that church. You could, and that
No, I'm
was
talking about the one on wheelchair in Chicago.
I said she ran.
I say it's only she will not know. It's when she stopped.
I'm telling
in
you,
safety,
she didn't
she will not
know.
realize that I can run.
Miracle.
That's what that kind of thing does to one.
Don't they tire Jesus?
A miracle.
Instant miracle. That's sorry, apologies. I need to take my leave. I have early lecture tomorrow.
Patoski, maybe you have to shut down too.
Maybe you have to shut down.
It's almost 11
because
here
Patoski, I don't think Patoski stayed there.
I'm there.
Patoski, your this thing is not very good.
I will change my airport tomorrow. Maybe.
Patoski, Madam Zita, have a very good weekend.
Okay, and you too. He said you will change what?
Maybe it's my AirPod. Anytime I use AirPod, it's okay, but when I don't use the AirPod, I don't know why it's like that.
AirPod.
I use AirPod, and when I use the AirPod, it's okay. But anytime I think because I did an update on my phone recently, maybe that's why. Maybe we just be pray. Let's just be praying for the country. Now
there is nothing to pray about. All these things you people are talking is jargon. You cannot stop what is you are insinuating. I don't know how that works. Tinubu cannot do anything.
Doing now, what all this Islamic jihad?
Patoski, Tinubu cannot do anything because he cannot go to that place to kill those people. He still need to send somebody to go and do it. He still need to send somebody to.
They are making NNAMDI look like a prophet.
They are making who?
NNAMDI Kanu. They are making him to look like a prophet now.
How?
All the things people say, can you imagine all these things? NNAMDI Kanu have said this before. NNAMDI Kanu have said that.
What did he say? What did he say before?
Initially he was always out on this Fulani agenda stuff, and nobody can actually take that away from him. He was really very strong against it. That look at what they are doing and stuff like that.
And so he decided to kill his people.
That's where he got it wrong. That's why you
see, Patoski, I don't want to. You see, Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu is actually an irritating case for me. It's an irritating case for. What's going on?
I can hear you.
So,
case as in.
You see, you can't be going to the length of taking people's life without a genuine, active reason. The guy didn't have an active reason. You know what I mean by active? You said you are doing a secession. What steps have you taken on the secession? Did you go to United Nations? Which your countrymen and women are you consulting? Are you forming a meeting? Have you getting some of your legislatures to take it to the House of Assembly, your local House of Assembly? Have they been able to move it? Have you ever used it as even a campaign in Southeast? Like, if you don't pass it as a bill in your local council, in your local House of Assembly, don't vote for him. These are actions you should be taking if you really think, you really mean that you want to secede. So he was just racketeering. And his pompo. I don't know whether I would call that guy a demon. Honestly. Because anytime I try to Patosti, do you know that those boys, Allah, if you want to speak, speak. Oh, I'm not stopping you.
Say those boys.
I'm just enjoying your story. Don't worry.
You see those boys, Patoski. Do you know that they did juju? I told you people on this platform. There was a Reverend Father who did his seminarial in our house. He's from Mbise. He's now in one of these, the Belgium or one of these countries. He went to Nigeria one day to visit his mom. This man sat in the window of his father's compound, this Reverend Father, and sent me a video of what is happening at Eke one market square in Mbise. What I saw horrified me. He told me his iPod. These boys were stark naked. When I mean naked, like naked. About 30-something of them, naked, and was brandishing their guns, doing like a rushwa, broad daylight, hot afternoon. The Reverend Father said he has never seen this kind of a thing in his whole life. That's why when you pump on them, they enter. So if somebody can go to that extent in his mission without an action for the real mission he's professing, so what will you call that kind of a thing? Honestly, that NNAMDI is a demon. Look at what he was doing in the court. What was that? That he's above Nigeria? I thought you people said Tinubu will forgive him. Let's see now. Yeah, they play. Now they whine me. If Tinubu tried that, he no give him 3 months. No go 3 months. No go 3 months. You pardon NNAMDI. After killing Onyeka and Doni, it's not work now. Not go work. If you see the people, these people killed in Igbo land. I was telling this guy, hello, are you people stay there?
We are here.
I didn't hear you.
There is one story my brother told me. Anytime I remember it, goose people will run over my body. My brother said, let me send you the video. Sister, let me send. I said, please, don't send me that video. That thing happened in 2023. In 2023 or late 2022, when that madness was at its peak, what happened? These people came to a village near our own and buyed one man, brought them up, because they do it like you know how the art home video. They will bring the person in the public and buy the person, butcher the person, pump bullet, buy. They celebrate and video themselves. So how did I know this boy? This boy, my brother was telling me about. When my brother was building his house in the village, the boy in that town beside our own, he was the only person that sells cement. Trailer brings cement to him. So what he does, he goes about to look for work now, people building house, whether he will supply them cement. So when my brother started the foundation of his house, he came to my brother and told my brother to give him the contract of supplying the cement. My brother said, okay, that he needs a trailer load. He said, no problem. That was how I started seeing that boy in our house. The only child of his parents. That boy, married with 3 kids. The only child of his parents. What wrong did he do that he videoed them? You know, when they're doing that, their drama, some idiots will come out to watch them kill by another person. So this boy videoed this thing and sat down in his store and was showing it to people. You know, it got to a point in that my area, in my senatorial zone, you wouldn't even know who is iPod and who is not. So my brother said, all those young boys in the village, at a point, you don't even talk to any of them. Hello, are you people still there? Hello?
We are hearing you.
So that was the offense the boy committed, that he did his own personal video with his own phone. So he was showing it to somebody. This person went and told the iPod boys that somebody has a video of that and they did. Do you know what they did? They came to this boy's shop, brought her. I know the spot my brother was talking about, on the Cross Junction. This one was going to, this one is going to Ebuoma. The other one is going to Semoto, and the other one is going to Ihiala. They brought the boy there, used sledgehammer in front of his papa, in front of his wife, in front of his mama, in front of his 3 children. Use sledgehammer, hammer this boy's brain on the 3rd road, pieces his body. The father had a heart attack that day and died. And some people
want NNAMDI Kanu to be free. No.
Wait now. Some people, one boy, according to my brother, now made a video. It was after he finished making that video that after they finished buying that boy, they now announced why they came. Because the boy was begging them. The boy was asking them, what did he do? That he has never disturbed them. And anytime they come for him to pay them his dues, he usually paid them. So they should at least tell him what he did. For where? After piecing his body, they took his body away. They put it in a truck and drove off. Blood. My brother said, if you see this thing, it is horrifying. Somebody now made the video and put in the village WhatsApp group for everybody to watch. They started looking for that one. That one has a brother in Canada. That's how they put him in plane and send him to Canada. Otherwise, they would have kept that one. And this is the same man. Some Igbo people. What is even wrong with Igbos? They came and said that he did not have a fair judgment. But Muhammad Yusuf was the leader of Boko Haram. Did they give him opportunity to have a lawyer? Huh?
Not even that. I think the Southeasterners, sorry, let me just skip in this. I think the Southeasterners that are supporting him, they forgot some stuff. If you had the opportunity to watch the Rwanda this thing, I've had the opportunity to watch Hotel Rwanda sometimes in April, and I've also seen the documentary on the trial of the people that committed genocide in Rwanda. The International Criminal Court had a trial for them. So I saw the documentaries. It was through this kind of radio. In short, if you see the way Nnamdi Kanu, it was as if Nnamdi Kanu he has seen that movie and he was just playing that script. If you see Hotel
But why
Rwanda,
was he doing that? I don't.
he wanted to achieve that aim of
Which aim?
The aim of he was thinking he could mobilize his boys to go into the others out of southeast, because I've seen some of his videos where he said in Benin, in Kiniko, just if you see the police, he was mobilizing them to go to Benin, and then progressively felt he could mobilize them to go outside. But because they could not go outside, then those boys have to be doing that thing in southeast. Because I nobody said and say I saw the video where he was telling guys to go to Benin, and when they see policemen, they should collect their guns. That guy should be killed.
I don't know why they gave him.
When you see a policeman collect his gun and shoot him. And
that man, let me tell you, I think if I say this now, some people will think I am mad. That guy has some kind of connection with Jonathan.
Because I think it was since Jonathan lost that election.
Forget about Jonathan losing the election, because when he started that thing early, when he started that his Radio Biafra, because we are always told that anything that happened to us in Africa is the West. The moment our leaders, our government tell us West is coming, we forget everything, we keep quiet. Even this insecurity now, they've chased France, they've chased everybody away. That's still thinking, they're still telling you that it's them, it's them. Do nothing humans. So when this guy started that mentality of the West, that was the first thing that, as much as I try as much as possible not to go through that line. But that was what come to my mind. I said, which Western countries backrolling this idiot to be saying this? Because I have never listened to his Radio Biafra, but my cousins used to tell me, I'll be like, come on now, somebody is saying this. They say, Auntie, no be small thing, no. Don't you listen? I said, how would I sit down to be listening to? It's all these clips here and there people will send, and then they will say, look at what he said. Or sometimes I will see or hear from a news outlet what he said. I thought it was a Western country that is bankroling him until when they caught him. 1 year, 2 years, I was like, come on now. So this thing,
they didn't speak for him.
Two people are laughing. That was when I knew that this shit is not from anywhere, it's in-house.
Because if it was from outside, they would have spoken for him. It was
even United Nations, even nobody. Even when Njoku was jumping up and down, commanding his own, no foreign country was not. In fact, he even took Finland, Nigerian government, to push Finland for them to start going back to start checking his activities. I was like, then who is the one sponsoring this? I started rewinding. I think that guy has something with Jonathan. I hope it's not Jonathan that set that fire in Ibolando. I hope not. Because the way you people see Jonathan is not the way I see him. It's not the way I see him. Because when Jonathan lost that election, that guy went bankers. That Jonathan's election loss make Nnamdi Kanu to go hellwire. At a point, I was saying, even if he paid you to make sure he wins. Okay, you've done your job now. He lost. Is he asking you back his money? So why don't you end it? Hey. I think Jonathan has something to do with that. But people will say, Zita, leave Jonathan alone. I don't talk my own. No.
I'm not leaving you alone. You have to say what you know. What you do know. Let's talk about that.
Because why would he go that mad? Jonathan is not his brother. Jonathan is not an Igbo man. Jonathan was not a friend of the Igbos. Jonathan was not an Igbo visitor.
Igbo was more than 60% of his cabinet now, so he was not there.
No. You don't understand what I'm saying. This is an aftermath. Jonathan was not a regular in Igbo land. Like, Jonathan was not relating with the Igbos. It was not a face to reckon in Igbo land. Even after he became president, it was not a face to reckon in Igbo land. It wasn't somebody you will call a friend of the Igbos. So why wouldn't NNAMDI Kanu go so bankers that he lost an election? That's the question everybody refused to answer. And since that guy has been in prison, what did Jonathan say?
Madam Zita, do you know what is even very making me more ridiculous? To think that I went to secondary school in Southeast, I just feel very terrible. How can people be thinking that it was not IPOB that was causing the killing in the Southeast, that it was the government that is doing it and they are putting it on IPOB? That's some narratives that is going around now. Though that it was government that was killing people in Southeast and lying against IPOB.
No, that region is known for propaganda, and
it's very sad. I don't want to say the region. Maybe some people.
No, you will see the thing is almost general. Okay, look at Adichie, for example. Now, someone at that level, you understand, because this is an international figure. You see a bias sometimes that you will never expect of person of that status. So this thing is like the
question I ask, nobody is answering me. Why would NNAMDI Kanu go haywire that Jonathan lost an election?
Maybe he got a commitment from Jonathan. Maybe Jonathan don't promise an oil block. Say, if you help me mobilize the youth in Southeast.
But he didn't mobilize the youth in Southeast.
No, he don't do underground work.
No, he didn't.
But
he was
just got the result.
He was just speaking trash about Buhari and all manner of bullshit he usually say. He did not
that's
mobilize
the way of
anything.
marketing Jonathan now indirectly. To pull down Buhari.
So myself, I know they happy that Jonathan lost. So
no, I was very happy.
I was just no. If Jonathan has won that election,
me, I was very happy that Jonathan.
It's just like saying Kamala Harris win election in the United States.
If Jonathan had won that election,
now God save Nigeria.
Insecurity would have overtaken Nigeria completely by now.
There would have been a coup, probably, Seth.
They would not enter.
Okay. Well, when Jonathan didn't win, now what difference does it make?
A lot of difference.
A lot of things.
Jonathan, by now they would have been in Atlantic Ocean. You are talking of they are coming to Southwest. By now they would have got into Atlantic Ocean.
Let me tell you one thing. Anything that will have made Jonathan withstand that will have reduced the insecurity. I think they tried.
Jonathan couldn't withstood it. Jonathan will withstand there.
They tried Jonathan And since that time, they are embodying. They seems to think the leaders from the southern part are weak. So because that's the thing I can see. They are so emboldened now, and they do
Jonathan
whatever
was
they
not
like.
fighting security.
No, see, no, that's not the reason. Let me tell you something. You see, there are too many angles to this insecurity in Nigeria. And one of the angles I look at it is Jonathan's incapability. You know, Obasanjo was a southern leader. He wasn't weak. Insecurity, I used to tell people, insecurity has always been a challenge in Nigeria. For decades, it depends on who is the president. Obasanjo was doing them what I call potompo. Obasanjo could. That was why he didn't win the Peace Award. He wasn't taking it from any of them. When he left, that Muhammad Yusuf, he blamed them that they didn't. Yar'Adua and Jonathan did not handle it well. Insecurity has been a problem in Nigeria for decades.
Now, this is the problem I have with OBJ now. You understand? You could go to OD, you could go to, is it Sakibia or what's the name of that place? You could do all those stuff. You understand? Then, nobody is running after Obasanjo as a war criminal. So, or maybe someone that committed a crime against humanity. Everybody they seem to understand him from the point of security. Now, why are the likes of Jonathan and Tinubu so coward? They're coward. Now, OBJ, they are.
I don't think so. They are Democrats. They are Democrats. That's the point.
No, see, let me tell you one thing. When you say they are Democrats,
Obasanjo did was
Do you know why Obasanjo was able to do what he did?
Why was he able to do it?
Because he was in the military. Jonathan and Tinubu was not in the military. Obasanjo knows the terrain. The same thing with Buhari. That was why Buhari could make a headway in the insecurity. Because he was in the military.
No, it has nothing to do with being.
He has a lot in Nigeria, yes. In Africa, yes. He has a lot. Look at what happened. You see, Tuare. Tuare was the head of whatever. He watched that insecurity in Burkina Faso. He was the head of that insecurity in Burkina Faso. That insecurity was one of the reasons he did an overthrow. And what is happening in Burkina Faso today? The same insecurity.
No, you see, I am not accepting that. To be honest, I am not accepting that. I have my reason for not accepting it. Okay. Why do you think the federal government today is denying that there's no genocide against Christians? Now, to me, people see as genocide against Christians, but I think by saying that they are downplaying the entire thing because this thing is bigger than genocide against Christians. This is all about ethnic cleansing, and in ethnic cleansing, it doesn't matter whether you're a Christian, whether you're a Muslim, or whether you are a traditional worshiper.
There are different types of insecurity in Nigeria.
I know. I'm just making additional.
Don't mix them together.
Hold on.
That is the problem I have with anybody who wants to discuss that. Don't mix them together.
That is not even where I'm going to. Where I'm going to is this. If they have agreed that, okay, there's a genocide against Christians, now, why are you not acting? If you are not able to say why are you not acting, then they may refer you to ICC. because ICC has become the weapon in the hands of the Western nation to deal with whoever they want to deal with. So for them to continue to deny, they know exactly what they are doing. Of course, it is easier for them to say yes, there's a genocide against Christians. But when you say that, okay, the question is, what do you do next?
The only thing I like is that I like the way, but it has been his nature. Tinubu is not a talking type, and it's working for him. Because if there is anything United States don't like, it's for you to poke hand on their face. You see, this thing we are still sitting here and talking is because he's not poking hand on their face. He's as they're boiling, he's pressing the calm down, calm down, calm down. And he's not running his mouth. That's the only good thing about the whole of this situation. Because we are not going to know how it will be when he started to say, and so what? Are we not a sovereign nation? You cannot come here and tell us what to do. That is when you will know how terrible United States can be. Not be to jump up, go and ask South Africa. No easy.
Are you saying, I'm not aware of that story. Are you saying they deployed troops to South Africa without the knowledge of South Africa? Did they do that?
No. They don't even, South Africa wasn't, it wasn't a genocide case that much.
Against farmer, white farmer.
They can cripple you. They don't cripple has South Africa now. They can cripple you.
Let me tell you what one of the Congress members said. I hope I got. I know the guy was a Congress member. He simply said that placing sanctions against Nigeria will not work. That they will easily move to China. So that guy was probably saying, he said that sanction, the economic sanction, will not work for Nigeria. It's not going to work. Because immediately you do that,
my brother, leave that thing. Leave that thing. Okay, let them
do
it.
He was an American
politician. Don't worry for those idiots that speak. Listen. Okay. Let them do it first. Now let's see whether it will not work.
Okay,
let's pray. Let them do sanctions. Let's see whether it will not work.
Those sanctions will not have the usual effect. It will have some effect.
Okay, hold on. The important thing is let them do it first.
Let me finish. It will not have the usual effect that he used to have before. You understand? Because our economy dependence on America is
your economy don't need to depend on them.
For
them to do what they want to
now,
do.
Make I give my reason.
Go ahead.
The economy dependence on America is not as before, and it's not Nigeria making that we are less dependent on America now. It's partly Americans making. That's the truth. With all these sanctions and everything, America has proven that the world can do without them.
Okay.
Now, the way they have sanctioned China, we all thought that by now China will be going to beg. China has gradually shifted. They've shifted their focus to other countries. And even though those other countries are not major buyers, but fragments of several buyers has given them the critical mass that they need to be able to get their economy running. And then they have reserves, a lot of reserves, unlike America, that they can. So somebody was saying that China has so much that they can sustain their economy for the next 10 years if they are not trading with anybody. So this sanction, I thought that by now,
for them.
I thought that by now, with all the tariff that America has put on China, I thought by now we will be seeing hungry people, we'll be seeing protests on the street of Beijing and Shanghai, and I thought that's what's going to happen.
I don't even know when you start seeing videos from China.
No,
I'm just asking. Hold
China
on.
now.
I'm just asking. I don't even know when you start getting videos of riots and mishap and news from China.
The point is that we have people in China who are there, living there. I have friends who are professors in China.
Okay, so they can make video and send to you.
No, but if they can't make videos, they can tell us.
With which phone?
At the same phone.
You people don't know what is
But
going on
they
in
sleep.
China.
No, now. Some of us don't go China before now. Where now?
Me, I never go China before.
No, so where are you getting all this information? Where are you getting this information?
You will make phone call and tell the whole world that something is happening in China.
Of what is happening.
It be like say you don't know what thing that happen for China.
Oh, okay. That's the way Americans they talk about Russia, talk about the West, talk about Africa. Oh, Africa is like this, so they are living on trees. That the West can lie. That's the truth. As if China.
Actually, you are the one that is believing their lie.
It's the West that is lying.
No, Patoski, you are the one that is believing your lies, their lies, because this thing you are saying now.
When I went to US and I started telling some people about Africa, some black Americans and some white guys, they have a wrong notion of Africa completely.
What notion do they have
like
about that?
They have a
What notion do they have about Africa?
Notion that is that like we are living on trees. We are so poor. Everybody is kwashoko on the road. You know, when I met some people say, so did you school in Nigeria? I said, what's wrong with this guy? As if you mean you have universities there? You have so many universities there. You mean you have? Those are kind of crap now. All these lies about Africa that they have. You understand? Some of them even thought Africa is just one country. So that's how.
Let me tell you something. When I came here, I'm in the US now. I'm in the US now. When I went to Norway, the first 2 years, one day, my boss then is a Norwegian. He brought his son. I'm just trying to buttress on this thing he said. It is not that they lie about Africa, except for CNN. It's just that they don't teach them about Africa. There are two different things. They don't have anything on. They don't care. They don't tell them things about Africa. It's not in their history. Neither is it in their literature. That's the thing. Period. So this man brought his son to the office. What was the problem? Months before that time, the man got to know that I'm from Africa. Because my name, they always think I am American. But I keep telling them that I am from Africa. So when that one was settled, one day he came into my office with his son. The son had an iPad in his house. And I told the son, that's the lady he's telling him that came from Africa. The boy said, wow. And I asked me, what part of Africa am I from? I said, I'm from Nigeria. The boy now said, do people come from Africa? I said, of course, people come from Africa. He said that if not that the father, because what is happening is that he had a debate with the father that humans don't live in Africa. So the father actually bring him to show him a woman from Africa in this day and age. The boy was telling me in my office that the account that they told them about Africa is about showing them animals in Africa, the types of animals that live in Africa. And the voice of the commentator was a white person. And they never saw any human being. So what do you expect that person to think of you if you say you are from Africa? It's not about, most of them don't even watch their local news anyway. The main thing, I want to be fair to them, is that they don't teach them anything about Africa. They don't have anything on Africa. For reasons I don't know. They don't teach them anything about China. They don't teach them anything about India. The only thing they teach them is them and maybe Britain.
And so that means they are ignorant.
That is, they are ignorant. Not that somebody called them and telling them that, look, here in New York, my friend's cousin was gisting us, a boy. He said one day that one boy, a black boy, an African American boy, walked to him in the class and said, "How do you people have bosses in Africa?" The guy said yes. The guy was looking at him. The guy told him no. He said, "You have things like road, buses, plane, airports." The young 12-year-old boy looked at him and said, "No, we don't have things like that." That actually he hopped from tree to tree till he got to New York. It was funny, but it's serious. He said actually that he hopped from tree to tree till he got to New York. Why? Because they don't tell them anything about Africa. The only thing they know about Africa is they will bring this animal. They say this kind of animal, you cannot find it in this part of the world. You can only find it in Africa.
So they think
I
Africa
say
is just a
my
wild,
colleague's son
is a
told me
wild
that it's a
forest.
wide animal kingdom. That's what he knew Africa from about.
Man, that's the issue. So that's how they tell us. They think China, they think in America or in Russia, anywhere you go, they are just following you in Russia. They're just telling you, and that Russia is so obsessed about
So
America.
Patoski, Nnamdi Kanu is in Sokoto now. I better forget about those people. Let's talk about Nnamdi Kanu. So Nnamdi Kanu is in Sokoto now. They know they bring his picture.
He's going to walk out of prison now. One of the prophets in your state, that young man.
You know
he thought
that thing that
Kanu walk out of prison.
you know that thing that annoys me is this. I have one guy now that in my school group. You see some people that you feel that they are so sophisticated, that they're educated, but by the time they engage you, sometimes you now start looking at it. Where did they get this thing wrong? This guy is telling me now that they are just trying to crush Nnamdi Kanu voice. I start like seriously. I have to tell the guy that you say, look, I say for your information for record, let me put it there. I don't associate anybody that sympathizes with a terrorist. Let me just tell you like that. Just a warning for you.
Good.
The guy. So, and I told the guy, I said, I just encourage you. If you are asked somewhere to fill a form that do you support Kanu, I say, don't ever put it down, because once the embassy starts seeing someone candidate, you start wondering why they are refusing your visa. Stop doing that. What Kanu did is terrorism. I
was so happy when the judge convicted him as a convicted terrorist. That word there, it make me happy.
You know, some guys don't really know what they are supporting. They don't really know what they are defending. I was trying to educate that guy. They are stubborn. They are stubborn. And these are the guys that when they start analyzing, it is not as if I'm tribalistic. The guy's name sound like data. It sound like a South guy. I was first one day I say, you and I we went to the same school. But from your name, everything, I think you are from South. Please be sincere to me. Where exactly are you from? The guy did not answer. Because you are saying you are not tribalistic, you are not used to. I say, look, every human being is tribalistic. It depends on the way you deploy it. You say you are not tribalistic, Abi, but if another country want to wage war against you, if you are you can join the military and fight off. Why didn't you say, okay, you are okay, well, let those people enter and come and do whatever they like with you? When you say you are not tribalistic, there's a limitation. Maybe with your fellow country person, you are not using that thing to discriminate.
Nnamdi Kanu will not survive that thing he did, though. I'm telling you, he will not survive this thing, no.
Some people still believe that he's a messiah. I don't know. I can't just get it. Are you harassing George like that? So to me, I think we need to be now. When people are now saying, they should have sorted this thing out, I say, look, now so that thing. Some people they say maybe they give a terrorist amnesty. Say maybe they even allow them to join the military, that they are going to show them the way. And you know what funny thing on Facebook that time, there are some people I never expected when they blow their grammar finish. These people are exposed to. They will tell you, but they will be showing the military the way. All those guys say, "Oh my goodness, for goodness sake, you are bringing a terrorist, someone that is fighting against the state. You are even advocating." I think social media sometimes there's advantage and disadvantage, and that's one of the those disadvantages because some guys they will be assimilating the type of advice these guys are giving. So I don't just understand. Alex Onyema, you say, can I ask you this? How many Western countries supporting Nigeria in that regard? What regard? I don't understand. I don't understand what you mean in that regard. Are you talking of?
Let him come in and tell us now. Why is he?
But Mr. Ara, there's a lot
I've
of
just sent the
enlightened.
link.
Good morning.
Sorry, I've sent the link. If
Good
anybody
evening.
still want to join, please.
But
Sorry,
please,
let me quickly say this. Please, if you want to join the link, as just share the link. Please, just click the link and join, and let's have your opinion. Vivian, you can come on. I've seen you making comments. Alex, you're also free to come on. H G77788. All of you can come in. Vivian V, we would like to hear your opinion. Thanks.
You know when the like of Vivian are saying that terrorists on TikTok having free day. Good. See, good. Because they are doing that, it does not mean that the terrorists in the south that we should encourage them. Yeah, we should all be on the government to make sure that the one on TikTok we get them. It doesn't mean the one we can get now that because of those of the north and they are justified. You should understand. Because someone is an armed robber in the north and nobody has apprehended him, so the one in the south should allow him to terrorize in the south.
Ola,
It makes sense.
Ola, the leader, I keep saying it, the last time I checked, NNAMDI Kanu was the leader of Federal Republic of Biafra. And the last time I checked, for those who is saying, what about those in the north? The last time I checked, Mohammed Yusuf was the leader of Boko Haram. They never gave him the luxury of hiring a lawyer. NNAMDI Kanu is having luxury for all he did.
Yusuf was spied by the police.
Yeah. Shakarau, the last time I checked, he was we are talking about leaders now because NNAMDI Kanu is a leader. The last time I checked, Shakarau, they didn't give him the talk about the leader of ISIS, the leader of Isawam. Their own is spy at sight. They spy military. The moment the military sight them, identify them, they just spy them. They don't even do all this arrest and all this court drama and all this shouting and slapping lawyers and talking all manner of rubbish. Those people didn't have that luxury. So who is saying that the ones in the north are having fun?
Madam Zita, just this week, apparently almost 100 terrorists were convicted. This same week that NNAMDI Kanu was convicted.
No, I'm not talking about the foot soldiers. No, I'm not talking about the foot soldiers. I'm talking about leaders. The last time I checked, NNAMDI Kanu was the leader of Federal Republic of Biafra. The last time I checked, Yusuf Mohammed was the leader of Federal Republic of Boko Haram. Where is Yusuf? Where is Shakarau? Where is second command? Where is second leader? They were leaders and Boko Haram has had up to 4 leaders since their inception. Where are they? Did you see any of them appear in the court to slap lawyers, to take microphone, to speak anyhow? NNAMDI Kanu is on cruise. And I'm angry he's on cruise. He doesn't deserve such cruise. The treatment he should be given is the treatment his fellow leaders in the north are being given to. Nonsense.
But we already have someone we have lawyers, senior lawyers, going on. I was on Dr. Damages there. I mistakenly ventured onto that Dr. Damages. It's the first time I've ever actually ventured onto that show. I don't even know whatever brought me to the show this afternoon. It was just disgusting. He had one barrister, Amadi. He said he's Esquire. He said he practices in the first or second circuit. I think Tunaija went there and posed a question to him because the man was trying to say NNAMDI KANU'S rendition was illegal. And then Tunaija posed a question to him that even in the United States of America, it's already been put beyond doubt that the nature of how you are brought before the court is inconsequential
Relevant.
to the charges against you itself. You
It's
can
irrelevant.
then file for civil damages for the nature of which, if you
Of
believe you are
course.
kidnapped.
Yeah, you are very
You can
right.
file for civil damages. Apparently, that's the precedence in America. He brought, Tunaija brought forward some cases. And
No,
this
the
Mr.
way
Amadi was talking about the appeal court, the NNAMDI KANU won on the appeal court, and then when he talked about it, he dismissed. And I see this tacit intention of not informing the public that at the Supreme Court, NNAMDI KANU did actually win damages for this
what?
rendition. I believe 200 million naira was what he won in damages for the nature of his rendition. However, that did not dismiss the fact that he still needed to go and face the charges at the High Court. I mean, I don't know why if informed, educated individuals, and I don't know why everybody is so desirous of a political solution, Madam
No,
Zita.
they are being misled. You see what is happening in the United States today. ICE, we go for an arrest. I'm just trying to deviate a little. You will see some people throwing stones at them, just like you said. You can ask for damages later. The way you are brought doesn't really matter. If you think it matters to you, you can ask for damages. You will see these people throwing things, fighting them, ramming vehicle on them. I will be asking them, who is advising these people? Don't you know what is called law enforcement agency? Their duty is to enforce the law. Even if you hit your head on the wall, they're gonna take who they want to take. They're gonna take you anyway. The only thing that can stop them from taking you is still the same law. You have to go through the law for the law to tell them not to take you. But throwing stones at them, ramping your vehicle at them, slapping them, hitting them, blocking their road, it's not gonna stop them. They're gonna take you anyway. I don't know who is advising these people. Honestly, sincerely speaking, I don't know.
Madam Zita, there's a commenter there, Chi788, that says that NNAMDI KANU'S original sin is that he insulted Buhari and he have broadcast equipment. I don't know how people think.
So you still want to
NNAMDI
discuss
KANU
that
was
person?
convicted of incitement to hatred, of being the leader of IPOB, which has already been proscribed as a terrorist organization as far as back, I think, sometimes around 2019, of incitement to hatred, incitement to violence, of organizing the Eastern Security Network, which actually then went forward to commit different atrocities. All the atrocities were listed in court. I believe the judgment is about 700 and something pages long. The DSS did a fantastic job of listing all the different crimes, incidents of murder. They listed all the victims of murder. Several police officers were fined. Several individuals, public individuals were fined.
Too. Army
were fined. This was all listed very, very well. In fact, do you know what they got? Please, Mr. Ola, let me respond to
No. I want to address this, Vivian. Vivian, see, I don't know when you see all that still realizing the kidnap key situation. Probably you heard someone else. If you are not sure of the name, please don't mention my name next time because I'm not going to take it kindly. So please try to hear very well and put the proper name. I never talk of any kidnap keys today. And even the time I talk of kidnap keys, I never trivialize anything. What are you talking about? Please be attentive and be very sure of who speak. Thank you, Aaron. You can.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ola. So let me land and just say, Mr. Nnamdi Kanu had 7 charges, clear, defined charges. And each of the charges listed is, the severe crimes, including importing and radio transmission devices without license. I believe what he received for that particular crime was 5 years to run concurrently. So please, he received, in fact, the true punishment for being a leader of IPOB, a prescribed terrorist organization, incitement to violence, and whatnot. Nnamdi Kanu on TV went on social media and said because his second in command was quiet that they should present 100 or 200 heads of virgins or something like that, and it was actually the DSS were able to prove that within less than a week or thereabouts that 10 heads were presented, which means that 10 individuals were quiet. Do people even appreciate human life?
Yeah,
Do people
let me
appreciate
ask you a
that it
question.
is people that lost their life? It's not goats, it's not chicken. It wasn't the head of chicken they presented, it was human being. But because Nnamdi Kanu is an Igbo man, I don't want to share a country with people like you. I think people like you should be put down like dogs. Anybody
I beg, make
anybody
that
defends the
Vivian. I
terrorist should
don't
be
know
put
what
down
he
like a
mean by
dog.
Dr. Damages. I don't know what that means.
Because we
Never
cannot be
been
in a
that
country
platform
where
before.
we defend terrorists, where we defend Boko Haram, because that's what it's going to come down to. If we defend Nnamdi Kanu now and we excuse his crimes, one day someone will come out and they will defend Boko Haram and they will speak their crime and they will ask for amnesty, absolute amnesty, without any considerations for Boko Haram members, for kidnappers, for all sorts of people. And we cannot continue like that. At some stage, we must put a stop to the nonsense.
Well, let me ask this. Let's say Nnamdi Kanu let's say he was a Yoruba man, and then he did all those things and create problem in Yoruba land like he did in Southeast. A lot of Yoruba people died, and then he's charged, right? And then he was sentenced. Maybe the judge was Igbo or another tribe. Would you see it as Yoruba as being
Mike,
being
being
prosecuted?
far too well that the Yoruba are far too sophisticated to find themselves
The thing is,
such. Never.
Yeah,
I wouldn't.
I'm wondering, the thing is, the first question I always ask myself, the way people take the gas, if their tribe is being attacked, or whatever is happening to the gas.
Sophisticated for that kind of
So
nonsense.
The question I always ask is, okay, let's even say, okay, that's the key, but what does this guy have to offer his people? Like, apart from the Biafra that he promised them, we all can see that it's not even possible for him to give them Biafra. He doesn't have the means. What else does he have to offer?
He offers them the fool's paradise they desire. That's what he offers them.
No, I'm just saying, what possibly what power does he have, tangibly, that he can offer anybody?
Mr.
What importance? You don't get what I'm going. What importance would it be? Let's say even put the religion.
It's a fool's paradise. That is all. It's just, when a foolish man wants to hear what a foolish man wants to hear, and someone tells him that sweet lies.
So I always wonder what's so important about the guy. I don't even understand. So many people from his ethnic group take him as
cause. Ask the people that believe in his cause and that they excuse it.
Hold on. I'm even going somewhere. Calm down. Hold on. Okay, now you mentioned the man on that interview today on Dr. Damages and so many other, even pastors. They are all kind of inciting, some kind of tribal problem between their ethnic group and the Yorubas. And I'm like, over who? Nnamdi Kanu? Are you kidding me? It's almost like you want to carry one individual. I see it's almost like a pattern. I don't know what it is with the Southeast. They always end up making one man's problem their problem, or one group of individuals that want to act on their own. No, they will take the person's problem and put it on the head of the ethnic group. For example, we'll use a 1966 coup, for example, where those guys went to carry a coup. Nobody sent them. The tribe don't send them. They want to act on their own. They do coup on their own. When I was reading Babangida's book, the guy was talking about how some Southeasterners were turning the coup to making it their own. We don't take over. And some people in the north, I'm like, why not go carry these guys? Nobody that send them. You didn't send this guy to go and do a coup. and they want to do a coup, and then you people decide to make it your coup. Like we're gonna celebrate, say we don't take over. Now, in this case of Kanu'S, the guy say won't go do Biafra. Nobody not wake up say me go do Biafra for now. Now even volunteer by himself say won't go agitate, go commit this
Mike,
against.
Kanu was not convicted for agitation. No.
Wait, I
Let us
I'm
make
not.
that clear.
I didn't say was. That's not what I'm saying. I mean, like, you say
because the
you
judge
don't
even
get
said
you don't
in
get my
court
main
he's
point.
allowed to agitate.
Calm down. You don't get my main point. The guy wake up in the morning on his own, decided they want to embark on this journey of giving these people Biafra, and he took the different routes where landed him in a mess. Why don't you people say, okay, you went on your own to do it? Where we wish you to come out without. I don't have any issue with them wishing him to win or come out or not be arrested or escape or whatever. But to now take his problem, trying to make it your tribe problem. When at the end of the day, if it becomes a tribal conflict where people die, over who? This guy?
Mike.
Why are they making the guy problem their problem?
Mike is a Nigerian thing, and I don't think it's peculiar.
I don't know how many Yoruba people go and die in the name of one stupid Yoruba guy that has nothing to offer them.
I don't defend the intent to
even Abiola, no Yoruba people wanted to go and die for him. The guy go run election on his own.
Mike, the Yoruba are quite unique in Nigeria in the way we practice.
I don't even think Northerners or any other group who say they go and turn their tribe into. They go and fight tribal war. I don't know any. Even Ijo or they'll say going to start tribal war over one individual.
But Mike, the problem is Mike, the problem now, okay, because one of the things that some people are citing is the fact that the likes of Asiri Dokubo, Tompolo, Boilof.
But the judge didn't say they were going to die or go and start tribal war with another tribe. Because, hold on, wait.
The judge never killed their people, though. He just
exactly. Even
but
let me
is terrorism as well.
Hello, calm down. Let me land first before you start arguing against me. When Asai Dogo was arrested, or when some of the job people didn't say they want to start tribal war with some other group when they know that their people who are living in another territory. Ethiopia wouldn't make it a tribe. Say they want to start an ethnic war with another ethnic group because of they are one of their individuals that chose to.
The Yoruba people don't enter problem because according to all of them now, the judge is Yoruba, the lawyers are Yoruba, so and
they are preaching making it look like
Yoruba
what happened
people go say when. That's according to them. Yoruba people say when.
So you want to start tribal conflict between Yoruba and Igbo over individual over
they have Igbo presidents that they will round up all the Yoruba people and lock us all in cages. So
why are you bothering yourself now? I will know
no one is bothering me. I'm just saying like there's a
I will know that was in prison. So you suddenly started the Biafra war and where you are. See, let me tell you what. Don't listen to all those emotional blackmail. You understand? They can rant and whatever they want.
No, but don't say it too. There's a history. There's a history to this. It's beyond emotional blackmail. If you look at the things that end up becoming Biafra war, it started with what? Individual men that went to do coup. We don't concern their tribe. Some people try to make it. You understand? If that's 1960s coup, just say it happened, right? Those those guys. This guy was Yoruba man was among them now.
At least two.
If they say their people just say, okay, hey, we don't send these boys though. You understand? This with like let's say there was no celebration in North, no people giving support. It's almost like the one led to that attack in the North because I started reading about it. It's almost like the ethnic group where kind of Igbos living in the North were acting as okay, we did it. You understand? We did it. Because it could have just been
ownership of someone else's problem.
Exactly, someone else's problem. That's the point I'm trying to make here. Like you take ownership of someone else's problem. If the guy decides to go embark on something and he fail, now he fail. Nobody understand that may go do it in the first place. It's not like the Igbos or the one that call them the kind of come and lead us to Biafra.
Mike,
he's the one that decided to take on that. Just like
we have seen it.
Igbo wake up. They come now, they come. Igbo wake up. He say one lead us to Yoruba nation. We say okay if you can do it, fine. He tell us when get it jazz, we go they do everything. All of us say, oh, this guy is confusing us. We all say okay, do it. But when the guy, if you go have for Allah, me, I don't go start war with anybody because of him. Because I didn't call you to go and do it. You decided to go and do it. So go and face your Allah. I mean, wish you to escape or to get out of the walla, but I won't go and start a tribal war with another group of people because of you. You did, or when Dia did coup, right? Oladipo, do you
Dia
remember
was
that
on
coup
his
now?
own now.
He's on his own. Yoruba people didn't say, oh, they don't hire our people. Now,
Even Abiola said was on his own.
well, if Abiola was on his own, no one is sent you. Now you go run, go sign off for election. But the Southeastern, they go carry that individual problem, trying to use them to start tribal war.
Because they believe
look at the civil war now. It shouldn't have got to that point where millions of people died.
They're in contestation with Nigeria. All of you people have denied them of presidency. That is the biggest problem that they say that.
But they have to learn that mistake. They keep repeating it.
So maybe 2027, you should just dash them presidency. Maybe all this while go end. Because
they need to stop making their problem. Somebody go behave somewhere. One individual from your tribe go and misbehave. Let the individual. Don't make it your tribal problem, your ethnic group problem.
Mike, it is not. See, one thing I've noticed in Nigeria, and which I believe has been forced. This is something that is a consequence of the federal government, the consequence of the attitude of federal character, and the attitude of let us share the cake. Okay, and it's because we practice such a centralized government. It is not only them.
Who else in Nigeria does that?
Let me look at the incidents of banditry and kidnapping. One of the things that actually caused the rise and this attitude with kidnappers and bandits in the Northwest, and has caused them to become so brazen, is the fact that when the primary victims of kidnapping in the early days, which were people that owned cattle, when their cattle were being rustled, when the federal government started going after the main perpetrators, who just happened to be Fulani, the likes of the Miyetti Allah Cattle Hure, because there's two Miyetti Allah groups.
But Miyetti Allah is the organization.
Miyetti Allah took ownership of a problem that was not theirs.
No, Miyetti is okay. Miyetti Allah.
And in that, they co-opted a lot of the Fulanis into taking ownership of a problem that was not theirs.
I don't see the Fulani tribe coming out saying we all of they're not taking ownership.
No,
that's
why I'm using the Miyetti Allah as
calm down. Miyetti Allah is a cattle area organization, so they are speaking for their business organization. But you don't wait now.
That wasn't theirs.
Calm down. No. You can't say that. You can't say that.
Early days, because it was their cattle that was being rustled.
Bros, let me talk now.
But by taking over ownership of a problem that was not theirs,
I don't hear you. Let me talk.
The issue complex.
Calm down.
In the head, all of us are suffering now.
Calm down. No. You can't say that. Miyetti Allah is a cattle rearing organization. So they are the one their organization was being accused of cattle wrestling because they are in a business. That it makes sense. But if you don't have the Fulani tribe that don't have business with cattle business, Fulani they are doing other things, or the Fulani tribe or the Fulani king, all of them saying, oh, we the Fulanis is our problem. They are not saying that. Even the Fulanis that we talk will say, oh, it's the elders.
But
even the rest of the northern are saying, oh, we are different from these ones.
At the time, Miyetti Allah took ownership of the problem of the bandits.
How did they take ownership?
They were the number one victims, because the main thing those people are doing, all these bandits and kidnappers you see now, the first thing they were doing before they eventually took kidnapping humans was rustling cattle. Someone else's cattle.
I don't even get your point. What is your point? I don't get your point.
I'm saying that the Miyetti Allah took ownership of someone else's problem.
How did they even take it? Is their problem? Are they not the cattle area organization?
Yes. But
so who's someone else's problem are they taking?
I thought
it wasn't them. The early days of banditry and kidnapping started with cattle rustling.
Mm-hmm.
The people whose cattle was being rustled also tended to be members of Miyetti Allah, because Miyetti Allah was
so that's their problem, huh?
So they were the victims, but suddenly the victims took ownership they took ownership.
You say Miyetti Allah are the victim?
They were the primary victims at the start.
In what sense? Are they not are they not the one being accused of?
Yes. That is what I mean. They took ownership of a problem that was not theirs.
Whose problem was it?
Now they have been co-opted as part of. They've been co-opted, and now they've become part of the kidnappers and bandits. You should go and look at the history of banditry and kidnapping in Nigeria.
Okay, so I think I get your point. You're saying when they were being accused, they accepted that it's them. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. Don't take ownership of a problem where, number one, you are the victim, and because you are just because some people are, because by association you want to defend your ethnic tribe, you now by association now become you go from the victim, you now get co-opted
I
into
somewhat
part of the
agree,
crime.
but I disagree. I don't think Mieti Allah came and say we
I'm
the
just using
Fulanis.
that as an example.
You said their ethnic
It
group
is
now, so
not.
they came
It
to
is not
defend their ethnic
unique.
group.
It is not unique to the Southeast. It is a
It is
problem
unique. It
in
is unique. I
Nigeria.
don't know. No, it is unique. I don't know any other tribe
No.
where there's a problem.
It happened with Boko Haram.
I don't know.
Mike,
Even
it
the,
happened with
you don't see
Boko Haram
wait,
and the
have you
Kanu'S.
ever heard the Kanu'S come out to say, oh, we are the Boko Haram?
No.
Even though we know Boko Haram start with the Kanuri
in the
group of people.
in the Northeast, one of the problems, okay, in the Northeast is at some stage, some leaders, because of the excesses of the army as well. Because there was a time the army they were just loose in Borno and Maiduguri especially. They were just taking any young man. They were,
But you are shifting the goalposts, man. You are shifting the goalposts.
What I'm trying to say, it is not a Southeast problem.
It is. Okay, I keep
for.
asking you to give me an example of someone else.
It happened in Borno where some leaders actually started saying that, oh, they are buying our sons, even though some of those individuals were complicit.
Which ethnic group? Which ethnic group?
Members of the Kanuri at the time.
When did the Kanuris mention that? Oh, Yakini, we Kanuris, oh, Kanuri. They never mentioned that.
You know, it was what at least one or two people once said. Public.
There's no one. I've never seen any ethnic group in Nigeria where a member of the ethnic group starts something and they jump behind him to say it's we that we are doing it.
Well, not to the same extent. Bro, maybe you can see.
It will be making sense if the Kanuri say we are the Boko Haram.
No,
even though we know that Abubakar Shekau, the Yusuf, that guy that killed, they are both Kanuris. But till today, Kanuri people never tell you that we are the Boko Haram. Now we go even talk.
Of course not. Of
course exactly. Not. They won't even come out to publicly tell you that we are supporting Boko Haram.
There was a sentiment at some stage because of how the Boko Haram was handled by some generals. Okay, and the flippant way in which the army abused the human rights of everybody in the area generally. So when there was an attack, the army would just go into that local community, round up all the young men, accuse them of being Boko Haram. They were abused, tortured, and whatnot.
Did they accuse themselves?
No.
And then when you argue me, I don't know what you're arguing against.
But what I'm saying, it is not a peculiar thing to the Southeast. Although the Southeast have taken it to a new level.
You keep saying it's not a peculiar, then prove to me that it's not. Who help? I keep asking the same question.
We saw it, we've seen it.
Which other group of people have said?
Can we arrogate you? Sorry.
Which other group of people have said is we? This is our thing. The Southeastern are saying we are they say NNAMDI IPOB now that you are prosecuting them. That is them. This is us. They make it IPOB their thing.
Mike,
go ahead.
I think you are just seeing the reaction of some of the supporters of NNAMDI Kanu because of the judgment. With time, it will fizzle out. I think that's what is going to happen. And the people over there, which majority of the silent majority.
It's almost like I don't know history.
No. I know. Let me say. Well, I'm just talking.
Yeah, so go ahead. He said it will fizzle out, but go ahead.
It will fizzle out. Maybe in the nearest future, they can also have another person that also want to say this take up the agitation again. But for this kind of personality, that is the end. And to me, I do not see whatever they are going to do. The politicians in the Southeast are just playing lip service. We'll find a way to make them release a lie. The guy will not be released. I think if this guy is going to be released, at least he's going to spend some jail over there. At least minimum of 6 to 8 years. Maybe after 2031.
I think that's 6
years. Well, you're not listening to what we are saying. You see people.
I listen to what you guys are saying, but
calm down. The main point we are making is we have people now all over the place now preaching, including pastors in the middle of thousands of congregation, preaching that the Yorubas have declared war against Igbos.
Let them to declare war against Yorubas now.
I'm coming. Hold on. Let me Nisuru. And when you mention refusal, I'm using history to look at the situation. Well, you are just using your own thinking that okay, refusal. And I use history saying in the past they're doing the same thing where individuals went to do something like those guys, 1960s boy that did a coup. You guys made it your tribe as was the North. You went in front of the Northerners, making it, this is about us, so we don't take your leaders out. We they do this thing in the middle of markets in the North. now people look at you like, okay, so those soldiers, we thought they are just soldiers like their head or leaders. So now try to do one. So you're making your tribal problem when it's supposed to have been group of soldiers. They are stupid. They just no one all the other coup in Nigeria, no one even know their tribe. Bamagida did coup, why did coup? Everybody did coup. Even when what's his name? Dia did his coup. It was Yoruba people that did that coup. They are all Yoruba soldiers. But nobody ever saw that Dia coup as the Yoruba coup because Yoruba people didn't come and start saying, our coup is our coup.
And
You understand?
it was all this Dia, the sound coup.
They are the Yoruba guys now.
Dia, what's his?
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So the same thing I'm saying today. NNAMDI can definitely, we all can look at it. Come, this is a case. This is not like one innocent man sitting down. They go arrest now, come prosecute now. It's a case. That's a pure case. He went through.
There's a statement, Mike, that I've seen.
So why are you trying to make the guy's case?
What happened to NNAMDI can happen to anybody. No, it can't happen to anybody because me, I won't go on the internet to incite hatred. I will not form a terrorist organization. I will not ask for them go and bring me the heads of hundreds of 100 innocent people because my friend was crying.
Exactly. So the guy had a case.
Do that. And so I cannot find myself in jail, and I cannot find myself in KANU'S situation because I will not do what KANU did.
So the guy did something. He did a act, and the government of the country charge you, and it's between you and the government. And if the tribe want to make it between their tribe and the government, that's fine. But why are you trying to make it like your tribe versus another tribe and trying to create a tribal war over who? So now if something now explode, now people, thousands, it leads to some kind of civil war, millions die. So at the end of the day, we ask ourselves, over what? One individual like that what? Just like the 1966, when you look at the 1966 situation, it led to the problem continue and it led to a civil war where 3 million people died over the action of just 5 guys.
Mike, I think we are in
5 guys where nobody send message. They go down on their own.
Mike, I think we are in 2025, and I think what happened in 1966 during the Civil War, we can, although you have a very good point, but now I don't think any section, or especially in the South, if you want to fight your war and you say, okay, then the Southeast should bring it on the Southwest. No. Before they can bring it on the Southwest, they have to pass it South-South. I mean,
this guy, I don't know. You always think something happened the same way. You are thinking
they've already declared a war on the Southwest so they've already declared a war. Once they get the opportunity to do it, let them do it.
If they are declaring a war, if they are declaring a war on the Southwest, then they are declaring a war on the South too. So they should
I don't know about that one. I don't care about that one. All I can hear is that it's a Yoruba man that sent NNAMDI Kanu to judge. The judge is Yoruba, the lawyers are Yoruba, and the president is Yoruba. So you Yoruba people have declared the war on them. So by
that's exactly what many of them are preaching on social media. The propaganda. And then you have their I can understand if one of the entities doing it, but their leaders, even politicians, pastors. How can you be doing this?
And Mikey, be careful. If you venture to the Southeast, they might chop your head off. So
exactly, they are leaders. This is not just some low IQ individual that's irrelevant, inconsequential, just talking your own propaganda. But these are leaders. Even look at the man that came on. Even Rudolph is promoting that kind of rubbish. Rudolph, that one doesn't even know that. I don't even know what some stuff is on go school when they go
the kind of misrepresentation, the lies.
The guy brought that man.
Adults were the adults. These are adults who old
Rudolph. Hold on, Mike. Hold on, Mike. Are you saying Rudolph is actually angry that?
Yes, I was on his show.
Mr. Olaf. No, he is kind of.
But Rudolph is still a bit emotionally intelligent.
No, he brought that man to the show. Hold on now. If you are creating platform for the promotion of what we are talking about, then you have been completely. He brought the man to come and push it.
Okay.
He invited the man to speak, and he didn't even push the man or question the man to come. So Allah is like you inviting one Yoruba man to come and do.
Yeah, Rudolph is very careful not to.
I have a question.
Yeah,
I have a question. Mike, Bawni, baby.
I love you.
I don't sorrow. Who is this AI speaking? Who is this?
Well, I have a question to what you guys are saying, Remy Bao. The terrorist, the Fulani terrorist that got sentenced to prison for 20 years. You know the judge was an Igbo judge, right?
And the guy.
Did you hear anybody? Nobody claimed victim now. Nobody said because he was Igbo, then that's the reason why. Nobody brought it up.
Really?
It's not about being your tribe. The judge was Igbo.
So wait,
But nobody said because
the
an Igbo
individuals are
judge.
sentenced to 20 years. What organization did they belong
Yeah.
to? And what crime
No,
exactly?
it
what
was
explicit
it
crime?
was
What was their
now.
charge?
ISWAP.
No,
And
it was
no. Terrorism.
It was ISWAP, Remy. The point I'm making is that it is wrong for anybody to say because Justice is Yoruba, so therefore the Yorubas are the one that sent NNAMDI Kanu to prison. That's a low
But that's what they are
IQ.
saying now.
Their leaders, I'm talking, their intellectuals are saying this, man.
BT, that is exactly what
I'm talking about
everybody is saying. No, don't
professors.
be confused though. If BT, I just
Professors,
warning you now.
pastors, they are saying these things, man.
BT,
They
if
are
you
leading
venture
people.
to Southeast, I'm warning you just because I love you as a brother. If you venture to Southeast, I cannot guarantee your safety. Now, just
No. See, you see, maybe it's just me. There's this big hive mind in me. Like they all connect to the same CPU and they reason the same way. Like from
I don't know.
the
No matter how
PhD
educated they become, they still do it.
It's the same way they reason.
Babati, let me tell you something. You know, when you are growing up, what your father puts in you, unfortunately, I think majority, this is what I see, that's just my own personal analysis. Because majority of the people from the Southeast, they like businesses. And then most of the people you do doing this trading, I'm sorry to say that it will probably not sit well with some people here. Majority of these people are not literate enough and is half-baked. And then they have what I call educated illiterates, as those professors and doctors and the rest. And those who now continue to sell the idea that we have been mistreated in this country, Nigeria, from day one. So that thing has been in their head. And now that you don't have a clear-cut leadership in the Southeast, you cannot go to Southeast and say, who is your leader? They don't have. But if you go to Yoruba land...
So we don't have a leader either.
Come on, everybody have leaders, man. Don't give me, they don't have leaders.
We don't have the experience. We are any much different than they do.
We are.
Who's our leader? Who?
Show me.
I will tell you how we have one. For example, look at this platform. Sometimes when people like Ajanle Koko wanted to talk, people will keep quiet for him. You are giving him that respect. And I think if we are going to become an association, then Ajanle Koko have a very good chance to be the leader of the group.
They ask who's our leader. You are giving us Ajanle Koko.
What I'm trying to say, in community setup, no matter how big or how rich or how powerful you are, we still have some people that are not rich, but people still listen to them.
But that's just our culture. That's our culture.
Remy,
so we don't have a
sorry,
political
can I chip in this? Sorry. Remy, everybody have leaders, man.
Sorry, everybody has leaders. It's just the nature of it's just a cultural thing I'm talking about, Remy.
Aro, sorry, let me chip in this. I think what Remy is trying to say is this. It might be our sociocultural nature, but our sociocultural system or structure has a way of allowing a natural leader to evolve, which we know that, oh, this person should be. If that person did not step up, we can say yes. You understand? Most of the time when we say leader, and we want to, maybe all of us will say, let's choose a leader. Somebody like maybe Aro will not want to contest the leadership with somebody like Baba or somebody. You would think,
you
know, those kind of. So we have our own system of
Patoski. I'm sorry to say
our
this.
leaders to evolve because of the culture and the upbringing. But Remy is saying they don't have.
No. Sorry, Patoski. Please, guys, just give me 1 second. Listen. When people call someone your leader, it's not because you as an individual has accepted that person as a leader. For example, when we say the leader of the United States is Donald Trump, it doesn't mean all Americans really accept him as their leader. You understand? The fact of the matter is when you establish you are in a position of a leadership of your people, whether the people accept you or not, outsiders see you as the leader of those people. So now, when Ohanese have created an organization, so Igbo social cultural organization, whether all Igbo accept them as their leader or not, when you have a pastor in the Southeast where they are running congregation of thousands of Igbo in front of them, preaching to them, they are following, they are listening to them. People are seeing you as a spiritual leader in that space. When you are a politician, you've won an election there, you are a senator, a governor, whether everybody there accept you as a leader or respect you or not, everybody outside from that place has seen you as a leader in that space. So whatever you are saying, we are seeing leadership of that space speaking. So this idea, oh, they don't see them as a leader. No one gives a shit. You are an elected official in the Southeast, and then you come in to speak, talking even ethnic matter, and you are the leader there. You are a leader. You are the policy maker in that space. If you are the socio-cultural leader, you are the one who's in Igbo. You speak as a Yoruba person and see Igbo leadership speaking. The same way when so you can't see and say they don't have leader. They don't. No, they may not accept them as a leader, but those people have put themselves in a position, organized position, where they are leaders. So they have to speak like leaders. They have to speak like leaders. Just like even at the socio-cultural leadership of the North. Not most of the tribes in the North don't even see them as a leader but when they start talking, there are people who say, oh, the Northern leaders are speaking. Whether the people there, all the people they are saying as their leaders or not, we see as their leaders speaking. So they have to speak with responsibility. And that's what I'm saying. Like, why are you guys talking like this? You are leaders. Come on.
Can we vary the topic?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can we vary the topic? So let me ask you guys a question. How did Tinubu rescue people from Erukwekiti?
Money don't change hands.
No casualty at all.
Money has changed hands.
I have 60% answer for you. I cannot say 100%. Actually, some of those guys were arrested. Those abducted them. They were arrested, and the video that was
any evidence, please. No, just
that's what I'm saying. Now, relax yourself.
So everything we do today, we need evidence.
Yeah, that was a video. That was a video that was running around that they arrested some of those guys, and they even threw their camera to pinpoint one that you are the one that carried that AK-47 that day. So. And when they arrested them, unfortunately, some people leaked that video outside. So
I saw that video.
The police quickly came out and said, no, that's the fake video. That was not a fake video.
So who should we believe now? The police or
what they are trying to do?
The police says fake video. So you now you are saying it's real video.
What the police are trying to do, not to jeopardize the investigation, because they are still on the verge.
Did they tell you that?
Oh my, come on. They are still on the verge of trying to.
They are speaking for the police now, so
I'm not speaking for the police.
Let's answer that question. Remy,
I do not interject you.
Let me give you some information that I have. I have the information that those guys were in 2 batches. Those ones caught by the vigilante were the ones that were covering. They were the ones providing cover for the ones that went into the church. So eventually, when the thing cast, they caught those ones. And then the other guys that caught the people, they had moved. I think they also had some logistical problem. So when they were able to locate them and they discovered they couldn't cope, they abandoned those victims and fled.
What a story.
They abandoned those victims and fled. Now, let me give you another issue that I think is happening. Do you know that some of those Catholic Church, Niger State kidnapping?
200, though. That one is even more. 200.
They some of them had gotten back.
Yes.
And the military has to move because that's an indication that those people have logistical problem too.
Yes.
For you to have
how can you move 200 people easily?
For you to have like 50. For you to have like 50 that have escaped or something.
Out of the 303 that they said,
it means that there's a logistical problem.
Mr. Patoski, how can you move 200 people without having logistical problem?
I want to say
if they have their structure and system,
I want to say this. I know that Nigeria we are in a very terrible mess now. But I think we must a big shout out to the military as well. I was following these verified journalists for a long time now, who used to tell stories about how the armies are performing.
That verified journalists are beggy. I believe it's more PR. They listen to the guy too. The guy sounds too good to be true. I beg you.
So are you saying that the military are not making process?
Ola, no matter how you look at it,
that guy verified journalist. It was a response to America.
Now,
hold on. No, let me. No, hold on. You are not the only one. When did that verified journalist?
Let me finish what I want to say. You don't know what I want to say.
When did he start doing video?
Ola, let him finish now. You can't know what he wants.
There's so many episodes that he releases. I just want to mention about this particular one that there are two. Most of these terrorists, they dug the ground like several kilometers under the ground, and that is where they kept their guns and their food and they hide. So the army discovered this, especially in the northwest, northeast. Sorry, they discovered this, and inside those drug what they dug, they find out their ammunition, a lot of things. From that angle, they were able to locate the people that are supplying them drones. They have arrested the guy already, and some of his accomplices. They have arrested them, and
they come to show us the person, the face, and everything.
You know how
Nigerian... Not immediately that they will show you now.
So they've arrested somebody and they haven't come to the news to tell us details.
No. Are you the national security advisor? Who are you?
Advisor, they just show you the face like that.
Have they come to tell us? Have they come to give us details?
Who are you that they will come and give you? Are you
they can't give Nigerians details. So how did Remy get the details then?
When they have not finished.
You're not looking at that line. So how is Ola looking at that line? If I'm looking and Ola is also looking, that means what we are researching on is different. So that is the point.
They don't even owe us, Jerry. Let's be objective. They don't owe us that explanation.
The thing is, I get more information from ordinary Nigerians than I get from the government. Like I get 100 times more information from Remy than I get from the government.
Talk about this verified journalist that Remy is talking. See, verified journalist is just a recent YouTube podcast media. I think it's more of a response to this America thing. You understand? This video station is about 2 months old. You understand that they already gained about 12,000 subscribers. So the thing is this: where is he getting those information? You understand? That's why I believe that it's more of PR. That you got that information, but you cannot corroborate it somewhere. That you are the only one that exclusive, that you have the exclusivity of your information and everything you are broadcasting. I beg, I no be rap, no be mumu now.
But Mr. Ola, can you acknowledge that Nigeria is in an information warfare at the moment as well? Because I don't think
what I'm saying that if you must give me something, don't lamba me. Don't lamba me. You understand? See, it's more of promoting the government. And the guy has intensified immediately the Trump and America started scrutinizing.
Mr. Ola, do you think the recent spike, the rather sudden spike in kidnappings?
See, no, what I believe is that some of it
by coincidence. You think it's by coincidence? You don't think there's no political...
Hold on, Farabale. See, these guys, they be hiding a lot of information because there were a lot of things we got on YouTube circulating that they were not coming to the main media.
You mean the government?
I think so.
Who's hiding the information? The government or the who?
No. I say many guys from YouTube. You know some community.
Ola, a quick question.
Hold on, no. We'll be talking. You say Ola, you didn't even let that person land. You understand? You are promoting verified journalists now as if
I'm not promoting. I'm just giving what I. Okay, go ahead.
As if we are talking from American intelligence. So the thing is this. You understand? I think government actually suppress some of those information. You understand? Look at this coup.
That makes them incompetent.
I think so. You understand? So I think America, all these American guys that enter into the matter, is the reason that they are now trying to bring out information and now should be showing that they are doing something. They be so quiet and looking docile.
I'm beginning to think this Tinubu government is very incompetent. I'm sorry, like I'm like you're supposed to know better.
Of course, it's showing incompetence. At least
he's showing incompetent. I don't know if you defend him, but let's be honest.
I'm not defending.
He's showing incompetence around security for sure.
If the guy is not intelligent enough to know that security is everybody's duty, and government is supposed to share information with people so people can know what to do.
No, you don't share all information, Mr. Mike. Mike. You share some.
I didn't say all information. Of course,
you are in
the
the
US government
military.
don't
You
share
understand.
classified information.
You understand the information.
Hold
I
on, calm
understand
down.
that there's
I know you
levels
guys
of
start
information
defending.
you share.
Listen, I'm not saying share classified information, but share enough information that the people can be aware of what to look out for or what. But he's not sharing nothing. Because if government is sharing details of things, I mean, not the classified one that might jeopardize missions or whatever, but just give us findings or even the prosecution we are talking about.
But you know that the security architecture is not sophisticated enough.
Hold on, listen. For example, Yeremi just mentioned that they convicted one terrorist, right? So the guy,
more than 100.
Okay, more than 100. Thank you. Remy, allow me to talk now. If you have convicted arrested these people, you must have what they call it, interrogated them, draw some information from them, at least whatever you get from them, and you're supposed to share some of it with the people so the people can know that okay, this is the mind of these people, this is where they come from, this is what and what. But you don't do that.
But
incompetent government.
Remy, I think there's two things there. Sorry, Mr. Remy, Mr. Mike, there's two things there. I think a lot because of the nature of the intelligence, okay, and the nature of the security architecture, it is quite possible that a lot of the information they do garner is the line of investigation that they do follow. So if they are still pursuing those lines of information, and in a situation where there's a social political tilt to this whole insurgency and banditry and insecurity, they have to be very careful with the way they share information. And
for
they also
20
have
years,
to be
they haven't shared
with
information with us. They've been doing this for 20 years. You know how long Boko Haram
I wouldn't say
started?
they've not shared any information.
They haven't told us who's doing what.
The information. There's also you have to understand this. There's the National Security Advisor who is employed by the president. Yes. There's the Office of the Presidency. The Office of the National Security Advisor and the Office of the Presidency are two different things. So the president's essays that are on information and whatnot, they are different. I mean, they wouldn't have the authority to go out there and start saying, "Oh, terrorists, this or that." No, their own job is to on social media, for instance, is to defend the policies of the presidency.
But what's the point of you saying that? Am I even accusing national security anybody?
So what
I'm talking about the government itself. The government should have a spokesperson that comes to brief the public of what listen. The government should have
we have to start to demarcate.
Listen, man, let's stop defending, man. Let's just be straightforward, man. You live in the advanced world. In America, hold on, calm down. When something happens, the government will tell us we are investigating. And once we get a finding, we'll come. Hold on, my brother. The government will say when we get to a conclusion of our investigation, we'll give you facts of this and that. But right now, these are our theories or our whatever we know so far. This and then when they get to something that's very classifiable, where they feel like, oh, they shouldn't put out, they will say, oh, there's something we also know, but it's classified. We can't put that out for this reason. That's it. But with our own government, there's no briefing. They don't brief us about anything. No briefing at all. We're just dying. The government don't brief us. Who kill us?
No, you are wrong.
It's not wrong.
Let me tell you.
It's not wrong.
It's not sufficient.
You go just see people die. Government don't come brief us anything. No briefing.
No man, I don't know what Remy is talking about.
Well, no, I just want Mr. Mike to differentiate between when you say government, we have to make sure, because for instance, if there's insecurity, for instance, in the community where you live, it's the sheriff or the police authorities or the FBI, the CIA that would, they might put out a press release. Okay, the mayor might co-opt and co-sign that press release, but that press release will not come primarily from the office of the mayor. So the National Security Advisor should be saddled with the responsibility of disseminating information on a need-to-know basis. I do agree with you. There should be a need-to-know basis. What information can be disseminated? What information they think they can what help they think they can get from the public? I think they should also, put it out there. Yes, we are doing such and such and such, but at the same time, please, if you know such and such and such, if you think you can assist us with such and such and such,
exactly, and that's such
and such.
And that point, that's the part where they really need the people, because what you are sharing with people, the people can also share something with you. You understand? Because if you briefing us and tell us what you need from us, what we can do, because security is everybody's responsibility. It's not just the government. In fact, the people have more to offer in terms of solving the problem than the government. Because the people are the ones that live in the society. There be some people in the society that might even run to the government like, okay, from based on what you told us, your briefing, I think we know one solution. You understand? The people themselves are the one that will give information. Even when there's a mass shooting in America, the government will say, okay, there's a person of interest, this and that and that and that. Next thing you know, the citizens, somebody among the population will say, I have information. They will share with the government. And they will share with the police. The police will now use that lead to solve the problem. But in the case of Nigeria, the government don't even give us any hint of who to look out for. All the only thing we know is Fulani. That's it.
I don't think the government themselves know very accurately sometimes who exactly they're looking for.
Sorry. Mike, you just mentioned mass shooting in America, and we have seen a lot of mass shooting for more than 20 years. America, the biggest democracy in and the most advanced country in the world.
But they solve every case.
No. My question is this: have they find an everlasting solution to mass killing?
That's the argument here is no everlasting solution. We don't know everlasting solution can come to
it's not. Sometimes you guys just look at.
The argument you are presenting doesn't make any goddamn.
We are not looking for everlasting solution. But we are saying it should not aggravate. We are not looking for a solution.
The situation is different.
Exactly, is the everlasting solution. You're talking about one crazy guy that in the mass shooting is more of an individual that wake up and go and commit crime.
Of institutionalized criminals.
No, exactly. We're talking about an organized group. This is organized.
Wait, don't get me wrong. I condemn any act of terrorism.
No, so what? How is that question relevant to this one, to Nigeria case? How is it?
Very relevant.
You want to justify
it's like saying I'm a guy that go and state in the market. It's the everlasting. You can't find everlasting solution to that.
You want to justify Tinubu's competence. No. Because over here now,
exactly.
I've already mentioned it earlier. Don't defend.
I am not justifying.
Ọ̀gbẹ́ni Tinubu, when it comes to security, is very incompetent.
I'm not here to support anybody. What I know that the issue.
Do you agree that Tinubu is incompetent in the area of security? Do you agree?
Why should I say that?
Well, it's true now. Do you agree that he has shown incompetence?
No, but
you know the best is Tinubu told us today. He say I've ordered all the VIP police. Okay, go ahead.
Do you agree that he has shown incompetence in the area of
that's a blanket statement from you. But I would say in the issue of insecurity, he has not put his right foot very well. He needs to do more. He needs to work hard. And that's it.
He forget he needs to do more. He's not really done well enough.
He has done nothing.
It's years now.
Good morning, guys.
2 years. Could it be 1 year? It be 2 years plus now. It's going
good morning.
Let me tell you something, Remy. You understand? State police, we don't know where it is. Now, see, hold on.
I want to even ask you one question when you finish. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. See, let me tell you one thing. Even the listing that Tinubu should have done. Let me give you an example. There's what they call private security.
You see, let me just say this. Tinubu is incompetent, which is normal, is easier for everybody to see. But have we also questioned the security structure of Nigeria? You see, whether Tinubu, whether Buhari, Atiku will be, nobody will be there that will perform miracle with this the security structure of Nigeria. Do you actually know that for the population of 200 million, we only have about 300,000 police, which is not even enough in the first instance.
But that is why we advocate for state police.
But now
we are not asking him we are not saying he's
Hold on.
incompetent because he hasn't solved it.
Hold on.
Let me address the incompetent part.
Yes,
We are not saying he's incompetent because he hasn't solved it. We are saying he's incompetent just looking at this approach.
Here's my point. Now,
Remy has gotten an assistant. No problem.
At our own various comfort zone, we all think of the solution. We all know the solution. Okay, if you have 300,000 police, why don't you recruit more? Why is police only structured to the federal level? Why not at the state level? At the
Are you
local
directing
level?
that question to me or to Tinubu?
No.
If you ask me now, what go ask?
He himself is letting us know that Tinubu is incompetent.
Listen, just let me.
You are also just confirming that he's incompetent.
Just let me flow.
He has not done any of those things in 3 years.
Now, all this suggestion, we all have it in our head. Okay. Now that they are now even raising the idea of state police, how many states have been able to come out and say, yes, we have the resources to do this thing?
34 states are supported. Why? What is slowing it down? There are 34 states that are eager.
Guys, we are even skipping. You know, the first step of the test, Tinubu already failed it. And all the other presidents, and all the other presidents, they've all failed it. The first step of a problem, right, is to ask, what is the problem? You want to find out when there's a problem. If you want to approach a problem, the first thing you ask yourself is, it's like you're taking an exam. You want to read the question and ask, what is the problem? The first step, hold on, let me learn. I'm going somewhere. The first step, all the presidents failed it, is what exactly is the problem? Before I start taking steps of solution, none of them have been able to define the problem.
Since the inception of this republic, all the people that have come as presidents, they have relegated the police.
My brother, you're talking about police. We are talking about president that can't define what the problem is.
Yeah, that is the point I'm making.
The president cannot define the problem of his country.
This problem is complicated than what you are saying. Look at it from this angle. Look at it from this angle. When Obasanjo was there, hold on, please, just hold on. Let me make this point. When Obasanjo was there, the fear of military taking over has made him to selfishly weaken the military itself.
My brother,
do you know that?
You are not addressing what we are talking about here. You are not addressing what we are talking about.
I don't get what you are saying. Look, listen.
He's just an excuse, Tinubu. That's all. He's not even your wife is not incoherent.
I will join you to say Tinubu is incompetent. But the point is, there's nobody that will perform miracle.
No one's talking miracle here. Why are you arguing against miracle argument? Nobody present miracle argument here. No one here say Tinubu should perform miracle. No one says that.
In the current structure of security architecture of Nigeria, nobody, not even the one that is shouting.
Are you telling us that the problem is security structure, or the problem is we don't know what's going on?
That structure. That's what I'm asking you now. We're supposed to change it. Is it you?
Before we can even bring a structure, you have to know the problem. You have to know the problem. You first have to know the problem to be able to know what structure to use to solve the problem.
Mike, let's even assume that they have known the problem and they know that the problem is the structure. So who is supposed to change that structure? Is it you or me or Boko Haram?
It's the president. That's why. How we know they haven't defined the problem is the fact that they don't even know.
That is where you are getting it wrong. You still put president.
The only solution they've been doing is just changing service chiefs.
He will just make a fiat and say, "Oh yeah, everything should be."
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example of what we've been talking about for a very long time. Now you go to that place, you talk about state police, all those stuff all over time, you believe in the in structuring. Now we have Amotekun, right? Amotekun, do you know that what it means to give Amotekun rifle AK-47? You don't need the National Assembly. You only need either the president or the Inspector General of Police. Ask yourself, why is it that Amotekun is not carrying AK-47 today? And go and look at what Mietiala is carrying. You understand? And you want to tell me that this is a president that is somebody that is ready to do anything? So Amotekun that was formed through the act of legislation in the state that the constitution recognized. The process is that you, the president, you can approve AK-47 or whatever arms they want to bear for them, or you can instruct the Inspector General of Police to do the same. And this guy has spent about 2.5 years. He has not done that. I want you to
no, Mr. Ola, he can't do that. And I'll tell you why.
let me
let me
you want to know more than you want to know more than or not?
Mr. Ola, I think I understand it very clearly. Let me give me Mr. Brown. I don't get two heads now. One head you get this, and I get my one head. I've read and have a copy of the Nigerian Firearms Act. In fact, I think it was updated sometimes in the early 2000s. But really, the basis of the law, the Firearms 1960.
Guys, let me say something real quick. What Nigerians are not getting at all. You guys know it's not the job of police and army to study a problem and find a solution to the problem. The job of the police and army is to go and carry out kinetic action to kill the problem. That's their job. Now, Nigerian government have been doing this. Oh, police, army, they change service. Go and solve the problem. You're telling army, police and army to go and solve the problem. In the United States, when it's a problem out there, that's mystery. If it's foreign, there's something called the Central Intelligence Agency. If it's local, there's something called FBI. What those guys do is to go and study the problem, go and understand the problem, and discover the solution. And then once they've discovered it, that's what they will now task the military to go and carry out the action, or the police. Like, okay, we've discovered this and that and that. Now they're not send also to go and do the kinetic work. Now in Nigerian government it hasn't occurred to them. They're supposed to create a Central Intelligence Agency that will be studying the problem, investigating the problem, spying on the communities, doing this, gathering all the intelligent information. And then no. You know I know they don't. You know I know they don't have. Because whenever they're tired, they will say, we fire service chief. They'll hire new service chief. They will then come and swear in at the Senate. Now the senator will say, okay, we want you to solve it now. You need to solve it now.
No. They have.
I was looking at the swearing of the new service chiefs. And that's how I know they don't have any central intelligence anywhere.
I know they have.
Because the service chiefs, when they talk, they will tell you, you need to go and solve it. Go and solve the problem. Oh yeah.
Some of us.
Tinubu will call the police, the Air Force, the Navy man. You call them to a room and be telling them to go and solve problem. Those ones, they're not trained to solve problem. They are trained to only attack, to fight. They are just fighters. They are not problem solvers.
One is
who is this?
They have. We know some of the people that are working there. So leave that one. That they're having challenges now.
And they haven't figured what's going on to tell us.
Yeah, now she say I can fail in You know how many times CIA tried to kill Fidel Castro? Fidel Castro was just collecting money from them. For 10 years, Fidel Castro was the guy. Fidel Castro agent was their own agent, and he was collecting money from them and funding Cuba. CIA will fail now. Anybody will fail. The DIA is a defense.
No one's saying anybody will fail, but we are saying we don't have.
DIA has. We have central intelligence.
Who do we have?
We have central intelligence. It's DIA.
DIA.
There's DIA now.
NIA.
What is?
We have NIA. We have DIA.
We have DMI. They have
Mike. We have now.
And what are their investigations? Is he one of those?
Are you?
No, they work.
Is he one of those agents where president got appointed because
it was DMI that failed to coup.
So they will come and give
DMI that appointed that.
Mike, as much as everybody have a reservation for this government, are we taking a backseat and think twice of what is going on? Since this Donald Trump started shouting Christian genocide, did we see the level of the arising in the attack?
Yeah, we see it now.
We see it. So if we are so naive and think Donald Trump is really fighting for us.
Who's that? Anybody here? No one here is doing that. No one is saying this. It's
Because
almost like accusing us of things we are not saying.
I just want us to think twice. Because at a point, they have made some requests from Nigeria government, which Nigeria government turned it down. In terms of economic relation, okay, there have been some front and back between
If
the
you are
two
saying it's the
nations.
Americans that's doing it, why is Nigeria government not coming out to tell us?
No, I am not saying, but they are just throwing all this panel in the progress of will of Nigeria. Yes.
I will please. I want to address something. Please. Dami, see, look, I'm not the one to pass a very wrong information. I want you to listen to me and listen to me carefully. I'm not saying, you see, the states, the Western state, they form Amoteco. But then I'm telling you that it is the responsibility of the federal government, you understand, either through the approval of the president or the Inspector General of Police to license them firearms. So when you are telling me that the law, hold on, no. Let me land it. That you are telling me that the law doesn't allow Amotegun to carry such weapon. Who told you?
Mr. Ola, let me respond to that.
Hold on. The thing is this: the government
was carrying weapon now.
They were tried. Don't mind. You see, he says such weapon. Maybe AK-47 is what he's talking of such weapon. It's the duty of the governors to apply to the federal government.
To the federal government,
and they approve. So during Buhari period, they fail to approve. Don't tell me that the weapon, which law doesn't have
private security companies can have weapons.
And one funny thing is this: when we talk so in affirmative and so and so bold in totality, in absolute. Stop being ignorant. Who told you that I'm ignorant?
So, Mr. Ala, let me respond to you. I have a copy of the Firearms Act. I'm
forget about the copy of the Firearms.
Waiting now, Mr. Ala. Mr. Ala, I have a copy of it. If there's a lot of laws that I'm not familiar with in Nigeria, that one is one I'm personally very familiar with. I've read it several times from head to bottom. Several times. It's in fact, it's very ancient and archaic. I think Nigeria needs a new firearms law because I think it was updated sometimes in the early 2000s or thereabouts. But the law itself is from like 1976 or something. It's ridiculous. Now, the Inspector General of Police is the one that issues licenses for firearms. However, it cannot issue a license for a long rifle. Okay, it cannot issue a license for a weapon, a rifled. I know you know what I mean by rifling. So it can't issue a weapon, a license for a weapon that's rifled, okay, that displaces ammunition larger than 0.22 millimeters. So essentially, you can go and apply for a license for a long rifle that shoots a 22 LR. I'm pretty sure Mike understands some of this stuff I'm talking about. So the governors can apply for licenses for shotguns. However, they cannot apply for a license, okay? And in fact, this thing covers everything from air rifles as well. So the Firearms and Arms Act needs to be amended. If Amoteku are going to be equipped with any weapons that fires any ammunition other than shotgun shells.
Patoski.
And even that.
Okay.
Patoski, you mentioned DEA. DEA is the Nigerian drug law enforcement agency. Is that what you're talking about?
No, DIA.
Oh, DIA. Okay.
Okay. What type of gun? No, I saw Sari Dokubo brandish AK-47 anyway.
That's illegal. That is illegal.
Hold on, no. That's not even well. Okay, who licensed gun for civil defense?
Civil defense is actually covered under the Firearms Act and that, I think it was when civil defense was able to carry firearms was when they made an amendment sometimes in the early 2000s.
Yeah, I remember now.
So civil defense are able. It was in the early 2000s that civil defense started using firearms, and that was when a small amendment was made.
Because I listened to Femi Falana that said, okay, apply for that firearm, because Femi Falana will always be telling you first of all.
Yeah, but when Femi Falana says firearms, you can apply for shotguns.
essentially. They can apply for
So
semi-automatic.
the APL are now getting
So it is illegal.
all
That
this
is all illegal firearms. It is not legal. But Amoteku is a legal organization,
No,
and what you
Bola,
are advocating
Ola,
for.
are you telling me you believe that they approved that firearm for Asahi Dokubo? Are you telling me you believe that?
Because government gave him security contract.
No,
Don't
I will
forget,
be
there was a time they
disappointed.
gave him.
No,
Hold
don't
on, no.
confuse it.
Let me land you. There was a time they gave him that security contract to be contract to be safeguarding the Abuja.
It's intelligence gathering now. No be saying that then go safeguard that. It's
That means
intelligence gathering.
Moni Agidi. I have Agidi. At least I made my own point though.
You know, I will tell you guys where Nigerian problem began. It started from the beginning when when British came and they gave hand over, and then the kind of group of people they hand over to were people that had this mentality of everything Africa, everything that exists already have to die. We just have to copy and paste American and British everything, and because before, you guys have to remember, before the British came, every tribe in Nigeria or every village, they have village warriors. They are warlords. Yoruba, I'm coming. Let me land. I'm going somewhere. We sound primitive, but just calm down. Let me land. The responsibility of I'm serious. In Africa, the ethnic nationalities, the nations, they all had their they had a structure among themselves. They already existed. They had those people I mentioned. They were the one. Their job is to defend the village or like defend the perimeter of their tribe or village, whatever, their kingdoms, right? They had these things in place, right? Which was already in place. Now, I'm not saying they should have kept it the same way, no. But what I'm saying is that structure was there. What those people should have done was to find a way to keep that structure. However, maybe not necessarily have superpowers, the military or whatever. But that should have been, they should have kept it and kind of modify and incorporate into the Nigerian news system. Because if we have it today, because back then they had a way of maybe, in fact, those the war laws of that time, they used to protect the village, the perimeters, everything. The villagers used to they used to pay tax to the king, to the central, to pay them. But that was their only job. So those kind of structures should have been kind of maintained, at least indirectly somehow. But what Nigeria did was they abolished all those things, and then they started to build police stations.
If not, we would
they copy and paste in England. What's going on in England? They copy and paste it in Nigeria. So they abolish everything the Africans already had in place.
But
they build police stations, and then they will bring a CP from Sokoto to come and be a man from Sokoto to come and be CP in Ibadan. And then they bring police. They undo that. It's not, that's not crime. Nigeria became a crime rubbish place because the structure the people already had when they were protecting themselves back then, they just see it as African stuff. It's rubbish. Everything African was just rubbish. Those bourgeoisie, those intellectuals back then, they were mentally. I don't see a group of
Mike,
people that
you can't accuse the bourgeoisie because they themselves inherited the colonial police.
The colonial did not abolish everything in Africa. Even when the British were there, they were even using the local rulers to rule Nigeria. They were using they didn't abolish anything. It was when the British said that these people just want to be British. They abolished everything.
Yeah, but Mike, when we started to centralize government, okay, that is what we get. It's everything starts with the centralization of government. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure that I don't know how.
Even before the centralization of government, we were doing regional. The regional king rulers, Gandhi, they didn't respect whatever was already in place. They don't even know anything about it. Most of them were just they were already going to British system from childhood. So
but Mr. Ola, even then, they still have their Agbekoya and Co now.
But they were. Are you telling me that the regional government were working with those people? They were disrespecting them.
But even in communities, Agbekoya were functional in the community.
Yeah, they were still in the community, but they were not part of the constitution of the region.
But they were still able to provide security.
But you are making my point. They were not incorporated into the constitution of the region. Like, okay, whatever existing before, let's find a way to incorporate it and modernize what they didn't do was look at what's useful from whole, even if you're going to abolish your whole system, at least look for whatever may be useful in it and keep what may be useful. But what they did was truly baby out with the bathwater. That's all those bourgeoisies did. They just threw everything in Africa. They threw it all out and just copy and paste England. How they do it in London, how they do it in... I'm like, dude, you can't just throw things the way Africa's already for thousands of years. There are some things they already master. These people already know how to master their... If you know if you enter before the break, you're a woman king. You know if you just enter somebody's village, you know born you were. They go know you, man. You can't just spend... They already have... The people know they know their borders. They know everything. So Africans already had things that was working. So not some things were primitive, were bad, but don't just throw everything away. That's what we did in Africa, and that's how we land ourselves in a mess we don't even know how to solve. We don't even know. We have to call white man to come and solve problems for us now, because everything we do is copy and paste from the white man. So we have to call them to come and solve it because we don't understand it. That's where Africa missed their way, man. Other people didn't do that. The Chinese or all these other people where people get to colonize, they just threw everything about themselves. They still kept their ancient knowledge or whatever they had, and all they did was just take the thing someone else brought to them as good, and they kept it. But us, we just consume everything from the West, even the bad
But
ones.
the Chinese
Even their
too,
bad
right?
culture, we kept
But
copy them. Our boys now, they
Mike,
do Black America. They won't become Black Americans.
but Mike, even the Chinese as well, they are a modern society. They are not using the emperor's army.
Yeah, they know, but they kept things that were still good from back then. Things that they thought was not good enough, they threw it away. The same thing we should have done.
I don't contend with you that a lot of the Chinese society they've kept a lot. It's not just China.
They write in Chinese. They write their own
You go to
alphabet.
India. You go to Japan.
They use Confucius philosophy, their own ancient philosophy.
The Confucianism is the basis of their society. Yes, I understand.
That's what I'm saying. They didn't just say, oh, the Englishman was ahead of us in something. They say, oh, Confucianism is primitive. I just threw it away.
But also, Mr. Mike, I want you to understand this: that the Chinese society is substantially more advanced than the European society in terms of the historical context.
We have a new person.
Don't pretend with you that a lot of the Chinese society they kept.
Somebody is muted now. Don't let us reply go.
I'm muted though. Me, I'm muted.
Maybe it's that new person, I guess.
Can you speak? You don't know law. We have added you. You are welcome. Can you unmute and speak to us?
I think it's a Nigerian.
Yes, they don't know law. Asking them the carry.
Nigerian man, I don't know why this problem.
Nigerian man, you don't know law.
Don't know law. Show me the law.
You don't know law.
Nobody can convince me.
You don't know law.
All the they just don't know law.
Show me the law.
Now, you don't know about judge.
Constitutional lawyer.
May God punish you now and forever.
I stand by my argument based on my understanding, because this act we are talking about is only the president can license prohibited weapons. What does that tell you? AK-47 and all those things, they are prohibited weapons. So only the president can license prohibited weapons. So the question is this. Okay, we know that Ondo State apply for all those. They apply for about taking the past. So why these governors that are still part of the Police Service Council cannot even compare the president, at least for them to take unusual decision? When it is treating, only the president can license prohibited weapon. Let the president license that prohibited AK-47, and let Nigerians that are not happy go to court and sue the president for trying. But the question is this: has the president even ever tried and let someone take him to the Supreme Court and prove that he cannot do that? So when people are saying all these things, it's not as if we know they look at this thing too now. At least
Mr. Ola, I don't want the president to license Amoteku with AK-47 because Isbatu will come and say they want AK-47. Let us just keep sanity. Let us go and do state police.
No. You are changing the story now entirely now. You understand? The question is this: is Ishba not like a state police? to them in Sharia state. That's the problem. But I'm saying in my territory, I want Amotekun to carry AK-47 if the president can license them. You understand? But so you want situation whereby people will just be entering my community in Ekiti and be carrying person just because
At this point, we don't have a choice. So we have to harm ourselves. We have no choice at this time.
Exactly. What are you afraid
We
of?
don't have a choice. One Ghanaian does not talk right now. If Tinubu is the one to do rubbish, I go vex. You have to harm the Amotekun and all those guys in Yoruba land. If that is only reach Kwara,
Exactly.
we have to be harmed. The moment I start to hear about all these things I'm hearing right now in the north and the southwest, I they go Nigeria, they go harm myself, they go harm my people because I'm not taking a rubbish.
Pato don't hold where. Pato, can you please
It's
tell
not
Mr.
Pato.
Alam?
It's Mike that you speak. It's not Pato.
I know, but Pato is here. Pato is here. Pato, I want Pato to
happen.
I want me to tell them, say, when armed robbery, I want to tell Mr. Ola, Mike, when armed robbery became so prevalent in Nigeria. Was it not after Civil War? When you start harming people and putting guns in the hands of all different
Baro, what are you talking about? That's if you are harming senselessly, like just give harm to walk away. You understand? No. You guys, I don't know why you guys always. So you just give people gun, tell them to walk away.
Exactly. Let them be state police. Let them be state police. All this one we're trying to cut corners.
My brother, state police or Amotekun.
Let them be state police. All these cutting corners. All these cutting corners.
No, it's not cutting corners. It's not cutting corner.
Let's land. You see, Amotekun is a very good example of what can evolve into a state police. But Amotekun is not equal to state police yet. Because
the state police. How do you arrive at that?
Now, I have a reason. The effort, the kind of training, the kind of discipline and doctrine that's required in a state police system was not given to Amotekun.
How did you arrive at that?
Hold on now. If they
train Amotekun
now, where were they trained? Were they trained in any police institution?
So you think they just speak every area, boys?
So the police will be able to be the only one to train. Are they the only security experts?
Okay, does Amotekun understand the basic laws of Nigeria? Do they understand laws arrest? Do they understand detainment?
So how do you know? No, Patoski. We are discussing something dangerous.
Most of them are illiterate now.
Yes, I know.
What do you mean they're illiterate? Ghanaian is not illiterate now. You killing?
Where were they trained?
No, Patoski.
Is Ghanaian the operator? Is Ghanaian operating on the? Is he the operating?
Hold on,
the forest?
Where were they trained?
No. Arogidigba. The state legislators, they passed the law that created Amotekun. What are you talking about?
Is the state government that created them?
Are the operatives are they literate? Do they understand the basic laws? Do they understand detainment? Do they understand arrest? Do they understand the laws of arrest? Do they understand
their job is not to arrest. Their job is to perform and it's clearly defined by the state government that created them.
For your information, they be arresting. You told you that they be arresting and be handing over to the police.
Answer that question. Where were they trained? Which institution?
See. Those are the questions. No.
So Patoski, your concern now is Amotekun is not trained. When they start shooting everywhere for Ibadan now, when bandits come now, start shooting everywhere.
Mike, wait. Those are unnecessary
because now I want to give them a weapon.
That's not the point.
If bandits enter Yoruba land, we have to harm our people to out.
A level of government. Patoski. I don't think I agree with what you're saying.
We want to give them
so let me speak now. Shall you let me speak?
Let me land my question.
No, you are not letting me into land. You are asking me
question. No, you were speaking to. You are not.
Let's keep it simple.
Twisting my question and let me ask my question. You are twisting my question.
No, I'm the one asking question. I was saying that now we want to give them a weapon that requires special training, and you say they are ready. I ask you, where were they trained? Where were they trained?
The question is this.
Don't repeat my question. Answer my question. Where were they trained?
I don't answer this type of question.
But Patoski, if the state government created them, then the state government would have given it. Let me answer it this way. Patoski, hold on. Patoski.
I can tell you.
Okay, let me answer it.
Training depot, NDA. I can tell you all those things.
Wait. You don't know the type of
wait now. Let me talk about Patoski, are you telling me that the state government, Southwest state government, created Amotekun, and they didn't create a defined this thing for them.
No, Johnny, I just I
No,
want
no,
just I
you
want
can't say
PC
that. They are not
members.
that. They are not that foolish.
All these OPC, ex-OPC guys, I want
No,
all
they
these
have defined
hunters.
their task.
Johnny, I want TAS, I want ex-OPC.
But how do you know that?
Not the
So what
appointed
about Uncle
commander. They
Johnny?
appointed commander for them. They are not trained now.
How do you know? Do you have facts?
Because I know I've seen the organization now. I see them at least I know of the organization of Amotekun in Oyo State. I know of some states. They
Have you been
appoint
there?
commander. They appoint a commander for them. The commander is usually an ex-soldier or an ex-captain in the army or an ex-police.
No, there's no job where they won't give you some form of.
Mokoko hunters and hunters. Organized hunters.
Okay, let me ask you another question. Did they give them defined task?
No, these people are doing what they've always done, which is
I'm
just
just asking you a question.
local protection. I mean, I want hunters association.
But you're not answering my question now. Did
That
they
is what
give them
they do.
defined? Hold on now. Did they give them defined task? What their objective will be? Did they give them that?
They have some rough objectives.
Exactly. So that's all we need now. That's all we need. It's like hold on. Wait. Listen,
Mike, we've already seen situations where Amotekun individuals have been used to abuse the rights. Wait, Mr. Oleduro now.
Hold on. You are spreading wrong information. Amotekun, they were trained. And you are here, you are saying they are not trained. You don't even know anything about Amotekun.
Crude training.
It may not be army training or police training, but it's some kind of training they will receive now. They can't just put them out there. They will tell them what to do.
To handle firearms and to handle responsibility of having firearms.
If bandits can handle firearms, you know if you handle now.
But the bandits are terrorists now. They are illegal, but we're talking about a state-sanctioned organization. And the consequence of that is anything they do will be done in the name of the state. Do you understand that?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but they will define their task now.
Where are we like this now?
The bandits doesn't have to come and ask. The bandits doesn't.
Opinion from you does not mean we are different.
No. Patoski, I don't even know where you are coming from. I don't even know where you are coming from. But because this argument is being disingenuous. They give priority to army, police. Wait, please.
I don't want a fireman in response to a serious problem. That's the thing.
How many Amotekun
Pato, we've already seen situations in Osun State where Amotekun have been used to abuse the rights of citizens. A lot of Amotekun kill on Shekakiri.
Mike, let's leave this argument for them. We can leave the same
for you guys are not being really fair. The thing is this: they haven't harmed them. We are saying they should harm them, but we are not saying harm them. Just give them go and tell them to walk away. We are saying they should harm them, meaning when you're harming them, of course, you have to shoot training, do some few shooting range stuff. But when we say they should harm people, we are not. You guys are taking as if we are saying, okay, start issuing guns to people and tell them to walk away. That's not what we are allowed.
Mike, the training I'm talking about,
of course, they have to.
Mike, the training I'm talking about is not even how to handle firearms. The training I'm talking about is how to human rights. Do they understand the human rights? Do they understand the laws? Do they understand the laws?
Arrow. If I hire you to do a job, I will tell you what's the perimeter of your duty. I'm not just going to say go and do a job. You can't do outside of your duty now. So they don't have to give them all the law training, military training. They just say, okay, this is your task. You only do this, and do that. Don't do beyond that. That's it. And they know you don't have to be highly educated to know that.
Mike, let me ask something. You do your work every day, and you still have continuous training. You are requested. You are required to even have certification. Do you know everything? So do you think they will just give them firearms? Okay, go and be shooting. They won't train them.
Exactly.
And we are talking as though they are not trained. Do you really
but where are they trained at the moment for the job? You said they are ready. Where are they trained?
Argument about where are they trained?
Don't worry, man. Don't worry. We need to protect ourselves Southwest. That's all that matters. You guys stop discouraging things.
So that is what Mike has just said is really what the sentiment is. If you want to protect yourself, so it doesn't matter. The means
we need to protect ourselves from bandits. We're not going to Listen. I'd rather have my people not trained with weapons to defend my village than just leave my village open for bandits just walk through.
Mike, sorry. They were trained and they were given den gun. Most of them are hunters or people that live in the village. That is the people they recruit with a lot of voodoo.
Exactly, people that are professional hunters. Let me even say this, Remy.
People were trained for 3 months.
Remy,
They were trained for 3 months, and you are telling me.
Najima, please let me say this one lastly. Ola, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you know that every citizen in America have a weapon? You do not have 3 guns in my house. Right
And
now.
that's why you are killing yourself all over the place.
No, what I'm saying is, no. I'm not saying every citizen in Nigeria should have a weapon. No, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that if America can every citizen have gun, why can't we have our own organized security outfit have guns?
That's why you are the way you are, sir. So that first statement that you first made has even killed all your argument.
Person match your left for club. Go carry.
No, the thing is, you have to arm a village. You have to arm people that can't.
Simple road rage. Person bash your car. They don't come on, go shoot it.
But that's not what I'm not saying. In Nigeria, we should arm everybody. That's not what I'm saying. But me, I'm just saying, like, in
so
America,
why did you bring that example now? You shouldn't have brought that example.
No. I brought it to tell you that for you to be against, for you to be saying Amotekun have to go through police training, all those extra super training before you can harm them. That's rubbish.
But Amotekun is a state-sanctioned organization for the purpose of security. They are not private. They are not private. They are not private individuals. Okay, contracted for security contractors. They are state-sanctioned. Exactly. So when you don't bring the example of America that individuals have weapons, no.
I'm not saying no. Hold on. I think you misunderstood.
I just go and buy gun from.
No, you guys are against the idea.
No.
I think you misunderstood me. You are saying Amotekun should not be harmed because unless they go through police training or those kind of army training.
Yes,
kind of
absolutely.
No, they don't have to go through that level of training. They should go to basic task of what they are doing and basic weapon handling. That's it. And they don't have to.
No, not all of
in America, there's something called concealed license. Do you know what concealed license is?
No, most of
that means a license for you to be able to walk around the street everywhere with your gun. And you don't have to go through police and army training for that.
Yeah, but
you just have to go to one class.
You are conflating. No, that's different. In America,
and they make sure you're not a criminal.
In America, the Constitution guarantees that the citizen has the right to bear fire in the.
But you can't walk around with your gun, unless you get concealed license.
In some states have a license that allows you. Okay,
that's what I'm saying. It's everywhere.
Some states allow open carry. Some states don't allow open carry. I understand all those things. I understand all those realities. But what I'm saying is this: in America, the Constitution guarantees that. In Nigeria, our Constitution does not guarantee the right to bear arms.
Who's telling you that I want the right to bear harm for everybody? That's not what I'm saying.
So don't bring the American example. So the American example does
The reason why. Are you listening? The reason why I mentioned that is because you guys are against the idea of you guys' idea is that before Amotekun should be able to be harmed, they have to go through this police training and army training. And I'm telling you that if a country like America, the citizens have to go through army training and police training, and they can all be harmed.
No. Mike, when I talk about, you see, I don't need them. The training is actually not so they can carry guns. The training is so that they understand the rights. Number one, civil rights. They understand their jurisdiction. They understand what arrest means. They understand how to carry out investigations. They understand this. These are the things we are talking about.
They understand the doctrines and the discipline that is required.
Yeah, but they have okay. Now, do you ever see any Amotekun with that?
That is what is lacking in American citizens. So they gave them gun. They know how to use the gun. They lack the discipline.
And
somebody's wife. Somebody's
let's even forget America. Let's forget America. So when police officer wanted to join police officer, they carry gun training from heaven.
But a police officer is trained. A police officer is commissioned.
Stop this type of argument.
Don't compare police officer to commission. I don't tell
people like Aro, they will read bandits to overrun Yoruba land now.
I don't understand what these people are doing. What these two are doing. The question is this: who told you that they are going to give Amotekun gun without training them? Who told you?
Exactly. Who
They
said that?
first of all need to put those training in place before they even start
Patoski,
pushing for
stop argumenting now. You are not taking us for a play.
Okay, Mr.
All these people
Ola,
here are not trying to help us, man. They are the kind of
If
people that will
whatever
go
happens,
against Tinubu.
happens.
Say when Tinubu start, we won't begin to harm.
You all told this to comment.
Exactly. They will be the one to go start arguing intellectually. They do intellectually. Bandit on their way to Oyo.
This type of argument is tiring now.
Pato, don't argue with Mr. Ola and Mr. Mike. Let them go and give them whatever happens.
The thing where they kill Yoruba people, over intellectualism, and they kill Yoruba people. That's why
I'm telling you.
everything in one store, they will start to blow grammar. They will start blowing grammar. They will kill. Start blowing grammar. That's what happens. Bandits are on their way. We say we need to harm ourselves, and you are here telling me blowing grammar, telling me about the.
Hold on. Let's listen to Babati. Just call me Babati.
Hold on now.
So because I had from the donor about marginalizing
the man, go and fight for Moa. Go fight for your Moa and leave us. Anyways, hold on.
I'll go open platform.
Hold on now.
Where the people
you don't know law, sorrow.
Don't know law.
First of all, let's not disrespect Oluwade on this program. I think people, Pato should be for accusing Oluwade of not having what it takes. But here's the problem. How, when Mike said that people here have guns, that is true, but not everybody, because if you fail a background check, you don't get a gun. But we don't have that base to search in Nigeria to know who is who that will truly qualify to own a weapon. So how do you verify that person's mental health or criminal history? You don't have any database to cross check.
I disagree.
That's my to me. Hold on now. It's a concern. No, hold on, Remy. It's a concern that I want us to have weapons. I get it, but how do we know who is who or who qualifies for what? Based on their past medical.
God bless you. God bless you. God bless you, BT. That's exactly my point of view.
But BT, they are recruiting Amotekun now. They know them.
Okay, we are talking of Amotekun. We are not talking of individual. We are talking of a government for security outfit.
But Mike said individual. No, because he said individuals should own weapons.
No, I never said that too.
There's a question.
I never said that. BPT. Maybe you misled me. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said we have to harm our Amotekun. That's what I'm saying.
I think you misunderstood. There was a context to that. Mike was just
even though wait, those who the federal government or the AIG license gun, how did they do their background check in Nigeria?
All those one with pump action.
How did they do their background check in Nigeria?
There's no base.
Wait now, many people have, my father have, many people have, my brother have.
That's why it's just pump action. But they still do it in their own little way.
No, we are talking about individual. And I said, Babati said,
no.
How would they check their better if we say individual to
how do you know who is the question? How do you know who is who?
So that's what I'm asking you now. Those that they give license in Nigeria, those individuals now, how did they check
them? That's why they don't.
No,
let me give you an idea. They don't just license random person. For example, in Nigeria, at the current state, if they license you, maybe you are a hunter, your hunter association will come. You get clearance from local government. You understand? So you can't just randomly say you want to go and license. If you as an individual say you want to go and license, they will check you. What job are you doing? Maybe your employer will give reference in their own little way. You understand?
So that is why if they want to license in Nigeria, if they want individual to have
license pump action, they can't license rifle.
Like we are not talking about rifle now. Wait, no, I don't. You are taking me. No, that is not my question. Babati has a question. He said that there is no way in Nigeria. Let's go to Nigeria context. Now he said there is no way that they were able to license people in Nigeria because there's no way to check who is who, your mental health, all this.
They are still licensed currently.
But
so, what we are even saying is that we need to put the right structure in place before we start thinking of approving guns for Amotekun and the rest.
Yeah, that's what everybody agrees. That's what Ola was even saying.
It's like majority of you doesn't understand that Amotekun, they are trained.
Even the last commander they changed I think in Ondo about 2 months ago. If you see their training ground where they train, even in Oyo State. I don't know where you see Amotekun. Do you ever hear Amotekun?
My
Matthew
German,
block, collect
my
50
German,
naira, or do
my
good ones they are not job. You
No
understand?
mind now.
So
You know,
my
no say na
most
German,
people,
Omoluabi na no dey
my
recruit
friend that
enter
is an
Amotekun.
Amotekun my
Atoski,
friend that is
you know
Amotekun
say na Omoluabi no
I'm
base am for
coming
no
now.
recruit
I'm
Amotekun.
coming already. My friend that is Amotekun in Ibadan, he was a former teacher. You understand? Was a former teacher. You understand? So majority of people there, some are military men, some military policemen. You understand? Even there's no too much
And
old
most
people.
builders, so
There's no too much
builders,
old people. Wait, I'm coming. There's no much old people. All this a lot that you are talking in Amotekun. Majority are young people and young guys.
international diploma, and people are just saying they think they go carry one
So
one.
not just start,
I believe they are
not
not
just start
speaking
illiterate who
every
doesn't know
grammar.
any
They
from
are not
their right.
competent.
You understand? Please, people should not.
Najama, you know one thing, most arrests of all those bandits and all those kidnappers in all those areas of those states, these Amotekun are the one arresting them and handing
No,
them
they are
over.
not using. We are not looking at their good job. We are talking about their
You
what? No,
understand?
They are
that
talking
one is
about
wrong.
competence.
And with pump action, and you are saying you are
they
now
have
condemning them.
compassion. No, they have. They are
No. That
Remy,
Remy, wait, Gary. Since the introduction of Amotekun, kidnapping has actually slowed down in Southwest.
Yeah.
If you go to Nigeria now, where you will see Amotekun in the night,
You know
all
that
those
because of
places.
Amotekun,
Wait, I'm
the
coming. Mike, all those places, let me just expand it further. All those places before those hidden area that is the night from 8 when everywhere is dark, you don't see any police don't even go to that area. You will see Amotekun with their car. They will march it midnight, sometimes in 10 o'clock. All those danger zones with their life.
If Kwara get brain, make they come join Amotekun. If they get brain.
Hey, I beg, Oga Patoski, I beg you. Let them resolve their problem of that thing first.
Quara, we know one will carry juju come. They go say they be Muslim.
Let them because
they go say no, we can worship Shango for their land. Say they be Muslim. They be joyful and be sit down there Fulani.
Even those the Kwara say, them by themselves, the Yoruba they
Amotekun.
No, but they can't join Amotekun.
We don't want more in our own this thing. Let them stay on their own.
Quara is gone, man.
But don't you listen to Buba Galadima? I think I said it here that day. You say no, I should not say. Go and watch his latest interview and right. He said why they brought Buhari, to become a president is because of what we say OPC bought about 500 cars. They said they are coming to take over Kwara and dethrone all the Fulani emir. And Tinubu was not saying anything, was a governor. Masojo was not saying anything. So that's why they want to go and bring Buhari. They beg him to come so that he can intimidate Masojo and take over power so that they can save Kwara. They are Fulani. I've gone and listened to the latest interview.
You know why that guy? You know why I say that guy is lying? If they say there's any liar
I don't care whether it's lying.
Buba that hates Buhari from the depth of his heart, that is looking for any way to discredit Buhari.
No, he didn't hate Buhari. After when Buhari win, those are the campaign. That was the engine room of Buhari.
Buba has been trying to discredit Buhari for like years now.
No, that one is different. No, we are not talking about the. He said why they brought Buhari. Those were the people that brought Buhari down. Forget the aftermath.
You don't know law. Hold on.
Show me the law.
If they say the law, God punish you now forever.
Ajama, I don't know law. You don't know law.
Show me the law.
You see, if they say somebody to back paro, Yoruba say your paro brakata. Somebody sabi lie brakata. That man is number one. If he say 10 things, you can be sure 9 are lie. I don't know why. I think he enjoys it.
No. Why? Okay, tell me why you said it's lie. No.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Now, he said they set up. Okay, let me not say total lie, but I saw do one be. You know what I saw do? You don't know law. Make person they put sweet
sugar for sausage
for talk. Now this guy said that because of OPC, they brought Buhari, and the reason was that he said Obasanjo was there, he didn't say anything. Tinubu was there, he didn't say anything. Tinubu was just an ordinary governor that time.
Yes.
So it was, you can see bringing Tinubu into the picture is just to
No,
showcase.
see why bring Tinubu. Ask me why.
Was
No,
it?
no. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you. No, wait. I'm not. Wait now.
No, Obasanjo put Gani for prison.
Wait, and later, wait. Now let me tell you.
After there was when he arrested Gani.
Hold on now. Wait. Let me explain to you why he brought Tinubu. He said, see the way he started it. He said the Yoruba leader. None of them was saying anything. So that uncle now asked him, say, why did you use you want to talk to the driver? He said, that's Obasanjo was the president, that Tinubu was governor. You understand? He said after they brought Buhari, when they don't see Buhari challenging him,
Tinubu was not even Yoruba leader then. That time we still had people like Ibrahim Adesanya.
No, don't you understand? When the uncle now asked him, when he wanted to make it like Yoruba.
That the sugar where they tell you.
But he wanted to make it like Yoruba elder. He said Yoruba elder.
I was still there that time now.
I said Yoruba. Wait, hold on. No, that man is not lying. What he said is 100% true.
That
if you're letting me know that,
like fish, if they drink like fish, they drink water.
No. Okay, wait now. You have to
now
ask why
because they don't give him appointment. They sweet time. They pay
no,
now.
This was just about a month ago.
Yes.
You understand? Not during Buhari.
Since Buhari time, the thing they pay now. If Tinubu had given him something now, tomorrow now,
no, since Buhari time, you could have said something good about Ghana.
Let me even type Patoski this thing. See,
I don't understand.
In Nigeria, we are fond of just discarding everything. When they talk that OPC brought militants in, when Ghanaian Adams go, they talk before they say, oh, no lie, nothing, all those stuff, until they begin to kidnap. Now, some people don't talk their own as far back as 2015. You understand? People say they lie, and those people that did that thing now, they started talking in 2023. You understand? Sometimes when someone says something, don't let just discuss and say it's a lie, because these guys too. Okay, for someone to
this thing like political propaganda.
Where Commander Olawumi talk.
This is their job. This is the job these people know how to do. They are just political merchants.
Wait, Adekwaro. You see something then? What I wanted you to ask, say, after that time when all this thing, after Buhari came, why Obasanjo now had to be very harsh on OPC? Is it these people that after, because of all those things, they now create insecurity in the Southwest? So that Obasanjo, there is many things you have to think. You are not thinking those things. These people was against OPC because OPC, maybe those people just announced that they are coming to Ilori to come and dethrone all the OMA and put Yoruba there. These people now say that is why they have to go and beg Buhari, beg to make it to be president so that somebody can intimidate Obasanjo. When they not see, when Obasanjo now see, when they not see that Buhari is getting ground, but then when Obasanjo now become not take action. So you will ask yourself, so I feel like these people, they can't create insecurity for Southwest to defending these people.
No.
Now,
you're not telling me why it's like. Oh, you're telling me why it's like.
Never believe him.
Like Jama, let me say something. Someone said that attack of Buhari, in Kano. Now it was just because when the guy said he was not going for presidency again, that it was an attack, they warned him that he must go back to the presidency. So
no, he was doing campaign now. He was doing campaign that they almost killed him in Kano now. He was doing campaign now.
Thank God.
I don't just know. I'm tired.
Go on, Mr. Ola, go on.
No, I'm not talking again.
No, he has lost his thought. Let somebody else continue.
No, I didn't lose my thought. I was even narrating what someone said, and they say it's a lie.
Let's know. Continue now.
No problem.
Continue.
For somebody to come on national TV, be saying that kind
lie,
talk
they
history.
talk, that man can
but
lie.
Why do you okay now? Prove it now.
Nigerian
was there
Commander Olawumi spoke on TV. Some people still say a lie. They see where and see that
did Obasanjo dealt with OPC? Yes or no?
All of us know Obasanjo deal with OPC now.
So this man is telling you the background.
Because somebody built a story around it, you believe it.
No. That is not. It didn't be a story. How did Buhari came back? How did Buhari came to power?
My brother, if somebody else have said this thing, I will believe. Not Buba Galadima.
Who somebody else? Who brought? Who are the people who was the AG room of Buhari? Do you ask yourself? why that man didn't contest?
Which man?
Baba Galadima. During that
Now he know why
Buhari.
no contest. Now that's his
So he
problem.
said because they come together that they will not contest. They will give the AG room. He said, why did they have
Why does he
problem with
want
Buhari?
appointment?
When
Which
Buhari
AG
now
room?
came, he was no
Which
more.
AG room?
This,
Now he
they
bring
are
Buhari to
campaign.
power.
These are oh my God! This man they go for no politics
Which
by then.
political influence? Which political influence Buba get?
What kind of political influence are you talking?
Which political
Anything
influence Buba
start with
get?
the people start Buhari. Do you know how was won that man?
Buba can't even win his constituency. I think.
Oh
Buba
my
na zero.
God! See these people. You see, all the job says is to win
Buba where
election.
they jump from one person to another. Now he's supporting Kokonso. He's supporting
Nobody, all of them. Buhari not jump from one party to another.
Say Kokon say we win the whole country. Kokon.
No, that is politics day now. You go to politics, what you want or you lose, you will lose. I don't understand this man.
Buba is a liar.
But you are not proving it. What he said, what he said now.
All
You are
those
not
things
prove this
where
one.
they
I prove
talk,
this one
all
to
those
God.
things where they talk now political maneuvering.
So again, what?
Political maneuvering.
That Tinubu should look him as if he's afraid of him or he want to bring this insecurity to Nigeria or what again. So why?
Now political maneuvering.
So what is the game that the end game, please, Oga?
Let him look for his end game. Now he will tell you the end game. That question should be directed to him. Man, I know say Bagalani man a liar now.
Okay.
The man they look for something, but he no get. The waiting pain and be say he work for Buhari for 8 years. He no get anything. I don't know why Buhari treated him like that. It's actually unfair, but now he know. But the thing they
someone was
if people like this we are there saying this kind of a thing, that means their agenda is for bring Buhari come and take over Nigeria, make it Islamic country. You are not looking that side. You are saying it's
No,
Islam.
that
And
guy
when
is full
Buhari
of
now fail
lies.
them, and they come. When Buhari now fail
Sorry.
them, he said when Buhari come, he was not
You
listening
don't
to
know
them
law.
anymore.
You
Buhari
don't
was
know
not
law.
listening to them anymore. Listen to them because all what is supposed to they tell Buhari to they push agenda we supposed to they push for Buhari. Buhari now sidelining. They are
Ola,
good.
there's something I
You don't
wanted to
know law.
say before I call
Let me
you
make Akon
about
cry.
this guy Gumi guy. I get one question. Do you guys think? Because I noticed that there's a growing in Christianity in the North. Like there's a statistic that shows that more Christian. You know how these pastors are pushing. You know in Nigeria now Christians like to win souls and they do so many crusade
The missionary
rally.
work. Apart from
Yeah, the
that, there are a lot of
missionary
missionary
work.
work in the north.
Because I remember when I was in North, there's some pastors from the side like that. Also, they will come to the North to come and do this
No, even
big.
apart from crusade, there are a lot of missionary work in the north that I know.
Yeah, I'm saying, yeah. Do you think because like Christianity is starting to grow in North, people like Gumi, Sheikh Gumi, they say that we have to stop it. So they begin to push all these, this anti-Christian attack on Christians, so that way they can scare them to chase them out. Do you guys think that may be another factor why, in the North?
That may be.
It can be part of it. But I want to go back to Galadima. The same interview, Nigeria, you are talking about, is that same interview that man also said that Tinubu gave one of his daughter appointment. You see that guy, Patoski is 100% right. He can play for both sides.
No, the daughter is working in Tinubu. No, the daughter is working now.
Even the Buhari's government,
The daughter is working. He work with Buhari now. He work with Tinubu now.
The daughter work with Buhari. Two
He work
of
with
his
Buhari now. That
daughters.
is true now.
Two of his daughters work for Buhari as well.
One fine lady like this, very beautiful.
You don't know law. You don't know law. That man, they eat lie, they smoke
no,
lie,
the daughter work with Buhari. That is true. The daughter they work with Buhari.
Supposed to be lie
The
Mohammed.
interview of the daughter I haven't watched itself now.
Not supposed to be lie Mohammed.
No, the daughter they
smoke
work.
lie,
That's not true. The daughter work with Buhari. I bet.
So why would they talk say Buhari no compensate them? Then give the daughter appointments. Which kind of compensation the pastor?
They knew him very well. It's a loose mouth, so that's why they did not bring him to government. If you have
I'm sure.
mouth of politician, you keep him at bay. Sometimes we have to read between the lines. So they keep him at bay. And all those rubbish he's talking about, do you think any Northerner can force their own religion ideology on South-East or Southwest? It's not done. It's not easy that way. Even as we are talking of today, those Amotekun you are talking about, most of them are using pump action guns.
And that is the truth.
So what you are saying, if not for back in the day, maybe it was a Christian. They never bring
most of them are
they never
looking
bring
for
Sharia upon that day. See what you talk. Let
no,
it be
forget the
Muslim that is the
even
governor.
that Sharia you are talking about, Makinde, because of political something, it's not so how to say take action on that one. It's a little bit receptive to
No,
towards it.
because you are a Christian,
So,
let it be Muslim
no,
governor.
I'm telling you, it does not handle that situation very well, too. It does not handle very well. And like my people,
Now all we
in
want,
the
we don't want it
Southwest,
and we don't have it.
listen, in the Southwest, there's no way you can push Sharia on them. They will not accept. Even the Christianity we are talking
this
about.
Osun State governor,
Remy,
let it be there.
I don't trust Osun State. I do not
Osun State
trust
governor,
that
let it be
Osun
there.
State.
But just pass
No,
one.
it's not going to happen. No.
I don't trust Osun State. Forget story. I
It's
don't
not
trust you in
going to
Osun State.
happen. Even Osun State, you should be afraid of not Oyo.
What are you talking about? Okay. Did you notice? Okay. Did you?
Let us talk. That you have been talking. Are you not tired? You with Patosi. You with that one. You
Ìgbà tí mo bá dákẹ́ ló wá ń ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wá pariwo. So if I now respond to you, I
ìgbà tó
stop
ti
for you
takò
and you're
mẹ́ta
not
àárọ̀ kan tí mo dẹ̀ dákẹ́ fún ẹ.
I kept crying for you and you now. That's why you now start
She
raising your shoulder.
dákẹ́ díẹ̀.
Mi ò
You
dákẹ́
should
mọ́.
be scared about. Very interesting. You should be scared. No, me on Bolaja. You should be scared about Oshun. Oshun are predominantly more Muslim than Christian.
Oshun?
Because they have
I
a
don't
lot
think
of.
so.
Let me finish. They have a lot
Also,
of.
Muslim country,
They have a
also a
lot of
Muslim state.
sheikh and imam in Oshogbo,
Oshun are
big apart.
tradition.
They have them
Also is a Muslim state too.
plenty. It's a Muslim place. So if you are afraid of Southwest, you should be afraid of Oshun. But as they
It's
have
one by one now. What are you talking? Now you accept one in the Southwest.
As they have all this afar, luckily for that state, they also have Agidi and well-educated people too. So it's not going to happen. Although they can be afar, but
Okay.
they also okay.
I just told you that I don't trust Osun now. I just corroborate what I said. You see that your Osun, that's where you have Murik. That's your Ishakabi. What is it?
Nothing. He cannot do jack. He cannot do jack.
Hold on, no. That is where Oluwo Oba Yoruba
That one is just entertainment now. Entertainment Oba.
Which entertainment?
Which kind of rubbish entertainment?
That guy will invite Gumi. I'm telling you.
Is Murik from
Even yes, it's from Osun.
I thought
Even
Murik is from Lagos.
I think Murik is from Osun.
Is he
Also, I think
like
from
lecturing
Osun.
in Lagos, have him?
It's from Osun, I think, anyway.
Because I know he's a professor in Lagos State University.
Yeah. But even Murik is just grandstanding for the Kilo. All of this in Nigeria, all of this.
I don't take such grandstanding lightly. I don't take
all of these people are just merchants. All of them are just merchants.
How come saying now Osun say that they do all those stuff? You gonna be fanatics for that Osun? Gonna be fanatics.
He's not fanaticism. They're just merchants. Murik is just a merchant. You don't get it. It's all for money.
No,
it's all for attention. Murik is a merchant.
Let me tell you one thing. If Aregbesola Adimi thought I was permitted, Aregbesola did thought him, that guy will have scattered Osun. He will have created.
All that Shokoto Pepe are just fake. I beg.
You.
Because the only place tí ó ṣe predominantly Muslim lọ́sùn yẹn ni bóyá rú àwọn Ifẹ̀ yẹn mọ́ bóyá Iléṣà. The rest àwọn Ìlá àwọn.
Ifẹ̀ Iléṣà. No, Ilati is not that. Ilati is not predominantly Muslim. No, Ilati is Christian. Ìlá where Bola Ige comes from. What's his name? That place towards Ekiti. SLK.
That's Iléṣà too now.
Hold on. I got one statistics here now. I saw some people now they go gaga. I heard that Christian in Osun State is about 70%.
I'm saying like that. Osun does not have that many Muslims like that. In fact, Osun have more traditional worshiping is very rampant in Osun. I'm telling you.
So
I'm telling you, man.
If you are in Osun State, you don't feel like
Ola, do you know when they are doing
Osun
festival?
Everywhere, bus stop or street, you just saw this Alemajiri powerful screen. Oh my God! What kind of
wow?
No.
Wow. No,
That
Mike, let me hear you out, Jari.
Oshun,
Almajiri in Oshun.
the president of
many.
worship is heavy.
Just go to bus stop. Like 40, 50 go just gather you there.
Oshogbo festival. But the thing about Oshun is
yes, now I went there now.
The people
The last
doing
row.
traditional worship, somebody else also participating in Christianity and Islam at the same
The
time.
Muslim country, I will stay to a bit.
No, I didn't. It's not as much as Oyo, and I'm sorry, and you know,
Kwara.
Yeah, Kwara, particularly Kwara. Kwara can't even stand Oshun because they say Oshun they worship too much.
Actually, there are some town in Oshun that you can't say they are mainly Muslim, because if it has population and they are mostly Christians, then Ilesha, the Jisha people, they have a major population and they are mostly Christians. In short, there are a lot of CAC, a lot of even Ajeri they there for Ijisha.
Yeah, you see more churches and
then all these Mikiri and the rest, they are mixed Christian Muslims like
but the
that.
traditional worship.
But you know all those white garments. Yeah, and the majority of them are not Christian. The Muslim, everything they come that church. So
okay,
that white garment, all religion come that church. So now you look and say,
but Pato, can I make two statements? Number one, if Malaysia are the primary population centers in Osun State, so and like you said, they are predominantly Christian. But even at that, what does it matter? As a people, what does it matter? You want to bow your head to the floor. You want to jump up and shout hallelujah. What does it matter? You want to do Ifa Kilokwe. What does it matter?
But you know why it matters?
Bóná gbé Gumi lọ náà, Ọ̀ṣunkọ́ náà lẹ ti gbé Gumi kó wá preach fún yín.
Ọlá.
Ẹ̀yin náà lẹ tún fẹ́ gbé Sharia wọlé through back door.
Ọlá, you know why it matters? If I put my head on the ground and I shout Allah Akbar, and you put your head on the ground and I allow you to shout hallelujah on your own, it won't matter. But when I put my head on the ground and I shout Allah Akbar, and you want to go to river and do Eriwoya, and I say no, you cannot do it. That's where the problem is.
Nígbà tí mo ya wèrè.
Nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ nìyẹn.
That's what the problem is. Those Muslims
no,
say you can't do
their own.
Sorry, but that is
you can't do your own. That's
not
what
all. Nigeria
what I'm saying, what I'm saying is
sorry,
nǹkan tí mo sọ ni pé the
Christians take along.
No, my take along. Just land point to me.
Okay.
The Muslims, the Christians.
Let me show me the law. You don't know law.
The Christians want to allow you practice your religion. The traditionalists want to allow you practice your religion. But the Muslims there, they don't want you to practice your religion.
Yeah, the Muslims they don't tolerate. Islam does not, because they see you as
it does not.
Their Quran tell them now, like if you are
Pato, do you know something?
Christians are the same way, but the only thing
Christians are the same way.
Christians don't believe anybody else to practice anything.
The Christians are the same way.
Let me give you an example. Do you know that if you are a Muslim, you cannot cease to be a Muslim without punishment, without being punished?
No freedom of religion. That's why.
You see these two religions, they are the problem of Africa. This Christian and Muslim. They are so insecure.
Pato, nobody has punished. But Pato, nobody has punished Oyedepo now, and nobody has punished Bakari, and nobody has punished the several. Nobody has punished. Nobody has looked.
No, they are not from the north now. If they were in the north, they don't.
Which Muslim then be? They were just born in Muslim home now.
They don't come on their head.
Patowski,
like Goddo Adeleke now. You will see him in the mosque. You will see him for church. You will see him for white garment church. You will see how they do everything.
That one is stupid. Doesn't know what. Patowski, what I want to say is this: Nigerian government should start censoring all those Afa priests and pastors and whatever. Their sermon, some of their sermon is hatred. Okay,
it's hatred now.
In both religions, they should start sermon.
Government cannot do that too, because they use them for politics now. They have number for politics. Government will not do that.
Let me just in there long question. The Muslims and the Christians, they can be extremists. One preach negativity and hatred in both regions, but the pastors have not preached it. They have not preached it so hard to the point that a Christian go out
No,
and enter a mosque
that is
and
the
fight
problem
people
I'm
there.
having. That is the issue I'm
No.
having
Jackie
with you.
down, Jackie
You
land.
see all these big
Jackie
prophets.
land, Jackie land the turn.
Èmi náà ń jẹ́ kó land o. Torí pé
There's
ńgbà
no
tèmi náà
church.
pé jẹ́ kí èmi náà kọ́kọ́
There's
land.
no church.
Jẹ́ kí
There's
kọ́kọ́
no
land.
church.
Jẹ́ kọ́kọ́ land.
Yeah,
Jẹ́ kọ́kọ́
land.
land. Jẹ́ kí kọ́kọ́ land. You see the issue is this. Those ones that are preaching hatred are those big ones that they have more than 50 or 100,000 congregations. Look at the last week. That Oyedepo was just talking about genocide like that. Come on, this is a country, and you know this topic is volatile.
Have you
So
landed?
this kind of people should be censored. Yes, I've landed.
But the politicians need their followers for election,
Have you landed?
so they
Let me
cannot censor
finish.
them.
Let me answer him. Oyedepo talk about Christian genocide because there is Christian genocide. There's targeted killing of Christians. The bandina first of problem Nigeria.
So exactly
there
that's
is
what I'm
targeted
saying.
killing
All
of
those
Christians.
that big
Let
and
me
fat,
finish.
you know, up in the north,
Let me
they are
finish.
also saying the same thing about the south too.
There's targeted killing of Christians. Tẹ́ ẹ bá fẹ́ kó solve kẹjẹ ká mọ̀. Ẹ ń pààyàn ẹni pé kó má sọ̀rọ̀. There's targeted killing of Christians. He was a pastor in Kaduna. He's giving you first hand. Ebedamina said the same thing. Ebedamina is from Kaduna. They almost killed him. But what we are saying is that Christian pastors, they preach hatred. But I've not seen where the pastor preach hatred to the point that Christians went to the mosque and blow up themselves. So which hatred are you talking about?
But that's because
I've not seen a Christian
the Bible
after
haven't said
hearing a
that.
sermon on Sunday
Put
tie a
themselves.
bomb around his neck in
Christian life for one
Our
Nigerians say life for one
let me tell you, the Muslims brother in Nigeria need to speak to their people.
Patoski,
When they
hold on.
I'm
ẹ
just
ti ń parí
angry
ẹ̀
now.
fún bí ìṣẹ́jú mẹ́ta báyìí o.
The Muslim people in Nigeria need to look at themselves in the face and say the truth. Somebody amodidi abelori.
It's not about Muslim now. Don't look at it from that
Remi, I want to say something though.
Don't look at that.
Okay, Patoski, this is the way. Okay, do you know why? Okay, hold on, Patoski. Do you know why I'm against this?
Do you know what?
Yes,
Let me get your answer now.
One after the other now. Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ gan?
Remi ò ní jẹ́ kéèyàn sọ̀rọ̀ now.
Any slight thing wà lọ́wọ́ church.
Okay, Patoski, let me tell you, people, some of us are not buying to this Christian genocide. It's not as if we don't know that.
Clean of Christians.
Hold on
I
now.
don't want you to buy into it. That's your business.
Hold on no. The thing is this. I said something here several times that we black race, we lack defense mechanism. If Chinese, Caucasians, and all these people that are of different color, if they want to clear us, honestly, now we then go use to clear us. We don't have that defense mechanism, and we try to hold on to some content of all those things. See, the people that are out, it's not about religion. They want to wipe you out as an ethnic group. Unfortunately, those people that are carrying that thing, carrying out it now, they think they are carrying out because they too they feel like black. They don't even know that the person they are serving, they have another agenda. They just want to use you for now, and they will not come later and they wipe you yourself out of that situation. That's what we are not looking at. Okay, now someone want to wipe out an ethnic group, and we are now downplaying it to only religion. I've told you that a security expert like Theophilus Danjuma has said this thing before. We can't know more than a person like that, someone that was former chief of army staff. Are we going to look at our minister of defense? Hold on. You know they have history. They have history when all those Fulani, when they came, you understand, they put the outside into surrender and they took over their land. They rule over them. But now, so when they go to those middle belts, what they do is this: when they chase people away, they take over their land. They chase people away, they take over their land. That is not religious. That's not Christian
You said they
genocide.
want to wipe out an ethnic group. Are they trying to wipe out Yoruba?
Ola, you are
Hold
right.
on.
No,
I'm not even talking of Yoruba. No, I'm not even talking of
Ola, you
Yoruba.
are
You know,
50
we have
right.
million
history with
Yoruba.
Fulani too.
Ola, you are right. But
Hold
that's
on.
not the only
So when they
killing
are
taking place in
hold on now,
Nigeria.
hold on.
It's
When they are
Boko
now
Haram taking
wiping,
over
hold
land
on
from
now.
Middle Belt.
Let me
Boko Haram
land
is
this.
killing Christians. That's
Hold
what I'm
on.
telling
Boko Haram is
you.
another thing.
please.
Jesus Christ
Boko
of
Haram is
Nazareth.
killing Christians. Lakurawa, they are
Jesus
killing
Christ.
Christians.
Let me talk of the area I'm
Matasini have
talking
been
about
killing
first now.
Christians. We are
I'm
just
talking
limiting
of.
it. We are talking of insecurity generally. Don't narrow it down to Middle Belt. Nicole.
Hold on, Shelly. Okay, let me make my opinion known. Now, when you now talk of when people are chasing you away and are taking over your land, they are chasing you away, they are taking over your land. Now, that land they are chasing people away from, you understand? We have Christian, we have Muslim, we have Aborisha, we have people that know they don't even believe anything at all. You understand? But when you now link it to Christian genocide around Taraba, Benue, and Epetu, you are just saying, okay, this is Christian genocide. Ask yourself a question: why are they chasing people away from their land?
Okay, Ola,
Now,
let
when
me
you
ask.
go,
Sorry,
when
Ola.
you go to Borno too, you understand the area where they are chasing people away. I asked Kazan that question there the other time. Do they have Emirates there? That was the first question I asked. Now they are chasing people away and they are reclaiming their land and they are renaming the land.
Ola, on that point, what you are telling me right now is that the goal is to take people's land, right?
Yeah.
So they chase people off their land and they'll take their land. Because
yes,
if that's what they are doing, then that will be an easy solution for the Nigerian military. Because all Nigerian military have to do now is allow them to chase those people away completely, and the bandits that now occupy the land, they build their houses, they build their farm. Now the Nigerian military just have to surround that land and just wipe them out.
That is what the government is not doing, and that's why they are accusing the government of genocide.
No. If you can tell me which land right now they are occupying, me personally can go and wipe them out.
Many community, Benue,
the Congress
even
have
in
them now.
Kaduna.
Even in
they are occupying, they are living there.
Yeah, they are
the
occupying.
Nigerian,
They
the
said
Kano jail just.
don't you hear that man in Kaduna? He said they
Najaman. But if the bandits are the only one now occupying that land, that village, all the Nigerian government have to do is fly to Kano jail and just rain that bomb.
That's why they are Muslim agenda jihadists that they are up there and don't want, they can't let it happen now.
They did not allow us to use to Kano jet on them. America.
That's why they are sabotaging everything now. They're in the military, everything sabotaging it now.
Guys, let's use our sense here. Let's use our brain here. These bandits, they are just running around attacking places and leaving that place. That's what I understand. But sometimes I will hear people here say,
you are right. You are right.
That's what they are doing now. That's why the army cannot kill them. That's why
economic now.
No. Look at Benue. Look at Benue. Eh? See, if you listen to those those people, the what is that? The local. Why there is always a reprisal? When they now occupy those places, those people in that village that left and they chase out, they will not reinforce and come back. To come and drive them back out from there. That's why they always say the prison.
No.
When the people are there,
if the issue is that they are trying to take your land and occupy, there is the easy solution. Because now you just let them occupy it, and then you know where they are. Because the one thing
You are right. They are
the
not
Nigerian army are
occupying.
complaining that
What
these
they
guys
do
they are
is
hard to
they
find
get
because they
there,
are attacking and
burn
running.
their houses down. They burn their houses down. So you can't. So only you can. How many people will stay when they've killed most of your family? Everybody will run away from that area. Only you can now go inside that bush to now stay in that village, because they are
No.
still
What I'm
around.
saying
They are
is,
in that territory.
but what they are saying is that the bandits wants to live in that land. That's
They
why
are
they.
not living in the land. They don't mind anybody saying they are living in
Okay,
the land.
exactly. That's what I'm saying. Because
They are not living in the land. What they do, they burn the place down, kill people. Obviously, if I live in that kind of village and I escape, you think I will go back there to go and live?
Exactly. I agree
I'll
with
go to
that.
neighboring town, so they make all those places useless. So it's more like they are still within that village, but you can't go and stay there because you can see them. You can't stay there alone.
Some
And the
majority
issue is, I
some of
think
that
we
land
need to get this right.
they start mining, maybe they
I
find the
think the
mineral resources
problem,
there.
Seth, is our government, and there should be something in the law. Fine, everybody can practice whatever they want. It is only
GOG.
this. It is hold on. It's only when it comes to Muslim we see violence in most cases. Even the people that people think they are the devil, the babalawos, the Ifa people that they don't harm anybody. They just do their own thing. They do their festival. That is what we hear.
They
It is
harm
Muslims that will
spiritually.
burn
They
a
harm
student to
spiritually.
death just because of one statement. They will burn somebody. Why is the government not tackling those things then? Why would the governor come out and turn a state to Sharia when you know that possibility there are Christians there? Why are the government allowing it? The major problem is the government. Why are we allowing all these things? We've seen a lot of things happen in the northern region, even in the southwest, where Muslims will attack people. I've never seen where Babalawo or traditionalists are going to attack people. I've really never seen
Babalawo
anywhere
attack people.
Christians where
Spiritually, all those killing people, children, making their life miserable. Let Babalawo be that.
Those
No,
ritualists are
Babalawo is
different.
different
No,
from
ritualists are
Onisegun.
different
Don't
from
forget,
They are
Mike na
different from
Babalawo.
worshiping.
Just
Don't let's mix this up. People that are doing ritual are not.
Give me all
They
your
are not.
conversation.
You are not getting it.
Okay.
You are not getting the problem. That's the problem. We need to be able to separate these things. There are Ifa people, there are Oshun people. All these people, they have their own way of worshiping whoever God they serve, Ogun, Shango, whatever. But you don't see them. People that are doing ritual are actually trying to achieve something. That's why they do the ritual. These people, they do their festival. There is Oshun festival, there is Ifa festival, there is Ogun festival, where they kill dog and do all those things. But Muslim, a girl, just the text on group, they stoned the girl and burnt her to death. What happened? Nothing. Nothing happened. Several cases like that in the north, and government won't say anything to it.
What
That is
about
what allows Muslim people to think about
there
it.
is one
And
guy
everywhere
there.
in the world,
There is one
even in
guy
the
there.
UK, you will see something happen. You will see in the comment section, you will see people say, oh, religions of peace, of which is religion of violence. They preach violence. How
They are
can you
fighting.
believe if
They are fighting
you
Liverpool
go
last.
and kill some people,
They are
you are
fighting on
going
behalf
to
of
heaven?
God.
They are
How can you
fighting.
have that spirit
They are
of
fighting in
jihad in
Liverpool
you?
last week now. Very heavy riot to Muslim and the patriot of the UK. They were preaching Islam in the street.
Because that's the problem. Now, immigration in UK is crazy now. That's what they are using to do politics. So there are some fraction that they are actually condemning that they don't want the Pakistani Muslim and all those people. Some people don't just want illegal immigrants. Some people don't even want immigrants at all. So it's
That's all.
three fractions.
Scotland said we should come now. Scotland said they need
You will
us.
see, even in the UK, you will see Muslim
Atoski, me,
people
I don't
preaching,
go.
saying they want to
Odaro.
pass Sharia in people's country. You will see Muslims doing it. You will never see Christian. And what I don't understand is, I've seen cases in the UK where a Christian is preaching. You will see police going to chase them away. You will see a Muslim preaching violence, preaching jihad, preaching Sharia in their land. They leave them. They leave them to do. I
But
don't understand.
nobody preaches like openly in the streets now. Anybody.
They do.
No, they do. Yeah,
I
they do.
know.
Yeah, UK. They do even my area. Yeah, they do. They do. Yeah, with speaker.
Hold on. Are you there?
They don't
Yes,
do
nah,
something like that here.
Atoski.
They don't do here. They don't do here at all.
They do. Yeah,
Máì
with
tí
speaker.
sá lọ, máì tí sá lọ. Tó bá dọ́wọ́
Let's go
alẹ́
to
rẹ̀
the
kan tó wá sá
background.
lọ, ó lè sá lọ
If
anywhere.
anybody wants to come in, they should come in now.
No, they do it here. They preach in the street here.
They preach it on the street now that they want Sharia law. You will see them. And you will see normal
No,
Christians just
they don't do
preaching,
something
give
like
your
that
life
here.